past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile Esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigetron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigetron Red Aliens
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in second place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang gak kenal dengan nama Bigetron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to take over this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, BPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
23 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟคแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3กระติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเดี๋ยวเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the Snow Blast Zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Kanina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Class Dilge Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. In the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking 2nd place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Next Ria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves,
surprisingly won 3rd place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking 2nd place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that 2nd place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Next Ruya in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came 1st in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take 3rd place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Next Ria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı. Nexu'ya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
The champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Next Ria and Canada Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
Join the investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
2023 Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame. which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
Now we are live in Malaysia, Petaling Jaya Battle Arena. It's going to be the last day for the 2023 PMGC League, which is going to be the last chance last chance stage. With me, your host for today, Chichu, joining me on the stage and none other than IHC Alex. Thank you for joining us here. Now, for IHC, you guys are standing literally at 6th place and one step closer to the grand finals. Are you satisfied with your performance yesterday?
За IC танай багийн хувьд бол одоогоор бол 6 дугаар байранд байна. Танай багийн хувьд гранд финалдаа ороход нэгэн алтмын наан зогсож байгаа учраас танай багийн хувьд одоо ингээд өчтөрийн хийсэн тоглолтуудаа сэтгэл ханамж хэр байна.
Бидний хувьд л өчтөрийн хийсэн тоглолтондоо сэтгэл ханамж бол 100% бол биш байгаа. Яг л бид яг сайн ч биш мууч яг л дундаж оног аван тоглолт хийсэн байгаа. Тэгээ бяцхан алдаан тас болж энэ алдааг гаргасан байгаа.
About us, we are not 100% satisfied with our yesterday's performance because there was like a little bit mistakes from our side, and today we will be improving on our mistakes. So see us in the game.
Now, can you tell me what are the mistakes that you feel like you have to fix by today?
Танай багийн хувьд ингээд яг ямар хуудуу алдаануудыг засах ёстой гэж бодож байна.
Алдаанууд гэвэл яг зоон шахаж эхлэхээс өмнө жоохон хурдан хөдөлгөөн хийх. Тэгээ хөв тоглогч болгоны бяцхан алдаа одоо илүү үйлдэл тэгээ багийн буруу шийдвэр юм хүнээ засаж бид нар өнөөдөр илүү сайн тоглолт гаргана.
So on our mistakes is like before the zone starts shifting, we were moving on our individual moves, and some individual players were extended peeking on situations that they were not necessary to do. So we will be fully focusing on that situations.
Yeah, I don't blame them. The circle has been really crazy for the past few days. Yeah, now from your opinion, your own opinion here, which is the hardest team to fight in the close quarter combat or CQC? And who do you think will be your strongest opponents to just march into the grand finals?
За, танай багийн хувьд одоо ингээд тулсан тулааныг хийхэд хамгийн хэцүү байгаа баг ямар баг вэ? Мөн танай багийн хувьд топ 5-даа орохдоо ингээд өрсөлдөхөд хамгийн хүндрэлтэй байна гэж бодож байгаа эсрэг өрсөлдөгчөө хэлээч.
Манай багийн хувьд гэвэл яг дэлхийн аргад орж байгаа багаас яг хамгийн хүчтэй гэсэн багууд байхгүй бүгд л сайн багууд. Гэхдээ бид нар аль багаас ч яахгүй байна. Яг л бид нар яг 4-4 тулаад аль багийг ч буулгаж авах чадaltaй. Өөрөөсөө алдаа гарахгүй бол бид ямар ч багийг давж гарна чадна.
About us, we don't think there's like any strong opponent in this PMGC, but every team is equal on their own situations. Like every team is strong right now, but for us, we are not scared of any other teams in 4-4 plus quarter fights. We will be able to overcome any other teams if we don't do any individual mistakes.
No, there must be one team, right? One team, don't play it safe. There must be one team that you feel like, oh man, we have to fight them. Is there any particular? I'm trying to dig something here.
Одоо ингээд яг үнэхээр ингээд ямар ч баг байхгүй байх гэж боломжгүй шүү дээ. Тэгэхээр ингээд нэг бүр ингээд гүнзгийгээс сэтгэл дотроос ингээд ганцхан багийг нэрлэх байл. Яг ямар баг нэрлэх вэ? Хамгийн сайн гэсэн.
Одоогоор яг сайн өрсөлдөгч гэвэл Фейз кланыг юу нэлээ. Тэдний ротейшн бас хурдан. Тэгээд бид нар ч одоо яг нэг газар бодсон шүү дээ. Жорж Апарт, Жорж хоёр ингээ хуваагаа боддог болсон. Тэгээд тэрэн дээр бид нар байлдах гад өнгийх дүүлж шүү дээ. Дүүлж байгаа байлдах гад өнгийх гэхэд аль хэзээ ротейшн дэгээ явцсан. Тэгээд илүү оноо авалтдаг маш сайн хурдан дүүлж болохоор Фейзийг нэрлэе.
Okay, so if I were to say like there's one team that specifically, I think I will choose Fates because with Fates we share same drop spot, and with that, like whenever we are looting and trying to engage with the Fates, they're always ahead of us. and they always get the points ahead of us inside the zone. They get the placement, they get the positions far better than us. So that's what I particularly tell that FaZe is our strongest opponent.
I think you're not the only one, because FaZe, with that comeback king moments, they can do anything, anytime. Now, for the last questions here, for the top 3 teams currently, they're aggressively playing without any chicken, but still can score a top 3. It feels like they don't really care that much about chickens anymore. Will you be playing more eliminations as well today?
За одоо ингээд шилдэг 3-т байгаа багуудын хувьд бол ерөөсөө ингээд чики идэ гэж бодохгүй зүгээр л ингээд оноо цуглуулад хурцтай тоглоё гэж бодож байна. Яг тэдний хувьд бол одоо ингээд чики идэх нь бол ямар нэгэн асуудал биш, зүгээр л урагслаараа ингээд өөрснийхөө авахтай оноод аваад явж яхад болоод байна. Танай багийн хувьд одоо өнөөдөр ингээд яг адилхан нөхцөл байдлыг гаргаж ирнэ гэж бодож байна уу?
Тийм, манай огийн хувьд бол бид нар kill point-ыг бол маш сайн цуглуулж байгаа. Гэтэ хараахан placement point дээр ерөөсөө оноо авч чадахгүй байгаа. Тэгээ бид нар алдаануудаа баг цагаар ярилцаад өндөр алдаануудаа зассан байгаа. Тэгээ placement point болон kill point-уудыг хослоод маш өндөр оног авах болно өнөөдөр.
So about our team, yesterday we were mostly getting the elimination points and we couldn't get the placement points that much. But yesterday after the games we were having a little bit of free inside the team and we have discussed about that, what we're gonna do today. And today we're gonna get both elimination points and placement points. So good. So watch us in the games.
It's all down to the circle and depends on the instincts of the player. Now that's going to conclude for our interview for today. And for today, it's going to be our last day in the last chance stage here. One mistake will be deadly for all the teams. Before we toss it back to the casters, he does have extra talents from Alex. Alex, I heard you want to say something before we end the interview.
Let's do this.
There you go. Toss it back to the casters. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, all right. You know, Alex, if PMGC doesn't work out for you, maybe you have a future in voice acting. What are your thoughts, Max, man?
Oh, I agree. That was really cool. Yeah, so cool.
There we go.
Really
That's all we've got.
Oh, that's as deep as I can go. Everyone, welcome back to the show here for the final day of the last chance qualifier to get into the PMGC Grand Finals, kicking off in just a few weeks' time. I'm Jason. He's Max. And there on the end, looking handsome as ever, is Kalaris. We're going to break down yesterday's games. And honestly, so you got to hear Alex Kalaris, you know, focus on the placements. That's what we've been saying. That's what they realized as well. Now, can they do it will be a different question.
Yeah, what a big brain comment. No, I digress. I mean, ultimately, they were getting great eliminations across the entirety of yesterday. So much so that, again, a 6th place team having the MVP for the day is extremely unusual. So for them to be able to go out and do that the way that they did, fantastic. But usually, the placement points do come with eliminations eventually if you're able to carry on that trajectory. So, I mean, there's high hopes for them if they continue what I think was pretty decent from them yesterday, all things considered.
You agree, Max?
I agree fully. I mean, they just need to try and reach more podium positions, right, at the end of the day. Maybe even they were too aggressive yesterday. Just got to tone it down a little bit, try and stay stacked as a full team. And if you reach the later stage, as you said, Kalaris, if you get placement points, typically the eliminations tend to naturally start to flow in your direction. So yeah, I think that's the big change for them. And they are just 3 points behind the top 5 position. So chances are we're going to have another Mongolian team alongside Stalwart to make it over in the grand finals, which would be pretty cool.
Pretty crazy considering how many points or how little points they are behind DXavier when DXavier had 3 top 4 finishes and a chicken dinner to boot on top of that. So pretty impressive IHC. We'll see if they can continue that pace today before we can jump into that Infinix GT10 Pro, the official smartphone here at PMGC 2023. You guys can pick it up. It's born for professional esports players, and you guys can dominate the lobby with one of those bad boys. I need to get one because, well, as Max has found out, I'm quite trash.
No.
So that was mean.
I was setting you up for that to be like, no, Jason. We played some back at the EU champs, and you did pretty well. You had like a 15-elim game, but you went straight for the heart.
I fully agree. That's the best point you've ever done on this, Jason.
Well, maybe.
Oh, sometimes it has to be me, okay.
You know what? That's fine. Someone can upload a compilation of me being mean to you over on TikTok. Make sure to use the tag PMGC 2023 because you can find not only, hopefully, one of those clips, but some stuff from happening behind the scenes over in Malaysia where the teams are currently playing. So make sure you guys check that out. But in the meantime here, obviously, FaZe Clan was mentioned during the interview as well as being one of the teams to beat. And Max, you've been a huge proponent in talking about how that last game we had of them on that Miramar, where they're able to change up their style, has completely avalanched into a domination so far in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, ever since that last game of the survival stage, Jason, they've had such a massive change in how they just approach these matches. Placement points, we're not going to cut it anymore. They need to start fragging out. They need to start reaching those late game scenarios. And look, if you look at their final 4 matches here, 3rd place with 9 eliminations, 3rd place with 6 eliminations, 3rd place with 8 elimination, and then the 2nd place with 12 eliminations. That is a complete overhaul of how they were playing the game before this very point of the tournament. And currently with 60 points, Jason, if they maintain even just slightly this kind of consistency heading into today, they're going to go into the grand finals in Turkey so damn easily. So FaZe are looking amazing so far, and I really hope we're going to see a continuation of that new mentality for the team.
And the cool thing is they're not really being fed these situations either. It's not like the circle's just bearing down upon them game after game. They're playing really decent edge sweeping style, which I've always said when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports in general, like when you see this in Battle Royale, this shows extreme quality in skill. The fact that you can sweep the edge, still be able to play with back against the blue, win those fights out, and then move towards the podium, that's some pretty high skill level there from FaZe.
I'm not going to lie. After the first day of survival stage and even most of the second day of the survival stage, I didn't think we'd be talking this highly of FaZe Clan. I didn't think they would even have gotten into this point. But hey, credit to them to make this turnaround happen. And obviously with the results they had yesterday, they put themselves 14 points safe in the bubble. So for them, it's not even about winning matches. It's about surviving. Yes, you get some extra prize money going your way if you do place first. But you know what? Getting into grand finals is what it's really about. But a couple of other teams that maybe are surprising, at least for me, Team Queso. I am honestly surprised to see them in 3rd place with the results we saw in group stage, obviously with the survival stage as well. But look at this, 16 placement points, 36 eliminations, the 2nd highest fragging out team in the lobby right now with some of the best teams in the world. I think that is a true testament to how strong this team can be.
And especially if you look back on their matches of yesterday, they got 2nd place with 13 eliminations on Sanhok. If they can try and hold their position in top 5, Jason, today, it is going to be down to that Sanhok possibly. It is a map where they typically are really good. It's just unfortunate this just once a day, but they're still going to try and make the most out of that kind of battleground. So yeah, Team Queso has been a big surprise. I'd even go to say that Rook has been a really big surprise for me despite not being in top 5 right now. A team from Africa starting off hot with that chicken dinner. Just need to see more eliminations from Rook compared to some of these teams we're looking at on the top 4 fraggers list. And if they can do that, maybe Rook could also push themselves up in the grand final.
Honestly, I'd be concerned if I was anybody from actually BTR Red Villains down. So 4th down. Why do I say that? Well, if FaZe, Persija, or Queso had been able to convert any of those podium finishes that they had into a 1st place, the gap in points would be significant. And if they continue to play the way that they played yesterday, those 3 teams, and they get at least 1 win on the board today, the gap will be significant. The catch-up will be difficult for the rest of these teams.
And yeah, and to be honest, if we're looking at the overalls and thinking about them, I'm thinking maybe even 10th place right now for Inco, which is at 30 points, might be around the cutoff point. Definitely one below them with Reject at 28 as we fall to 17th after with Gladiators. But it's getting really tough. You cannot afford to have a bad match. And honestly, Kalaris, coming into this after seeing Mad Bulls before, if I were to tell you, hey, at the end of day 1 of Last Chance, they're going to be 13th place with only 16 points, I don't think you would have believed me.
I mean, yeah, I think you said it pretty well in the past couple of days. Like, feast or famine, right, for this team. And I think, unfortunately, at this point, our region might be done for when it comes to the Last Chance. Like, Gladiators and Mad Bulls down there, not really seeing huge glimmers of hope for them just yet. And when it comes to today, when pressure is going to be on, I think that some of those teams at the top, as I say, with all of those podium finishes that they've got, I think they're going to be able to secure their position, shore those defenses up against these teams, which, if you're our Mad Bulls or Gladiators, you need 2 great games to start off just to catch up.
Yeah. When you're looking at a lot of these teams, you could even add to the mix here on top of Mad Bulls and Gladiators, your Duxan, your Nigma Galaxies, your Reject. The thing is, they had a lot of leeway when you started the start of this league stage, right? There was a lot of rotations that were very easy to pull off because teams were maybe a little bit slower, trying to adapt. There's so little mistakes happening in these matches now, Kalaris. Teams are so quick to rotate on circle pops at any kind of situation, taking the best position so quickly. If you're just 10, 15 seconds slower than the majority of the teams, chances are you're not going to reach a top 5, you're not going to reach a podium, and you're definitely not going to get those wins that you definitely need at this point. So, man, teams like Mad Bulls, they're going to struggle because there's just not that much space anymore. They just need to try and be even more proactive, which is Easier said than done, but it's what you have to do.
I mean, and knowing one mistake could decide between you getting to grand finals or not is just even more pressure. Fantastic shot coming with the witty there. But still, like, look at Influence Rage. The domination they were pulling off in, obviously, Americas, in the league stage, and in survival stage. They're not safe. They're at 8th place at 41 points. They can easily climb into that top 5. But honestly, it's so scary seeing how many teams are in very close reach of top 5 that I could not tell you who's going to be there at the end of the day.
I really believe, Jason, today the leaderboards are going to be completely scrambled. We saw that at the end of the survival stage, right? Where the teams at the bottom, you even saw like Inco as an example, do a massive comeback alongside Team Kesso. I think the teams that are currently not in top 5 have very little to lose right now. You're just going to full send it. If you're Mad Balls, Gladiators, Reject, Inco, you're just going to go giga aggressive, okay? Get all those eliminations and try and reach the late game, because exactly, you only have 6 more matches remaining. At the start of the day, you might try and get some placement points to try and stay relevant in the conversation. On the second half of the day, you need to start blasting from the get-go, because otherwise, a spot in top 5, you won't be able to do a comeback in a game or two. You need to do a really good game followed up by extremely consistent results. Yep. So the bottom teams, they are going to put everything they have on the table out here on these matches.
I mean, I'm going to anticipate Jason's next question, was just like, okay, what do those bottom teams have to do in order to be able to... No, okay, no. But the point is that we were talking about this yesterday, right? How do you approach a situation where you are so far behind? Do you radically change your strategy and things like that? I don't think you do. I just think you turn your normal playstyle up to 11. Take some of those shots that you wouldn't necessarily normally do, just in case you get a long-range headshot, and then you can follow up on something, right? Because usually you think to yourself, you want to conserve ammo in order to be able to kind of go into the late game. But if you can hit some wild headshots that you might not necessarily take otherwise, and then follow that up on a fight, that could be a few more points here and there, and that could be the difference maker if you are one of these lower teams in the ranks.
You know what my question was going to be, Kalaris? Okay. Inco Mad Bulls Ruins, is it going to happen again today? 2 teams fighting to get to top 5. Well, which team's going to fall away? Are both teams going to go away from Ruins? Are Enigma Galaxy going to be left wondering, like, hey, where's the fighting? Where's our free eliminations? These are 2 teams who can't afford to have a hot drop go wrong.
I think...
Inco... Sorry, I want to jump on this one, because Inco don't have to drop on Mad Balls and Ruins, and also because they have that hot drop versus IHC in Novo. So, like, they have to change 2 pretty much drops, even if it's a secondary drop in Novo. We need to see a complete overhaul from Inco, because 4 matches out of the 6, if you go for that hot drop situation, you're not going to make in top 5. So, yeah, they have to change something here. There's so many spots available, so yeah, exactly. Inco, go to the East Coast. It's available. It would be a good option.
Agreed.
Are we going to get a world where both teams just ditch the drop location, considering, well, Mad Bulls are a lot farther behind than Inco. And then they hot drop each other somewhere else on the map, and they're like, guys, what the hell? You're supposed to stay there. We're supposed to move. Honestly, I wouldn't want to be one of these teams, and even if we talk about the leaderboards, Max, and as you mentioned, how quickly they've shifted. I mean, U2 Alliance, after match 3, they were first place by, you know, a decent enough margin. They've fallen to 9th place now, and this is obviously another team, another powerful team looking to break back through in the ranks. And they looked, I'd say, pretty decent overall. We talked about their splits maybe being a little bit too spread on certain matches, but they've looked pretty strong, especially with Olio on the team.
Now, I especially like their Potato Heel finish against Influence Rage, where they went for the push onto Law. I think that was an amazing play. Didn't quite work out, but it was the right approach in that kind of scenario. But I would compare really U2 Alliance to a Mad Balls from the survival stage, in the sense they got 2 second places with 8 eliminations, 12 eliminations. Outside of that, what was there? Not much. We need to see more consistency on their bad games, similar to an IHC, for example, just getting at least 5, 6, 7 eliminations per match. If you can do that, they will very quickly get close to that top 5. So I believe in Alliance here, but it's so close here, Jason. It's really hard to predict.
You know what? We don't need to talk anymore. We want to get into the games. People are always asking, Caster, when match? Well, it's right now, and it's going to be brought to you by Jack and Blank as you drop into Sanhok.
You know, not a lot of people know that, Jason, but behind the scenes, it is actually Blank that controls the start game button. So when everyone's saying that, it's all just directed at you, Blank.
I know, I actually do have just a big red button off to my right-hand side. I can't let you guys see it because it is confidential at the end of the day. I am under NDA about the big red button, so I'm giving you just what I can at this point in time. But I'll be pressing that bad boy very, very shortly as we get into the game. BTR, get ready to go. Superboy, stop dancing, get your headset on, and get ready to go, because it's our final day of Last Chance, Jackie. And we're already in it. Dear me, the game is starting fast. I wasn't ready.
You hit the button accidentally, Blank.
I think I did.
Elbowed it.
When I was showing it off.
Yeah, he accidentally manhandled it.
I
We were
fat-handed it.
distracted by the dance moves. It happens. It happens, Blank. But this is where it's taken us. Your big red button antics have taken us straight to our last Sandhawk. It feels like it was so long ago we started things, you know, about 4 weeks ago now here on Sandhawk, Blank. Now we have our last time we're going to see this battleground in a lobby that has been delicious.
Oh, feels like sadness to me because it's all finishing, but also I'm excited to see which teams do end up in that top 5. We saw just then that Team Queso currently have the highest average here over on Sandhawk. I think it was about 18-point average, maybe a 19-point average there, which is sort of ridiculous overall considering Team Queso is on 52 points. So around about, let's say 60% of their points are coming from Sandhawk so far. So they are certainly extremely good at this one. They're starting things off with a hot drop over towards the Gladiators, who I think at this point in time we could probably consider out of the top 5. So Team Queso just looking to pump their points further versus the team they know to be quite weak.
That's the ideal scenario, really. If Gladiators are going to give them the opportunity, dangling points in front of them here, as Meku has dropped further away from the rest of the pack, so has no trade potential, no room for backup. And it's an easy freebie. They secure that one, grab it in the bag. All Tixie can do is watch down and quake in his boots, knowing that they've already given up some free elimination points today. Inco get the free drop as well on Ruin, so no contest there. Mad Bulls moving off, and that will be a bit of a pass, a little backdoor deal on that one, Blank, for the drop spots.
Yeah, head on to that outside edge. And I think I respect that from Mad Bulls, right? You don't want to go for this same hot drop every single time because honestly, at this point, you could... Nah, that's bad news. You could consistently say that Inco are sort of causing themselves problems with this hot drop, right? If Mad Bulls decided they wanted to go for this one once again and just take their chances on getting those 4 eliminations and getting out of there, you know, that could go either way, right? And Inco would be in an even worse of a deal. Right now, 30 points. They still have a chance to get towards that top 5. Mad Bulls, it's not a similar story at 16 points overall. Like the guy's saying on the desk, I think it is sort of over for our region in EU. Sad days. I think it's pretty much donezo for Gladiators as well with the way this Sandhawk is starting out. That's going to be very bad for the mental game. But for Inco, they claim themselves control of Ruins after some very brute forcing over towards that position of the map. Might give them a better chance here considering they are actually able to get going fairly quickly without the risk of Nick McGalaxy taking a peek in, who don't even bother with it. They realize they need to have the most unbelievable day if they want to make it into the top 5, which quite frankly, I would say nigh on impossible. Probably a 98% chance that they're not getting in here.
Yeah, it really would have to be something absolutely unfathomable from this game all the way to the end of the day. Back to back, really. We'd need to see non-stop shenanigans from them. So it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening. Thought potentially as well, having a look at the map feed, there was a chance we were going to see a bit of a late play from the Mad Bulls, just sort of guarding for the rotate out through Ruins. But instead, they've taken their time to loot up and just have a little bit of a scouting party. So advanced positions, they'll get a bit of a read on how things are going early, but haven't thrown themselves into a fight versus Inco. They've given them safe passage across the bridge and back up into the zone, where Tixie has now spotted them and got a bit of a read. Meanwhile, Duxan are making a move, though, and could run into the Mad Bulls. So a few potential bits of contact already occurring here as squads are sizing each other up.
And I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of teams have already made that move, right? Influence Rage, passed off from boot camp. They immediately sent across the river towards those eastern compounds in Sandhawk. Reject, similarly, made a rotate through Trifecta. They're on the southern side, so we're cramming a lot of teams into a small space right now. And with Gladiators going down to 2, that does give a lot more room for these other teams to play because you've got your main team that drops over towards that northwest island, already cut down to 2 players, which gives a lot of the other teams on the outer edges easier access to those spots, specifically over towards that little eastern hilltop. That is a really strong position that we know a lot of teams love to go for. DX getting themselves into an engagement. This is off to the western side of Paris Resort right now, as they both attempted to make their way across the North Bridge. Lamborghini, though, takes a heavy hit there from Prepod, and he will hit the second too. So DX going down to 2 players, most likely. It's pretty bad for their run. Remember, they're in 5th place right now, 46 points, 2 players right off the rip here in Sandhawk. And they were playing well, man. I actually really like the way DX has been playing out a lot of these games, but I don't think this team comes online until Erangel, to be quite honest with you. That's where they find the majority of their points. So the midday heightened senses for DX are certainly what we're looking for going forward. So I can sort of understand why they wouldn't mind writing off a Sandhawk like this, but, you know, not getting a huge amount of points here early on is a bit of a struggle going forward, Jackie.
No, you are right, man. You know, they've kind of got their two different forms, right? Sandhawk, sleep. Erangel, excited. That's what we see coming out from DX. That's really where they have been able to... yeah, that's what it's like, man. It feels that, you know, they get the running shoes on. They're holding B blank and they're just running non-stop. It makes a world of difference for them as well. But that is an unlucky start, taking so much damage and being left with only, you know, half of the squad very early into this one as well, because that's the other thing. Well, although we've already seen a little bit of, you know, early combat, we're seeing the way some of these teams are looking coming into it in terms of the body language already. This game hasn't been live for very long. So that's rough for DX. Like you're saying, you're in 5th place and you're only a stone's throw away from falling out of that as well, as IHC are right on your tails. The Mongolian side, 43 points. The DX is 46. So a thimbleful there, and we could see a change. Meanwhile, we see a rotate here through the blue. BTR driving on by. They've got the tunes blaring, some Katy Perry on the radio. So they've been detected, blank, but there's not really much room for the chase just yet. So free info as they go roaming through the map, looking to get themselves situated on their rotate.
Yeah, man, this is threatening Katy Perry, right? You know, you blare it off in the distance. People are like, whoever's playing that, probably we shouldn't mess with them. They're very confident coming into this game if they're going to be blasting that one out the speakers. That's towards that south side in Sami. You can't quite see them on your screens just yet, but they were rotating on past through Nigma Galaxy. Duxan yet to make a move outside of Ruins, but it's already been picked clean kind of by both Inco and Mad Bull. So Duxan just waiting for their opportunity. There you go. Start to see the BTR boys peek their heads in towards the circle as we head on to our stage 2, which sent us up towards that northern side of the island. So FaZe Clan, after their miraculous results over towards the last 2 games in Miramar, where we know they shine, they get themselves a little bit of luck here up towards that northern edge. So Hatting controlled by them, but a really nice split, I would say, so far. Bit dangerous for Ventores, though. We know that hilltop. I talked about it before. It's very much a focal point for a lot of teams, gives you so much control, but you will have teams fighting for that one. I don't know if one player is going to cut it, but as a position to hold this early on, and maybe as an anchor point for the rest of the team to regroup on, it's great news.
Depends on how the cookie crumbles then. When push comes to shove, if they can hold the angle, use it to the best of their ability. So far, looks good. Elim feed bodes well for them as they pick up an opening knock onto Brute Force. Brute Force that are currently under an attack from Influence Rage. They've swooped down onto them and done a nice chunk of damage, leaving a couple of the players on their last leg. Similar story, though, for Law, as he's taken a bite back. Going for the quick medic mission as well. They want to reset the fight on this one. You've got other players, meanwhile, duking it out as BTR are taking a ton of damage from the Galaxy boys. So the Cosmos clash continues there. Nice nade round the corner. That's a big pickup that will shut down another man. Brute Force still holding on though, blank. All things considered, they're trying to scrape by on this, but the nades are the difference maker as FaZe are starting to backstab now.
Yeah, this is an interesting push coming from FaZe, and I think you realize that any team that's in this position is sort of in that contention for that hilltop. They've left Ventores up top side. He's returned to the team now. They'll get this third party done and then maybe regroup on that position. This is an extremely aggressive push from FaZe. It's one that can be very risky. They're already losing players here from Udo Alliance as Mela tries to hold down the fort. Mormon's down and out, and they could have maybe just held onto that hilltop, but they got hungry. They got a little bit greedy, whilst Influence Rage handedly takes down the rest of Brute Force here. YDO and Prepod behind the rook. I don't know how many more nades Influence Rage still has on board, but this is an excellent defense from them at an excellent time as well, because Influence Rage 8th place, but very close to moving into that 5th place barrier.
And we know they can do it with the sheer skill they've shown us when it comes to Elims. A team that feels like even when the odds are stacked against them, they play very confidently, very bold into a lot of the engagements they take. In the meantime, though, FaZe starting to take damage in the battle of attrition as the backline is full of other squads. From a distance, you've got Udo Alliance that are just taking pot shots wherever they can see a little bit of skin from FaZe. There was also Rook with Eugene miles away on the other island even, hitting some long-distance shots to punish them and leave their HP far lower than they would like in a position like this. So this fight, now not very sustainable. You know, this has been going on for a very long time. The idea of this being a quick cleanup for Influence Rage and cure a few points from it, that went out the window a while ago. Now you're looking at not making too many mistakes with how many eyes are on you. Fight's not stopping though, Blank, as everyone is scrapping to have some sort of area to play in at this point.
Mate, this is currently a 2v4 going on between Gladiators and Team Queso. Not sure how they've pulled off what they did. Circle's nasty, heads up towards that northeast side. AHC very pleased with this considering they're not quite in yet. More Molotovs sent over the top, not too many nades, but the rest of Gladiators do regroup. Raze is providing that information back. Arta and Big Milo to hold it down in that front line. Another nade goes through, won't find too much damage. A little bit of a tag over towards Tixie, but that's about it. And I think he realizes, get rid of Raze. He's providing too much of that information back towards them. When they strike, they'll know about it. But Team Queso, this is a pretty sad result for them. Remember, this is the team we were talking about, saying that they had one of the biggest percentages in terms of those average points on Sandhawk. To go down versus two players that you already took down half the team from would feel very, very rough. There's still comeback potential there, but with this circle moving up towards the northeast side, both these teams not in the greatest of spots.
No, for pre-pod, it's basically like having a very low-quality barbecue outside, camping by the burned-out car. Just toasting his marshmallows, mate. Yeah, that's all he's got, you know. The family said we'll go on a camping trip. Pre-pod's thinking, oh, this will be fun. In reality, this is the camping trip. It's not ideal, Blank. At least he's warm. It could always be worse. If it was Vikendi, he'd be absolutely freezing.
But there's wolves at the door, or at least at the horrid tent that's been allowed to be brought with them that takes 3 hours to put up, and everyone gets mad at one another as Brute Force attempts to keep control, keep that cool. IHC looking over towards Rook right now. Zol's in, but the entire room is smoked up. Rami goes down. That will be one player from Rook out here. IHC claiming control over towards the southeast side. They're still on, technically, the eastern island. You got Reject that claim control over the hilltop towards that western edge as FaZe sort of threw this game away. I don't think they had to third party down to Brute Force. If they were able to take down both those teams, fantastic, excellent news. But you gotta know that there is a lot of teams trying to push in from that northeast edge. So the amount of sight lines that are available over towards FaZe where they had barely any cover to work with, it was somewhat of a weird play. Nades coming in. Alex moves into the building, will be immediately knocked here, gets into the smoke, survives for a bit longer, but it's Nenabet Che taking down Tixie on that top side, and Godless with some DBSs coming through the window to try and keep this one alive. Somehow Alex manages to escape, Jackie.
It's pretty heads up as well. They jumped straight on to the revive and reset the fight, knowing they had the smokes down. And Alex was lucky that the smoke was still there to block him as well. So the line of sight not going in favor of Rook. Instead now, just trying to play on the back foot, the defense, as they knew they were being pushed. And IHC come out like the katana, swinging their way through and slicing them in half. They've got a bit of an interview buff today as well on stage, talking a big game. Alex saying that they're not scared of any of the other teams in the lobby. The only mention that he gave was to FaZe. And like you were saying, FaZe, they've basically come into this one and put a big X on their back, Blank. And, you know, other teams have just jumped to the occasion instantly. They've been farmed up with not having enough cover to play off of, thought they found an opportunity to steal away some very easy elims. Instead, the only easy eliminations were on FaZe. And you're just playing with a solo now. You know, effectively, you're thinking maybe you can play some snaky PUBG Mobile, deliver around and pop up towards the end of the game, maybe get a couple of placement points. But having a big earner on the last Sandhawk of the whole event isn't going to be happening for them here.
Absolutely not. This is Prestige Evos up towards the northwest side. They just got themselves out of the blue, but running directly in towards the Mad Bulls, who all have nades in their hands, looking to explode the opposition as they make their way in. Nice setup from Prestige Evos with these backstops, making it very difficult for the Mad Bulls to do anything whatsoever. Exploring the vehicle is good, but a nading towards the backside will leave Mad Bulls feeling black and blue here. Misery gets burned up. A crucial Molotov comes through. Now Redface has to come in to try and save face in this situation procedure.
Zuxi, with the Molotov out, everyone's going to be burning behind the rock. The moss is going up. The ecosystem is not doing well for the wildlife, but right now it's Zuxi that burns in his own fire. Gets striked back upon as Zerich head for the encounter. And that's one you can't afford to lose in that manner. It cannot go down that way, Blank. That feels like such a misplay.
That should have been an easy victory for them as well. Mad Bulls were totally struggling on this western edge. But Luxy running into his own molly. The moss a bit more flammable than he expected there. Takes himself down. Flique will drop to the zone. I'm not sure how much life Zerich has got left in him to get further into this match, but they'll be certainly happy with the 4 eliminations, or at least 3 eliminations they're able to garner on that side. Gladiators eliminated 4 eliminations, 14th place, no placement points for them, but at least a little bit of something, but just so unlikely. Reject, though, very pleased with their positioning. I think they quickly identified this spot was open down towards that south side, playing off the back of it. Enigma Galaxy, look at this, Jackie. It's the day 2 buff. It comes in clutch for them every single time. Actually find themselves somewhat of a decent rotate up towards this western side after they were able to take a really good fight versus BTR early on and gather themselves a bit of storm going into this match. But the circle, again, moving away from all these favorable spots towards Udo Alliance and IHC. Very playable position now for both these teams, but they've got to get across first. With the side swipe available for both these squads, it's just a matter of time because you desperately want to get up towards that coastal edge so you can start taking shots over towards teams like Influence Rage, Brute Force, Duxan as they attempt to make their way over towards that coastal side. It's just rough here. Duxan attempting to leave from Hartin, get towards that southeast edge and crush all the teams that are attempting to push their way through Hartin on the western side.
I love how Ventores has been basically like the mosquito that's just whizzing by Enigma Galaxy. He's been kind of just annoying them in the backline, Blank. He's only a solo, but he's been popping up time and time again, just taking shots at them, just being a bit of a nuisance. And they've decided to move because of it, opting to look for some compound control to play with. They funneled themselves into one building, but Lufa's here, big damage done with the big gun, as he leaves them all just clamoring to stay alive. I mean, yeah, they've popped the smokes. They've got themselves tucked into the building and at least probably can reset on the players that have been down. Oh, hello, Squash. He's lived up to his name. He's still alive, Blank.
What?
He's still alive.
How? What?
He's got steel Kotak boots on, Blank. He's taken it on the chin. He's dead.
I said 3 nades his way. Goodness me, I think the only way that happens is as he's dying, literally in those moments, the stim has to tick him up by like maybe 1% of HP, but he took the vehicle straight to face. Maybe it wasn't going fast enough, who knows, but surviving that is silly.
Left looking like a roll of toothpaste.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't live up to his name because he certainly wasn't squashed in that situation versus Reject, but wow. Well done, I guess, to live the first initial car. I don't even think Reject intended for that to happen either. It was just a bit of a scout, understanding there's probably teams still on the top side of the hilltop. Just lucky that they get the roll down off the back of it. Circle over towards Enigma Galaxy. Fortunate to get that little shack early on here. Now, a lot of teams will have to push in towards and Reject opt to go for themselves. A little bit of a 2-2 split. Got 2 players still playing up on high, and Influence Rage decides it's a time to put an end to the camping trip on the outside edge.
Oh, they've had enough. They don't want to share the camping grounds any longer. But it seems like Prepod, he's got other ideas in mind, Blank. He wants to be the new landlord. He's grabbed the contract for the camping grounds and he's starting to put his foot down as the DBS sings strong. Federal watching his entire team melt one by one and just sitting in the camp office, just thinking, what on earth do I do now?
Dear me. I mean, for Influence Rage, just the worst happenings there, because they had a chance here to actually play from this southern edge and get into the circle later on, but losing a fight like that versus brute force in 15th place certainly hurts your chances a bit. And we know that Influence Rage, they needed to get a move on the team that we had all of our sights on. FaZe out now. Ventoris did finally leave our game, with Duxan still taking some good shots over towards Reject. It's our 2-2 that was up towards the western side. They try and put their eggs in 2 baskets here to give them the best chance going forward. I like this play from Sarah and Duello, though. They're going to stay up on high. They're stealing as many points as possible, up to 6 eliminations so far. You can see here, U2 Alliance were the first ones to cross on the bridge. Got up towards that bottom side, but Duxan, still a rough journey ahead of them. You're completely exposed to these teams underneath the bridge here. IHC still behind them, but living up to what they wanted in the interview, which is get more placement points.
And it looks good for IHC to do just that. They've been so good at getting eliminations, but placements were the thing they could not get their fingertips on for love nor money. So if they can change that today, it could do wonders to keep them so far up in the standings, because this has been a big one so far. 7 elims as well. Duxan might be going the way of the eliminations as they're just eating bullets blank. It's Godless that snatches it as well, so that'll be another one for IHC. Quick reaction from Zara. Wow, straight down. Resets. They've known that they had the entire squad from Enigma Galaxy trapped inside this little shed for quite some time, so they're still just peppering them anytime they peek out. This is a fight that could get a little bit messy though. U2 Alliance on the bridge being ushered into the zone with the blue. Godless and Co from IHC on top. He jumps down. He goes for the acrobatic assault blank, but it doesn't work. 0 pointer on that.
Yeah, I mean, he could have gone for something a little bit more here, but it's brute force from Prepod. Forgets about the player from Influence Rage, still inside the building as Federal strikes in a moment. It's YDO to hold things down. It's a 5 eliminations. Nice little play from Influence Rage there to come out swinging. Kept very, very silent for a long, long time. Reject still on that top side. Duello tries to drop off to get into a better spot here. Sarah goes down, and that will be Reject going out in 4th place. But from that high ground position, we're able to steal away a lot of those eliminations here. YDO moves forward. Not a lot of chance to get Prepod back up again. Enigma Galaxy afforded a very nice little win here with the compound. I say compound, the shack they're able to hold on to. They will go down. That's Enigma Galaxy win on the cards. A difficult push for them, a difficult choice to make. Do we take the shack? Is it worth it? And it certainly was here.
Wow, could have been a lot worse as well. You know, when they initially took control of that shack and moved in, they were ruined in terms of the manpower, brought down to just 2 players surviving, but the resilience is shown. And that's a hell of a comeback. That's at least a better game from them. You know, a facelift from what we had yesterday, Blank. If there was a time to put a right foot forward, this is a good one. It's just the fact that the sheer longevity of the mission they've got to go on to make it towards that top 5, it's so hard. It's so unachievable. But if they're getting a start like this, who knows? We'll leave it in fate's hands.
Yeah, their 2% chance. Maybe it's here. Maybe they rolled the dice and maybe they came up with the 6s. We'll have to wait and see it. It's kind of an interesting game, that one, because a lot of our teams towards the bottom side actually ended up doing well in that match. Reject, you know, you saw Duxan get far into that match as well. Brute Force with themselves a 2nd place. And Enigma Galaxy with the chicken dinner. These are our bottom 3 teams, 14th, 15th, 16th respectively. They get themselves a high placement in this game. U2 Alliance certainly benefits from this match as well with their 41 points at the start of the day. That should, I would imagine, with a lot of our teams in the 1st to 5th place going out early on, send them towards themselves a 5th place spot alongside with IHC, who did fantastically well in that last game. Remember, guys, I want to reiterate this. After yesterday, 9 placement points, 34 eliminations.
Man, big numbers, big gameplay, and so much excitement. We've seen a lot of crazy things, so let's go for something a little bit more normal. It's the classic, vintage, dulcet tones of Jason Kaplan and the Deaths. Let's get back over there.
You know, somebody the El Clasico of PUBG Mobile here, as we did get to see Enigma Galaxy take a start, a win. I'm not going to hype it up too much since they were bottom of the table at like 5 points. But this is the start they need to potentially have a chance to get through top 5. And Claris, we saw the exact same thing happen for them. in our survival stage.
Yeah, let's be real. There is always the potential across 6 games that teams like this, teams who have shown excellence in the past, can make magic happen on a final day. And Enigma Galaxy, they threaded the needle to be able to get to some of these spots because they were coming in late to try and get to these compounds. I was surprised that the compound south of Hartin was open, but they were able to blitz through to it, never mind the shack that was east of that. There's potential magic, not only I would say for Enigma Galaxy, but also maybe from Mad Bulls as well, if they were able to try and move this on, because those are the 2 teams down towards the bottom that I think could make magic happen here in the final day.
A lot of the teams that we already mentioned on the pre-show, and even yesterday, Brute Force also to win 15th position before this. Udo Alliance surviving really fine this game. They were before this match in 9th position, and even Reject, they were in 11th position. So currently, this match has been hot for those bottom teams that need to try and race for the top 5 position. So I'm loving how this day started, because we said it's feast or famine for these teams. And Coops in particular said, he talked on Twitter. He said everything or nothing. Seems like this game was everything for him. And looking at this head-to-head pre-pod, like the way he cleared Influence Rage with, well, it's a DBS, so of course it's going to happen, but he has been slowly standing out alongside Default as top players from the African region. He's been on fire.
Yeah, he's been putting in some work and definitely been one of the standout players for Brute Force. And obviously they have a lot of work to go, only at 21 points, I believe, at the end of this game. I do want to mention, by the way, as we were talking about teams, up in the top leaderboard and teams at the bottom, a huge game for a team like IHC. They get 10 points with 8 eliminations, 2 placements, and that actually overtakes D Xavier, who only came out with 1 point. So IHC have been able to get themselves through into the top 5, but not only them. Look at Udo Alliance. They were able to jump up as well here into 4th place, and I believe they started off this day at 9th.
We said it, Jason. It's going to be an absolute scramble at the end of the day for these leaderboards. It's not going to look anything alike, I think, what we had at the start of today. And that's it. One good game can catch you up and put you up in a comfortable position. FaZe, Procedure Evos, Team Kesso haven't budged too much, though. And actually talk about Team... What the hell was happening between them and Gladiators? I have no clue. Gladiators, Papi Potro is split, and yet Gladiators lose 2 players. Team, they are currently the team upsetting Gladiators a lot in these matches, so Gladiators got to adapt a lot heading in the next match.
I think the interesting thing about this, Jason, is top 5, 0 chicken dinners, right? Like, it really shows the emphasis on being great when it comes to gunplay, great when it comes to those team fights, and being able to then eventually convert some placement points from those gunfights that you're seeing play out here. Yes, of course, technically PUBG Mobile is a survival game, but there's a real emphasis here for these teams that are able to take strong fights, strong positions from those scenarios. So it's not always about the chicken dinner at the very end here, because these teams that have risen to the top, they've shown why they've risen to the top.
Yeah, and I think what's also scary about this top 5 is that you currently have a 2-point difference between 2nd and 5th. 2 points between 2nd and 5th. I'm not sure we're able to say that too often, to be honest. And even in 6th down to 9th, it's a 3-point difference.
There was a highlight as well on that, which showed all the, like,
right?
it showed like 1st to 9th, the little bracket, the out border thing that was glowing. But honestly, there is such a chance for teams even below that, if they have an insane day, to be able to jump up. So I think it's a little bit misleading about who could be in the challenge here, because I think, Max, you said, Enigma Galaxy, they were tweeting out that, they think they're coming in hard here for this one. I thought, considering the lateness of them coming into this circle, they weren't exactly coming in hard for this one, but, I mean, they make it work. They make the win happen.
Yeah, I said it like yesterday and even on the pre-show, but I don't know what to expect in terms of who's going to be the top 5 at the end. I think, do we have some maybe like FaZe, Procedure Evos, Team Kesso looking good, but it could be in complete shambles by the end of these next 5 matches here. So it's tough to predict. I'm looking though, looking in the next 3 wrangles coming up. Udo Alliance, they were really good when it came to that map, securing 2 second places and also a decent bunch of eliminations. They follow up this good game with that. I think that they could, on this next map alone, maybe solidify their position in top 5 and then their spot in the grand final. So, man, Udo Alliance, if they keep these results up, chances are they already got their ticket going their way.
Well, we do have to kind of bring our memory back, but unfortunately not too far, as it was yesterday. We got to see Inko, unfortunately, with another hot drop with IHC. We're going to find out if that's going to happen yet again today. They avoided Mad Bulls this time, but can they avoid IHC? We're going to find out with our commentators of Jackie and Blake.
Okay, the three Erangels back to back then. This is where things normally get a little bit more tantalizing, Blank, the known quantities that start coming out.
Yeah.
We'll see, mate, because I feel like, you know, we've already sort of let the lightning out of the bottle with the way the lobby started off. I don't think it's going back in.
No, dude, it's a tricky thing, that lightning bolt. It's zipping all around the room here as we head into our second game here. Obviously, we talked about IHC as well as Inco over on the desk there. That's potentially a thing that comes through. IHC realized that, you know, that fight between them and Inco seems to be pretty easy a lot of times. They taken down two of their players almost off the bat. I think the only difficult one was their first initial hot drop over towards that team. After that, it seemed easy breezing for them. But heading into the game in just 20 seconds. A lot of these teams strategizing, thinking about what they want to do in this match. For BTR, that last game didn't go too well. Neither for CG Evos currently on screens. So we'll see what happens. UDO Alliance, though, consistent throughout the entirety of this last chance. Be just what pushes them over towards that top 5 is managing to get towards the end of these games a lot of times. And I mean, for UDO Alliance, they seem like a pretty strong team when it comes to just getting those points on board match after match here, Jackie.
Well, they didn't give up as well. I think that's, you know, one of the bigger points for them is the way that UDO Alliance, it just seems like even when, you know, they're struggling a little bit, maybe, you know, they're going into fights where they should be at a bit of a disadvantage, their heads are still pretty damn screwed on, and they've been able to pull out some consistent results again and again. And having that level of consistency has really done wonders for them. It's been impressive. It really has been impressive to see how far they've been able to push themselves so far. The Malaysian squad that's really been flying the flag high. How much further does their journey take them? We'll see. Any big games in store, or will it just be little points here and there to keep themselves in the upper echelons? Meanwhile, for now, we're into our opening Erangel. We'll see what happens here, namely for one team as well. For my money, it's DX. DX obviously really having an unlucky start to the day. You don't have many games left, with the first Sandhawk basically being a fat thumbs down for them. What can they do here? Normally, a lot more on Erangel.
Yeah, and I mean, for DX, this is kind of where they start to shine, right? I think it's interesting that we do see the highest point average on our angle so far be UDO Alliance, considering they've got 0 chicken dinners. And, you know, speaking about that, right now, we've got 0 chicken dinners across the board for every single team in that top 5, which is sort of curious to me to look at. So very, very interesting in terms of the shakeup, in terms of the point standings. It's just that consistency, which is really taking a lot of these teams further. Inco, terrified of Nova Rep Neuer. Now they drop over towards that trash loot, over towards the western side of prison, and the circle will head hard down towards the southwest, encompassing a little bit of Sosnovka so far here, Jackie, keeping just that in slightly. Gladiators go for themselves some vehicles down towards that south side. Ducksand up towards that northern edge in Ferry Pier, and Team Queso trying to hit a little bit further towards that western edge.
Having a quick look to see if there was any room for some early fights, as we've already seen a couple of them today. Moments where teams know you do have to run a couple of risks. You've got to roll the dice a little bit to guarantee yourself some of those elimination points. But at least for now, it's looking relatively clean in terms of the early infighting. Nothing too obscene. Potential maybe for the Mad Bulls with the way that they're rotating around could run into phase. But if that kicks off, we'll update you with it. Zone-wise, fair amount of water as well, so landmass going to be worth its weight in gold. Definitely want to try and get your rotates in a little bit earlier and see how well you can set up for things. Enigma Galaxy as well. I mean, at least fair play, you know, you get that first chicken dinner in, you start it off a bit better, you go from dead last in the lobby to moving up towards 12th, and that's already a pretty good shift. But it's just the fact that you really have to break down the wall of this mid portion all the way up from 12th to 5th place. It's going to be so much more of a harder graft, right? You're basically looking at like 25 points minimum to even clear a majority of these teams. Even then, that's not going to put you in the top 5. And you're thinking constantly, as quick as we can gain points, everyone else can be at the same rate as well. So some targeted fights potentially going to need to be forced out from them. We'll see how they opt to approach it and how well they can play on these 3 Erangels as well. Ooh, hello.
Rock's a bit slippy, apparently. That moss coming back to bite these teams from BTR on that last game. For CG Evo, sorry. But interesting, though. I mean, you bring a good point in terms of like the profit game as well, in terms of where Enigma Galaxy have to go, whilst also you're imagining some of these teams at the top side will continue to gain those points. It is a pipe dream, and it feels weird having to talk about it with the team being in 12th place. But yeah, for any of these teams down towards the bottom, clearing those points towards that top side is a possibility, right? With enough chicken dinners. It's just difficult doing it in this kind of lobby where getting those consistent chicken dinners on board with high elimination games is really tough, where there are so many great squads in this lobby. The reason that we didn't see such a massive shake-up in the standings after that last game in terms of the top side of the lobby is because a lot of teams towards the bottom of the leaderboards won out in that last match and won out big, and it was some more of our middling teams were able to get some points on board. So for Team Queso, for Prestige Evos, for FaZe, they did not move too much in that last match. Udo Alliance and IHC take up that mantle where DX and BTR were holding in before. So things haven't changed too much in terms of the goal to get towards that 5th place going forward, which is the big curious thing. Question is whether that's going to continue today, right? Is Team Queso just going to continue to let this slip? Is Udo Alliance and IHC, some of our more consistent teams, going to allow themselves to just keep losing out on points? And I just don't think that's the case. IHC already cracked the code in terms of mechanical skill yesterday, which is the tough part of the game. Now they just need to get the placements on board, which seems like after that last Sandhawk, doesn't seem to be too much of a big deal. Looking at the map though, Mad Bull sending center very, very early. Inco extremely close to Ducksand in Ferry Pier. Potentially a fight between them popping off fairly shortly. And Team Queso, our 3rd place team that was on fire yesterday, down towards Primorsk.
You know, I'm hoping as well, maybe there is a little bit more room today for the stock to rise for Reject Tokyo. Although I feel like maybe the difference to that is that they needed to, you know, really squeeze as much as they could out of that opening Sandhawk. And it looked good for them with the ridge side control that they had when they were taking pot shots down onto Enigma. That had me thinking, yeah, maybe today's the day. Maybe this is where they do start to spread their legs a little bit and actually have a good start. Because it always feels like they are only, you know, a couple of light adjustments away from actually getting big games out of it. We've seen how well they can play when everything is turning in unison, when they're looking like the well-oiled machine. So hopefully there's a little bit more room. Not going to be an easy journey for them, but it would be a sick storyline if they were able to command back some of that respect and get that momentum in their camp. For now, though, we'll look at the facts. All of our teams on the move, cruising in towards the new zone and trying to get themselves ahead of the pack a little bit earlier. The only 2 squads that are really deviating from this are going to be IHC, who is still down, looting around and taking their time before they start to course correct, and Udo Alliance that are also taking a bit of a slower approach to this. They can afford to as well. Both of these sides obviously in a good spot. You're in the safety net at the minute of the top 5, both tied with 53 points as well, Blank. So it'll be interesting, the fact that they're mirroring each other's late rotates. We'll see how they play if they come head to head on the edge.
Yeah, for Udo Alliance, it sort of makes sense considering like they're a very good edge team. So if they come in late, they're a comfortable team to play that late game, right? When you're on the outside, you're taking some fights going in, you're slowly working up your control. For IHC, on the other hand, Nova Apnoia is just so full of loot. A lot of times that you just want to get the massive amount of utility that's provided in that area. Level 3 vests available, huge amount of ammo count to fight your way through those later parts of the game. And we've been able to make a nice rotation on this eastern side, swing up towards the north and maybe push in through like Pachinki. That's not a bad idea for IHC at all. We'll see what they get up to off the back of that one, because it doesn't look like they're going to go for an eastern bridge push here with the way they're posturing on this side. Maybe just trying to stay out the blue for as long as possible before they inevitably have to head into it and wait for this next circle to pop first. So interesting stuff from IHC. For Udo Alliance, definitely one of these plays that was expected for them. With this circle though, I'd fully expect IHC to deviate over towards that eastern side now, as opposed to pushing through the bridge on the western edge, because that is a dangerous push to make. But for FaZe, who's already claimed control over the majority of Quarry, this is great news for them. I say that, but I said that last game, Jackie, and they threw it away.
Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard. It felt like, especially in the last game, you know, FaZe kind of did sort of tunnel vision where from the front, they had a great lineup. You know, they were sort of just shooting fish in a barrel. But from the back, they were so exposed. They were right in the open. Everyone saw them and wanted a piece of the pie. And they were just taking pot shots at FaZe for free. And there was no easy way for them to defend. So you'd hope here it can be a little bit cleaner. We've seen just how well FaZe play when they're activated, when they're coming out swinging, especially towards the end of the day. It feels like they just get such an upwards draft. They have the Miramar buff that is always lying in the back pocket as well. So just having some consistently clean games here on the majority of the battlegrounds we're going to be seeing with the back-to-back Erangels is probably the dream scenario for them. Keep it clean, keep your heads above water. You've always got your safety net, comfort towards the end of the day with those Miramars. Ooh, a bit of Gladiators on a move here as well, as they barely bypass their way through Duxan and co, just scouting out and starting to see what they can find. Obviously, very unlucky Gladiators going into Sandhawk. Just basically got picked off one by one and had no way of playing around each other. There was no room for trades whatsoever, and it felt incredibly fragmented. As we were saying, even in that game, though, you know, it feels like Gladiators basically chalked up to be left in the lower side of standings with how these games have been going. So for them, their grand journey not really being the big focal point, but just what they can do to either potentially ruin other teams' runs or be the knock-on effect for some squads to move through is the more interesting storyline there. Here they engage on the Rook, take a couple of shots, but nothing gained, nothing lost just yet.
Sara, though, will pick up Defo as he tries to make his way away from this engagement. You can see Reject a little bit further up the line here. They're towards the northern warehouses. Duello will finish off their fault there with the help of Sara. So Reject accrue themselves another elimination point. Rami goes down as well to Tulika as they send away as fast as possible. So for Rook, this is going very badly for them at the start of the day. Everyone's getting pitched in. Olio looks over towards BTR as they're attempting to get in on that eastern side. IHC very close by too, so could hear this engagement, potentially try and get in, but BTR's rotates just not looking as strong today. Luckily, able to take down the frontline member of Olio. Now Udo Alliance in a little bit of a tougher spot for BTR, though. The vehicle's not really quite here at the moment. So we'll have to get back on this bike, move further in as the circle keeps shifting over towards this western edge. Mad Bulls have a little bit of a compound to play around with on this eastern side towards the fielded area. Looks pretty decent for them. See what they can get done with it. But it's Enigma Galaxy, once again, surprising. Decent rotate made on this southern edge. Can play from this.
And the basics have looked better from them, which does really bode well. You know, if you can at least play the basics cleanly, you set yourself up to have a little bit more stock when it comes to the harder plays. So Gladiators here eating some damage from the backline. That'll be IHC. And IHC probably actually baited in by this one, thinking, you know what, if Gladiators are there, we're hitting some shots onto them. Maybe this is a side that we can squeeze the 3 points out of, and they might want to engage. They've jumped in the vehicle at least for the rotate if they want to swoop in on it. Bit of damage back onto Godless, as there's a few snipe shots going out from Matic with the Mini 14. Pushes right here as well, just off in the distance, keeping his belly down on the ground. And he's just going to be opening his ears up to listen about where all these audio cues are coming from, how they're playing it, and assessing if potentially he's going to be pushed or if he needs to go in for a fight to maybe get some points from it if there's an opportunity to do so. So slow and steady wins the race on this one. Gladiators finding their opportunity to exit stage left, do jump into vehicles and go for the quick rotate as the bullets was on by.
Yeah, it's pretty grim rotate for basically three teams here, but IHC, Reject, as well as Gladiators. Getting through Ferry Pier is always a tough time. There's a lot of weird sight lines that can open up as you cross through this area, so you'll be really careful with how you maneuver your way in. Prestige Evos do find YDO on the rotate. Will look to flush him off here. The team's not ready to just give him up yet, though, as we do see Neos drop out the back of the vehicle. Zipian, this is what we're talking about. Kitsune goes down to that angle and will get flushed out too off the back of it. It's a tough rotate to make, and Duxan's doing a great job at holding on. They're on the northern edge of Ferry Pier, currently holding towards that tree line where you got sight lines looking down in towards Ferry Pier itself, with Zipian holding that front line over towards the western edge of Ferry Pier. Shaking up towards the center, though. BTR made a really quick rotate over towards the northern edge of the ridge, looking down over towards west side of Quarry. They do take a knock here, though, to break things up, with IHC making the same rotate, just following them in. This team is so confident in their gun skill and their gunfights. They're happy just to follow a rotate in and try and beat the team that made it to a spot before them.
You might get beat up, though, if you don't land just directly, as this isn't going to be an easy fight for any of these squads. Everyone on top of each other right now. Nades going over everyone's heads. Quick smoke plays coming up from BTR here, as Lepar wants to at least block off some of the lines of sight, realizing how exposed they are in the dead center. Looks like IHC also landing a nice nade on that one. So Godless and Co, after having to roam on into this, looking to see if they can clean up nicely. They've got a lot of nades to work with. You have the two players in the vehicle as well, with Alex and Godless now diving out. The nade's going to land close at their feet. That one's actually chunky, blows them away. And BTR turning this one on its head. Wow. It looked like IHC has outplayed them, Blank, but they get finished off and completely shut down.
Pretty cruel timing on the nade as well, because I think they all pulled the pin on that one. They cooked it perfectly to send directly over the top side to the back line of IHC, but then in that moment they all just send into one singular spot, and those nades can just all be thrown at once. So when you're in a close area like that, where the nades are all prepped and ready to go, instant death coming through for IHC. So 0 points, zero eliminations as well on this game for IHC. 53 points, which allows BTR to maybe reclaim their spot towards that top 5 and 6th place. 4 eliminations found from IHC themselves, but not what you wanted to see. Reject, though, dear me, Inco just gets the spray down. The rest of Reject coming in quick, but again, this sight line is open. If they get the smokes down quickly, potentially they get their teammates back up on their feet.
The percentage is there, but can they play it right? Can they reset the fight, get their teammates back up? Nades going on over BTR. Ooh, they've got the info from it as well. Superboy went for the close drive-by so he can get the read and knows what they're up to, knows what Reject are doing here. Look at the nade onto Sarah as well, banking off the tree. Splash damage not going to clean up. Matic, meanwhile, takes a bullet, and Inco engage onto DX. This fight drawn out for so long. BTR just ping-ponging back and forth from the left and right, taking peeks onto Gladiators. Ooh, you got the move up from Meku. He's trying to get close towards the tree line, using the smoke to give him cover. Not quick enough, though, as Gen 4s will hit that one, Blank. And they're really manhandling them. BTR doing a great job of outplaying two teams at once here.
Yeah, just 60 left alive here. Will go down. BTR up to a strong count of eliminations now, with, I think that makes 7 potentially, just the 6, as one of those eliminations was stolen away. That was fortunate timing on the rotate from Gladiators to BTR, which gives time for Reject to get back up on their feet, but they're taking more and more nades here as even Duxan starts to get involved. This has been a horrid rotate for Reject, where it's been team after team coming their way, and BTR comes in to maybe clean up the finishing remaining members. Duello realizes he's just got to send away, potentially get some placement points off the back of this match. Cinco on the sidelines, even taking shots towards Duxan. This has been a brutal position on the map here, Jackie, for so many squads.
Yeah, this is basically getting renamed as a graveyard right now, Blank, with how many squads have just been absolutely battered here. It's been wild. This fight's been so sustained for such a long time as well. Everyone just looking to barely limp out of it by the end of this when the dust has settled. The zone's going to get even smaller as well, so everyone will be ushered closer. Ooh, BTR still going to be in the safety net, as they are at least playing within their boundaries. Know that now squads that are further down have to come towards them, so you can gatekeep. You could basically be the bouncer that denies entry to a lot of these other big name squads as well, FaZe being one of them. So tons of talent down that side, with BTR just sizing them up, waiting to see if they can strike onto them. Reject again having a nice bit of ground to play with, in terms of the high ground at least. They might have an angle down here if they want to read onto this one. They know BTR were right near them as well, so probably not wanting to let their guard slip too much. Nigma Can they hold on? I mean, you're being pushed in. Mad Balls, at least in the close compound, running around looking for these fights. Nades are going over. BTR seem to have been hit from FaZe as well. So one man's down. Misjump from Frozen. Doesn't get himself up on the roof. So they're still playing down in the muck right now. Oh, heavy hit onto Coops, though. Good comeback there on the shot.
This is pretty bad news there for BTR on the side, getting shot out by FaZe. But again, Reject still taking more fire. They've gone through so much meds at this point in time, dipping into their fallen teammates' supply at this point, I imagine. Mad Balls get up close. Freak goes down, though. Lord very low. Mad Balls want to get a little bit more done here. They had a strong position on that south side. Look to take down Enigma Galaxy now. Tulika's in. Nice spray. And there is a quick response from the rest of the squad as well, not allowing Tulika to fall here. Nade's going upstairs. It's all popping off. Coops on low HP. Can't finish off that final member. There's a 360 as he comes in. Doesn't quite find it. Luckily, Fleeka's there at the end. And that looked messy from the Mad Balls. Down to just one last solo player. That should have been a lot easier than it was. Everyone's lining up to get rezzed up as they know the sightlines coming through the window are horrendous. In the meantime, Procedure Evos hot on pursuit of Brute Force.
Not a moment. Not a moment to stop and breathe for these teams. Mad Balls, man, counting their blessings on that one. Resetting themselves and at least thinking forward now. Ooh, Brute Force, there's no going to be thinking today as you're done. Blue Zone takes you out of commission. Last man standing there on his Todd, finished off. FaZe, they got the shots off onto BTR. They were looking like they were starting to spread their legs a little bit, start to move on up the hill as they want to get into a better position. They've taken a couple of shots from the hillside. That's Evos that are keeping the pressure on them. So no easy ones for FaZe. You really do have to scrap at every bit of ground you take, as there's just so many squads here. Mad Balls as well now, after resetting, looking to reply potentially onto Papi and Co. as they're backstabbing. Papi Potro's right in close range with the DBS, swings wide onto the first. He's got backup as well from the rest of the squad, and it seems like Big Milo's going in to close the gap, jumped into the buggy. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to bounce their way through two members, make that free as the squad is being demolished and they all go down. Big Milo's the last to fall as he's taken out by Ducksan. Tulika though gets lit up by the zone. Oh, they're getting close, Blank. They're right in their face, but this one is not easy. You're so exposed from so many angles.
Mate, the fact that Fleeke just flew through the vehicle, took down two, I believe, and got an eliminate on the roadkill as well. It's kind of incredible off the back of that. FaZe now still trying to deal with Procedure Evos to keep sending nades in towards their location. It's an easily nadeable spot here on the side of the map. Redface still has two in the back pocket. Fleeke sent in a couple of his own, but FaZe holding on. Trying to weather this one out as much as possible here, but the nades blown up in their face, leaving them blinded.
Blinded from the fights that are going on all around them. Ooh, nades through the smoke. Bit of a reset then. Quick adjustment from Mela. Mela that really has been such a star player. Game in, game out. He has been the hype man for FaZe, commanding front and center on stage. Ventorez unfortunately being knocked down. He'll be taken out as Misery connects onto him. Flick shot back and forth. Red face gonna go down quick. Mela lucky to be alive. Low HP, has the nade to play with, but his feet are exposed and Misery will connect onto that. Takes down the size 12 shoes and looks to focus on Warman as well. Back up from the other side as Lynx is there to assist, and they're punishing them. FaZe are just being absolutely obliterated, Blank. Is there some sort of comeback to be had here?
Onzen's able to make it happen in the dire moments of that fight as well versus BTR. Little clutch up coming through from him. FaZe happy with the back of this game. 6 eliminations will do the trick. Mad Bull similarly trying to make it in on this south side, but they take another knock in the process. You can see Zerich trying to get into some semblance of a position, but rotating in from this south side of the map, you're just rotating directly into open area. And the best thing Mad Bulls could do here is just to try and get some more elimination points on the board. Speaking of eliminations though, Ducksan with a hefty 8 so far, really just going for some serious third parties all around the map at the moment. Onzen's barely any HP left remaining. feeling a lot like the rest of the team on FaZe at the moment. Half dead right now. Frozen gets taken down by Junie, taking him up to a fat 9 eliminations here. And it's once again Junie who is pulling out the big numbers for this squad.
It's the way it goes. Whenever they need someone to show up most, Junie seems to be there. Don't know how he does it. He's got his wits about him. That spidey sense starts tingling and he finds opportunities to hit crack shots to snatch away elim points. For FaZe, their days are numbered now. You're still at that top spot and you're still at least gathering enough eliminations to keep your head afloat. Not going to go under the water yet, but you've got to have cleaner games if you want to be untouchable, if you want it to be entirely guaranteed. For now, they'll at least just lurk it out, wait for the other squads to duke, battle, and see who's left when it comes up to a position where you can grab additional placement points. So we'll see if FaZe resuscitate the potential placements later on this one. Doesn't seem like it anymore. Quick pop-up, and I think that's Junie once again. He's instantly just found the long-distance shot and wiped FaZe off the face of the battleground. So they're gone for good, and we start to whittle down our squads a bit more here on Erangel.
Dear me, this is a prime opportunity now for the guys on Ducksan. Circle moves down towards his south side. The Ducks are all in a row towards the top side of the hill. Influence Rage, Judo Alliance, DX, Inco all have to move in. Inco looking for a good game here. They've kind of sat again in a compound as per usual. It's the Inco way. But realistically, what I'm looking at is Judo Alliance. Yeah, they've got 0 eliminations on the board, but again, it's another high placing from them. And that's from all the way in Mill to Power they move from. Influence Rage takes down Satar as he attempts to get out, but more nades that we know are so critical from the side of DX are pouring on over towards Judo Alliance, and they just cannot handle this one. Not grenade-proof clothing on today.
Shrapnel. Not going to be stopped. Ooh, Influence Rage might be stopped, though, on the close quarters connection as Lepar leaps out, cleaves round the corner, and does enough damage onto the man in front of him. They're going to be shut down bit by bit as Lil Boy is snatched away by Inco for the extra points. Lepar goes running. Oh, man. How has Ducksam been able to find so many distance frags from this hill? They're looking unbelievable with the spray control blank, and that's another one. They do not stop. Binny is putting everyone in a bin.
13 eliminations as well. They're squeezing out some serious value from this game, Jackie. Sort of crazy the way they're playing this one now. Look, if we look at the way this lines up, there's 4 players on Inco, 3 over towards DX. If they're able to get all of them at the end of this game, look at a 20 elimination match coming through from DX going forward. So that would drop them 30 points upwards in the tables. It would be the most unbelievable climb. Junie once again unleashing hell down towards DX.
All these shots just whizzing downhill and tagging them up. It's crazy how good Ducksan have been at just dealing damage from a distance in this game, and they're not stopping. Junie with some juicy frags today, Blank. That's another one, as he'll be able to knock another man. Squash, still standing, looking for those tracing knocks, seeing if he can keep his set focus, but it's Junie that does most of the work, and DX are gone. So Ducksan versus Inco then into the final fight. Their gun skill's unbelievable right now, Blank. Surely this has got to be one for the South Korea Massive.
This is an incredible circle for the squad over on Ducksan. Finally, they have to move, though, but it's Inco having to leave outside this compound. Then a Betche up close, though, with that Val. Can Inco win out this game? Keep themselves in contention for that top 5. Already done quite a good amount of work here with the placement points on board. But for Ducksan, getting a win here with the 4 eliminations, 19 elim game, the biggest we've ever seen here in the last chance so far, would be absolutely... It would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous.
The shenanigans of it, they'd be up there. Oh, the nade is crisp as well. It's not just the raw gun skill that's been big for Ducksan today. Seems like even the nades are on the money. Flag. And that one's huge. Blows him away onto his last legs now. Low HP on the rest of the players as they're being peppered. Rafa wasn't even visible. Man was in the smoke, and he got smoked more literally, Blank, because he's gone for good now. All of them are being taken down one by one. It's just Squash that's left. He eats the molly as well, Blank. This has got to be it.
Zipian on the top side, looking down to the final player of Inco in Squash. This has been the craziest game from Last Chance so far. Zipian lobs a nade, but another will do it from QX. A massive elimination count keeps the boys' dreams alive from South Korea. That's going to send them soaring up the leaderboard.
Huge game there. Good resilience displayed from them. We said that one of the elements of Doksan is that they seem to have good mental fortitude and a complete reset today. And they're ecstatic, Blank. It's wonderful to see them celebrating.
I mean, you just look at where they were before this game, right? The start of the day, 16th. Start of this last game, 16th place, 15 points. That's going to send them to a very juicy 39 off the back of this one. What a game from them. That puts them right alongside with some of the players looking to overtake on that 5th place position. Junie looks back to rest, to sleep, to hold on for a bit longer, but mate, you can't sleep yet. There's still a lot more games to go, and the journey is not done for South Korea.
No, not at all. It's only just getting started. It's only just getting started. It definitely seems that there is a possibility we could be seeing a lot more from Doksan here today. And what a wonderful story it'd be, man. It's so sick how many teams have just been going through these facelifts and really commanding respect when it feels like their days are numbered, when it feels like the chance of them getting enough points isn't going to happen. It's been really cool to see these storylines developing, Blank. And what a time to do it as well, right? It's last chance, it's last day, and we're getting closer and closer to there being a handful of games left. If you're going to start having blowout blinders like this, I'm living for it, Blank.
It is unbelievable, and it's only going to get less believable in the future. But there are only 3 lads that you can believe in. It's Jason Kaplan and the desk.
What is it about being last place today and getting a massive game? Max, you brought that up. Doksan getting a huge game that honestly puts him within reach of potentially making top 5 today. We almost counted, Doksan out. We pretty much counted my Galaxy out at the start of the day. But there is a world, there's a possibility if they continue like this that we could see the top 5 shake up even more than it already has today.
Yeah, we're getting at a point though, Jason, where this window of opportunity is slowly reducing. I think that last place teams are not going to be able to do insane comebacks anymore. Maybe Mad will get to win after this, I don't know. But what an insane game from Doksan, able to just clear the entire Southern Edge against Procedure Evos, against FaZe, against Mad Balls, against Reject also a bit early in this match. They were just the kings of the South and able to then play that high ground position. The moment you eliminate Xavier, you can even play the lower side of that hill and just completely obliterate the entirety of Inco. What a match. 29 points right here. Is that a record for...
Yeah, is that our biggest game?
I think it is. Yeah.
I think so. Woo. That's cool, Max. But South Korea's back. It's time for Doksan. Bow down to your South Korean overlords. Here we go. The recovery is on. I mean, look at them at the end of that game. They were celebrating as if they'd won the tournament. And it's not all done just yet here, but that might give them the kick up the rear that they need, because before this, they really needed it. That was massive.
From copium to hopium right now for
Woohoo!
It went. It's happening.
Yes.
I mean, it is possible, but the problem is we've not seen Doksan have any sort of replicative results in this match before, in any of the prior matches so far within our survival stage. I mean, Junie putting up 1,000 damage. Klaris, please do the honors.
Ooh.
There we go.
There we go.
It's actually a lot more than I expected for 1,008 for just barely breaching the point. But Doksan, you can see here, 10th place. They were at bottom of the table. They are at 44, and all it takes is 11 points to tie up Xavier and Fit. Like that is nutty. That is honestly ridiculous.
And it's important because we saw at one point, right, Jason, where top 5 teams had 0 chicken dinners. So getting those wins, if you're able to just get close to the top 5, that tiebreaker could also have an impact. So those wins are really, really important for those tiebreaker scenarios. But look at this massive highlight. You just have so many teams highlighted for a possible change here in the top 5. But
it should be more.
Technically it should be a lot more, like Rook, Doksan, Inco, Reject, Mad Balls can still catch up, of course, but it's all... come on, it could. You still have 4 matches, Jason, okay? Anything can still happen here, but it's... I don't know what to expect again, because you have teams that we are expecting to be a bit more silent, like your Ducks, and just have a massive 19 elimination chicken dinner. At this point, you just don't know how things are going to wrap up for today. It's unpredictable.
And this is what I love about our map rotation as well, because yes, that was only our first Erangel of 3 today, and the next 2 are coming up back to back. So Duckson, if they can replicate that performance in the next 2 matches, they potentially, well, they should be able to, if they can replicate that, easily be in top 5. But obviously the pressure is going to be starting to mount here. I don't know what to say, gentlemen. I'm pretty happy with how today's gone. Enigma Galaxy starting off strong, Duckson starting off strong as well. Who's it going to be this time?
Not gladiators. I'll leave it at that.
Good point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all we need to be left at. With that, nice burn that you pulled off against Gliders, maybe people can cool it down by playing in the Frost Festival, which is now out in PUBG Mobile. You guys can download the update and start to participate with snowboards, with snowmen, with snowball mounds, everything related to snow. What else would be in there?
You can also grind some rails in the snow village. That's really cool. I do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't do it in real life, so I might as well do it in the game. One thing as well you can't really do well, I hope you wouldn't do in real life, is win 1v1 duels on our 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. I don't know where I'm going with this. For November 15th to December 19th, you guys can participate, win some exclusive rewards. You can show off to your friends, and obviously dunk on your enemies. Not to mention, you can also do that with the Pagani collaboration. Squash, maybe if it was the Pagani Amola or the Zondar, it would have been enough to run him over completely for all of his help thinking back to Sandhawk, but not this time. And then also, you can see Duckside maybe use the Victor Dance. You guys can pick up for yourselves to help support PMGC and, of course, root on your favorite teams here within this event. But then again, we only have 1 day left, so make sure you guys pick it up now, even though there's still some more days for you guys to secure that one. But we're going to head to a short break. We're going to get things ready to go for our second Erangel of the day, our 3rd match. Ducksan, give them some time to cool off here as they're looking to do a repeat performance here in our 3rd match of the day. Loving seeing the smiles here out of Ducksan. Obviously, I mean, even Kalaris was smiling and rooting and getting all of his South Korean memorabilia out to start rooting for our new overlords, potentially in the lobby, but they still have a while to go here to claim that title, Kalaris. But we saw D+ go out, maybe trying to redeem them here. Is there a brethren team of Ducksan? My question is, who is it going to be next? You said not Gladiators. Inko, I think for them, having a big match here would be the perfect jumping off point to get challenged to the top ranks. But at the same time, I'm like, Ducksan, Inko, every team we want in top 5 means there's another team who can't make top 5. Like, for instance, right now, Influence Rage.
I think we're going to have some big upsets here. But Influence Rage, it is so weird we haven't seen a replica of what we had in the Zygel stage, if that makes any sense. Because right now they...
I made it difficult earlier with what I said. Trust me, yeah, I messed that up bad.
I don't know. But they were just so good on the elimination front, right? And I think that it's not off the back of them performing worse, which in a way they are, but it's just teams have improved significantly at the bottom that now points are so much tougher to get here, Jason. So Influence, they need to go even harder in this next game.
We're going to find out. We're going to throw it back to our casters to hop into our 3rd game of the day. Jackie and Blank, take it away.
If they're going to do it, we need to see them like fully wizarding up right now, Blank. I want Influence Rage going full Hulk. You know, they've got to let out the rage, not keep it in. I want it everywhere. Rage all over the shop.
Yeah, I need a full pyro blast coming out from the guys in Influence Rage here. I need them to absolutely destroy the competition if they want to make their way up to there. And honestly, to have 3 Brazilian teams get in towards that PMGC Grand Finals would be crazy for the region overall. I'd love to see it, but right now it's all about these bottom teams. For some reason, it's always day 2. They start showing up. They're like, we're running out of time. Suddenly the pressure's on. And some of the other squads like Udo Alliance, they keep it chill. They're yawning. They're relaxed. They're just vibing it out at the moment. I think we are going to have a little bit of a rehost coming through. So we'll get the game ready for you as soon as possible. But Duxan, man, that was wild.
No, it really was. It really was, man. It is sick to see. Anhasayo to the Korean viewership out there, because this team is doing you proud today. And it's sick, man. It's kind of what we were hoping for, you know. Remember, Blank, there was the storyline that we were really excited about. That was the fact that it looked like we were going to have two South Korean teams make it through even into this stage, right? With D+ also playing a blinder. And basically being guaranteed we would have seen them until FaZe did FaZe shenanigans and ruined their dreams, went off on a huge stomp to guarantee their ticket to be here. So some real big storylines there. And it's more just the gun skill, the way that they're doing it, looking very impressive on that game. Is it sustainable though? I would like to see it, Blank. I would love to see them really going on an absolute tear now and linking some games back to back and showing that it's not a fluke, you know, because during regulation as well, they were a good side. They were a team that was pretty impressive. So the fact that they looked a little bit shaky mechanically and now they're making a run for their money, I'm glad. I just hope it's one of those stories that keeps on going. You know, it isn't like we read one chapter and then the rest of the book has been ripped out.
Or just really bad in general, and you're like, where's chapter 1 gone? The chapter 2 sucks. But the thing is, for Duxan, right, they started off in their group stage really strong, right? They were up towards the top side of the lobby. Then they fell off, and they had kind of a little bit of a sprint, and then it was over. So we do have sort of a coin flip situation where this isn't a lot of games left, right? You've got technically 4 in the bag, 3 considering the next ones after this. But for Duxan, is this going to be a case where they sprint out for 4 matches, or do they just go back to being rinsed by the rest of the lobby? Because quite frankly, they have been, honestly. So for even in survival stage, they didn't look amazing. They got through, yes. In last chance, they looked really, really bad yesterday. And I think that's fair to say, right? But that last game does show that they are a really strong team, because it takes a very strong team to finish out a game with 19 eliminations and the chicken dinner off the back of it. Yes, they got a little bit lucky with that circle shift. Unfortunate where the circle was, where they have full high ground and it's practically only open ground underneath them. But you still close out the game with a strong amount of eliminations with some great third parties going on earlier. I don't know if it can be kept up. We'll have to wait for this next game to see it actually happen. FaZe, on the other hand, up to 69 points. Nice. But again, some of these games have been a little bit weird. It's better than we've seen from in the past, though, getting some points. But yeah, I'm curious to see what goes down, because again, it's just a lot of these bottom squads that are starting to push their numbers, where 5th place becomes terrifying at the moment, because 55 points down to 12th place at 40 points. That's one good game, not even a chicken dinner. One good game with some strong eliminations, you're in.
I guess, you know, that's the bit that makes it kind of harder to call as well, is because with this format, where it is only top 5, normally one of the kind of things we look at is point vacuum teams that are having huge gains and sucking up all the points, you know, guaranteeing themselves that they're towards the top set. Whereas with it being such a small number of you, if the top end teams are guaranteeing, you know, spots 1 through 2, spots 1 through 3 are basically out of reach, it's the fact that we do have a whole lobby constantly cycling just over the, you know, the potential idea of 2 spots, Blank. 2 spots that are a thimble of points apart from each another. It's really, really crazy the way these games have been going and the fact they've been delivering in this manner. I think storyline wise, we've done really well. Like the script writers behind the scene, 10 out of 10. It's been a banger for the way some of these games have been going. I guess at this point, it's in their hands. We'll see. Duxan, though, look at the energy. Already, this makes me think that there is more to be said. You saw the celebration, the relief, the way that they kind of did come back to reality after winning that previous game. Now they're screaming, now they're yelling, they're looking like they're hyped up, Blank. That's what I want. That's how you know this South Korean side is going to absolutely give it. And we are back on Erangel. Another game, another chance for points. but less and less opportunity for the squads that are down the bottom. They've all been showing up. They've all been putting up some big numbers, Blank, but they have to go above and beyond now as we get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The mental game is absolutely huge over towards these matches. And for Ducksan, getting a big win like that can be the type of adrenaline that you need injected into the system to get more on board. We'll wait and see, though, as we head over towards our second angle of the day here. I'm excited to see what pans out. Mad Bull's already out. Team Queso down towards Quarry and IHC, flitting up towards Hospital. Obviously, that last game didn't go too hot for IHC, going out really, really early on a rotate where they just could not handle the guns coming through from BTR, where they were just swinging left, right, and center, taking teams out wherever they could. They got some decent eliminations off the back of that game. Didn't get too much further into it, but regardless, for BTR, not a bad match in terms of displaying of potential in this one. But a very fair playing path to start things off here. I think most teams pretty pleased with this one. We'll see if we get any hot drops, but I think most teams have put the idea of hot drops behind them. Not willing to go for those risks early on, potentially lose your chance at a big point scoring game. Well, you desperately need it on this last day.
Oh, you do indeed. You need some big games. You need them to happen back to back. That's what it's all about here, as little mistakes will add up. They will cost you gravely the longer things go on. Nice touchdown in the blue here. Dip the toes, splash some water on your face, and get yourself nice and woken up for Inco as they grab themselves a boat for the rotate and focus on the future. Rook scouting this one out as well, as Eugene's there. He was a little bit closer. Maybe there would have been an opportunity to potentially try and take some shots into him. With the range here, I don't know if he's going to get a lucky day on this one.
Yeah, maybe not, but blowing up the boat, somewhat of a bigger potential on this one. With the amount of bullets in the magazine, might have been something available for this. Pulls out the M16 to try and get it done afterwards. Neos, Brute Force seems to be suffering time and time again to influence Rage. A bit of a rivalry between these two squads as Brute Force constantly harries them. This time around didn't go so hot. Rook, though, traveling in the water alongside the guys from Inco, looking to take them down. They've all jumped out the boat here, deciding it's not worth it. Technically, Rook could get in the boat of their own, hunt them down. Doubt that's going to happen, though. For Rook, rather just send it away. This is a team that's doing extremely well at holding those central positions, but recently just not been able to find those spots, getting taken out here and there, losing members, hemorrhaging. It's been feeling fairly bad for this team, and I think we had high hopes for them yesterday.
Yeah, we did. I think that it's one of those where, from what we'd seen in the past, you know, we knew they did have a lot of stock to them and that they could really put up some big benchmarks when they were playing as a well-oiled machine, when everyone was able to perform to the best of their ability, really. But there's been gaps, there's been some small mistakes, and those add up. Those will cost you. So it's a shame. It's a shame. But you never know, man. There's always opportunity. There's always still room to breathe. It's just the fact that if you are going to have a complete facelift, had to happen about a game ago, really, for some of these squads. So always down to the wire. Julo here might be given a bit of a gift, though, as there is some aquatic Inco gamers on the way. He's on the dry dock looking out, trying to see if he can spot anyone here as he does a bit of looting. This is sort of like being down at the Loch Ness towards, you know, a late evening blank, and all of a sudden you see a bit of a monster pop out of the water. That was the Loch Ness monster for a second there. There it is.
I mean, honestly, for Inco, this is a bit of a bad time. You can see Vitali here. He's got nothing. No vest, no helmet, no weaponry. Just waiting for Reject to leave to hope that they can get a little bit of loot on. Duello maybe spots out some players here, potentially. Oh, he's missed it. He had a gander, but immediately they went underwater, submerged, like submarines. Duello has no clue.
See, this is how it goes, Blank. You know, that's literally the case. You're always a stone's throw away from potentially seeing something mythical. but he's missed it. The Loch Ness Monster submerges its head. He drives away. That was the chance, Blank. He could have proven it to be a real animal there. Found the dinosaur still alive in modern days. Instead, he's given them timing to get up on dry land, and they can do a bit of looting now. Whereas previously, like you said, they had nothing to their name. So that would have been the entire Inco squad, basically thrown into a blender in a matter of minutes there from Reject. But no, they will pass each other like ships in the night. They're allowed to move on to land, and their troubles for now at least past them.
Sort of funny the fact that Duello came through, picked that entire dot clean as well. So really not much available for that squad in Inco. I think the difficulty comes in for Reject later on, the fact that they have no clue that Inco is behind them. That's the type of thing that will really grind your gears later on, where suddenly you're getting backstabbed by a team and you have no clue how they're here this early. BTR also moving through. Inco, everyone stops, freezes, doesn't move a muscle. This is all about just pretending to be mannequins here, still as a statue, to evade detection.
Does a good job. Isn't going to be given a 50p coin for his troubles as a silver statue, but he will stay alive, and sometimes that's worth more. As BTR will bypass him and start to drive on into the zone, making their move. They're relatively hot on the tail of Reject as well, that have just pulled up just beneath Pachinki as they get into the area. Influence Rage are also coming on down as well, so they might run into each other. We'll see how that goes on the pathing, if they come across one another on their move. Duxan, meanwhile, how have things been going for them? Looks like you've basically been running a bit of a 2-2 setup in the way that they've been playing it. So 2 down towards more say Ferry Pierce side, the others on a hill. Here they are now as Zipan is going to be pushed. They look to just swoop in. I mean, you've outnumbered him. Man does at least dodge the first bit, Blank, but hits the vehicle. He's gone, squished under the tires. And this isn't looking great at all. I mean, for Duxan, really, now you're kind of fragmented into 3 players. One of them's miles away as well. And you're already just eating bullets. So this actually could be really rough for them here if they wanted a good start into this game.
Yeah, and you're just allowing Reject into a strong position here on Cat Hill now, where they can just hold this one out. And for Reject, that's a very free positioning given up to them early on in the game, which is massively good for them. On the other hand of things, Western side circle, once again, will favour over towards FaZe. We know they like to play his position in that central side. Probably another game where they'll grab some placement points, maybe a few more eliminations. They haven't been getting too far towards the end of these games, but with their points balance being the way it is, their bank account is looking stacked and fresh here, up towards 69 points at the top side of the lobby. In comes a couple of players over towards FaZe to try and challenge them in Gaka itself, and it will be Influence Rage sent away almost immediately. Kayofsky here takes a fair bit of damage. Mela similarly in a bad situation. He's out of the way and he needs to get back towards the rest of the team ASAP.
Mela tries to get the meds off, and he's giving himself some more health to play with. Some smokes go down to shroud him as well, as he's back on the move and can regroup, have a little bit of cover to play with inside of the buildings, and that's what they need, as these compounds could be fought for relatively quickly. Just looking at the way the teams are starting to barrel down now closer. Maples are going to cruise on by. It looked like maybe they were sizing them up and wanting to slide on in for this one, but instead they focus on their own game and will go driving along. Mela completely healthy now, so at least crisis has been averted for FaZe. FaZe that are going to want to have a good game here. Only 9 points away from being lapped by Evos. So picking up a big one. It's going to be the mindset they're looking at. Gladiators, always the punching bag in the early game, it feels like, in a lot of these lobbies. And Godless has been someone that's taken such an aggressive level of gameplay, Blank. He's been roaming constantly. It feels like him and Alex have basically had the free reign on this team to just say, we want to fight here, we want to push this, and just roam with it. And honestly, they back up their bark with their bite pretty regularly. Like, they have had some huge plays in terms of their gun skill. So IHC always a sleeper. It's mad as well how, you know, you're kind of locked in 7th place at this point, even with the sheer amount of eliminations they've been getting each game. Feels like they're always good for the elims, but never quite the bride, right? Never quite the team that's taking those chicken dinners, and that's what's been holding them back.
Yeah, they were very aggressive, like go big or go home team, right, at the end of the day. So if they do start getting those eliminations on board, they can barrel through a lot of squads and get to that end game, fine. Yeah, they'll get themselves a huge match. But I do think they expend a lot of that utility, a lot of that firepower early on in the match, end up losing players, and then realistically, the chicken dinner looks like a pipe dream to them. So there is a possibility for IHC to get into the grand finals off elimination points alone here. If that's the vibe they want to go for, hunt down some of these easier teams to take down. I think they identify the Gladiators is certainly one of them, as are the guys over on Inco. In the meantime, we've got Gladiators who sent up towards Everest, but that's not before Pasija Evos gets towards the northeastern edge of it, looking to maybe challenge them out for that high ground early in the game here. Pasija Evos, really good, consistent team so far. Haven't had to talk about them too much because considering they don't make a huge amount of mistakes too often. I think the biggest one we've seen so far was that pushover towards Mad Bulls earlier on today on Sandhawk. But other than that, they've been really clean cut. I mean, Redface, Misery, everyone on that team seems to be stepping up in a massive way for that squad. So it's very, very nice to see it. I do think that Pasija Evos, I would expect them to be in the top 5 by the end of the day, just with the play we've seen from this Indonesian squad.
I think for the fans as well, Blank, that's one that, you know, people would want to see, right? The name value, the storylines, the history on the players and the team overall, it would just be so much for them. So I think to see them continue with success after success, it would be great. And you know, they're doing it themselves, right? This is you really sort of taking any pressure off yourself and just playing with that level. The other teams now can't compete with you. So for Evos, it really has just been them changing the game and looking a lot better individually rather than other squads slowing down, falling off. Unfortunately for Reject, that seems to be something that's happening quite consistently as they have been letting it slip, have been losing their grip on a potential for any sort of comeback into the overall standings. OCO at least going to try his best here as he gets contact back over onto Mad Bulls. But you're so fragmented again. Mad Bulls, what can they do? They've been having a bad day of it. Feels like they've been really unlucky in a lot of the early drops throughout the survival stage and the last chance stage. It's kind of hit them with the unlucky stick. Not looking as quick to the draw as we saw as well in some of the games from survival stage here. It's felt like last chance has been a lot harder for them to really spread their wings at all. I suppose, you know, that's the issue with being a bull, Blank. You don't normally have wings. More just legs and a little tail.
Yeah, depends how quickly you can wag the tail, though, at the end of the day, you know? Go for a little bit of speed spin, you know, on that bad boy. And that's what Mad Bulls need, really, at the end of the day. It is the speed spin to get themselves back up into action. I mean, it does feel more and more likely now for these teams in 12th, 13th, 14th place with what we've seen from Duxan, the game they had. It seems that nothing is off the table here in the last chance. But it's also another last chance classic in the sense that we do get pretty much the same circle we saw from last match there on our angle over towards the south side of Gakka. So DX, they won their last game from this position, but being down to just 3 members does hurt their chances in a big way. Cluck from Udo Alliance will take down Lapar on the knock, and likely to be a flush here too. So BTR, I think they've been losing quite a few players on their rotates in a few times. Still set steady towards that top 3. Brute Force attempts to take it to task with IHC, but probably the worst team to run into. The most terrifying team with a big set of fangs on them.
Oh yeah, strong jaw strength, and they bite down hard, clamping their way through that one for free. Gladiators, meanwhile, locked into the clash versus the Milo crew, the big man that doesn't muck about. Gladiators already starting to double back somewhat and use the utility instead rather than breaching into the building and running the risk of getting knocked. Ooh, quick info play on the vehicle. They spot out Tixie, know where he's assaulting from now. He's got nades. A couple of them at least, 2 to be precise, with some smokes for the getaway and the Molotovs in the pockets, deeply lined. But he's just playing a bit safer, just on the ridge now, rather than re-instigating this fight. Gladiators, at least still alive and kicking, but just a little bit more broken up in terms of the positioning. Enigma Galaxy further back as well. Do you have the potential to hold on exit? So if one of these 2 sides limps away from this, maybe then they could go in to steal away a few points from it. Widespread from Gladiators as well. Meku backing up Kitsune with 2 of the vehicles over this side. The entirety of the team just trapped inside the compound. Peek up from Papi Potro. Sees the head of Tixi, but isn't going to be able to hit that one just yet.
Yeah, I think just needs to be a bit more of a distraction here as Tixi, whilst the rest of the team gets levied up inside the vehicles, getting ready to go. Reject takes down a nade over towards Coops there as they crash onto their compound on the western side. This is basically the same circle, it seems to be. Ralph is able to reconnect there onto Regioso with a nade of his own, which keeps them in contention for a little while, but a lot of fights popping off around the map as teams need to make quick rotations through a lot of this circle to get into position. It's Influence Rage versus the squad of IHC, two really strong fragging teams. Alex has got a nade in his hand, pops it over the top over towards the two players there. We'll try and find a little bit of damage on it, but it's all popping off around the map. Yudo Alliance still hitting hard on this eastern side. Again, another team to make it far into that last match versus Duxan, who did get the last laugh at the end of the day. But there's so much popping off around the map. It's hard to keep track of it all. Gladiators move up towards Rook's position. So far, doing a fairly decent job in terms of taking names and doing damage.
How far can this chaos continue in their favor, though? Bursting some of the bullets down. Big Milo will get one off with the DMR onto Meku. Oh, this is really changing tide quite quickly now as Gladiators, all of them, are falling over in the arena. It seems like they're not going to be entertained with these plays as Big Milo will banish them on the DMR. The Mini 14 causing problems. Papi dropping down to the Gladiators' lower levels. Kitsune lurking around the corner. Punches back. Gets the uppercut off with the big old shotty and can then start to advance as well. I mean, Big Milo's on top of him. He's got that EMP in hand. Oh, spots him on the back. Few bullets, top down. Hurts him there as those will connect onto the hitbox and finish off the Gladiators as they go out in 15th place again.
Yeah, it's just the type of thing where Gladiators look to try and take down Rook in the process, but I think knowing exactly where Gladiators went for Team Queso, they were just very happy to follow close behind. As soon as they start here the fighting, they can just send in. It was such an open area to take down the squad from Gladiators. Easy pickings for them, so Team Queso gets themselves some 3 points, likely to take down the rest of Rook unless they're able to hold them off, but they're on the outside edge of the circle, so I do think likely for Team Queso to get big further into this game here. Influence Rage down to one player in Federal as Duxan starts to unleash bullets their way.
Duxan had a wild game previously. Here it's the nades that deal damage onto Influence Rage as they get blown away. Hopes and dreams of them going off on an absolute tear starting to get slimmer and slimmer. FaZe, meanwhile, starting to close the gap here. Go for the close range assault onto the knocked player. The bonnet, the steel hits the face of Eugene as Mela will mow the man down. Do a bit of quick looting on the get-go as well. Duxan, meanwhile, still holding the ground that they've taken here after finding that pickup for free onto Influence Rage. Inco were quite close by. They were only a stone's throw away, with BTR drawing most of their attention there. IHC, though, going down now as they're gone again. 3 Illims is all that they're able to snatch from this one. Pusher with a nade right on his nose. And they've got high ground to peek off on this one. Mormon should be able to swing into it, and everyone's just gunning for him blank. They just swing down on him, and Pusher goes away quickly.
Yeah, Rook out again. This is just a sad state of affairs now for Rook Esports. I think they had a great chance to get towards that top 5 with some interesting central play from them, but today it's just been weakened game after weakened game. Team Queso attempts to get out of there. This is pretty much the same approach we had on our last game from Team Queso as well as FaZe holding on to this position. The only other caveat was that Mad Bulls were central between both of them and got pincered. They decide that they're not going to go for that same fate once again. They head up towards that northern edge. So this is just going to be full-on brawl. And once again, it is Duxan with some formidable little third parties from that eastern side. It's just an amusing game. And I think the most amusing thing for me again is from last year's last chance. It was a case of Inco getting into PMGC Grand Finals from sitting in compounds. Once again, they're sat in a compound. It's dead central. They're going to get another good game after this, Jackie.
They're doing it, man. They're starting to make it happen. Big plays. Big money potentially on the line for them. FaZe, though, ooh, they've had some moments to be remembered in these games so far. Juni, though, doesn't want to allow them to cause any more carnage here. Spraying over the top of the hill. Bullets barely landing in the dirt. Oh, just slightly off target here for the reconnection on the face from Mormon. He gets his belly down in the dirt and tries to play for survivability. Looks for the longevity on this one. Juni has been knocked as well. And this is looking a little bit iffy. Mormon backing off. Mela, meanwhile, being brought back into the fight as well. Nade's detonating close on the hill. It seems like Juni's actually still standing as well. 40 taking a hefty hit on that one. So at least you've still got good manpower to play with. Or Binny on the close range connection, peppering them. They're so low. That'll be Onzen's going down. And FaZe might want to back off from this. They don't want to hard commit to this fight now after losing so much on the investment. But Mormon has no choice, Blank. He's trapped behind the tree.
You have to sit back here. And to be honest with you, I love the positioning from Binny, and I realized that QX and Juni were playing that fight fairly cautiously because they knew they didn't want to go down. They had to keep applying pressure, forcing FaZe into the sight lines coming through from Binny in this endgame. It was a really good setup considering they've only got 3 players, and playing that one out the way it was, this is likely going to be more of a 2-2 split. In flies the approach here, won't find anything. Quick flush on this one likely to be seen here, and Duxan is racking up points. Slowly, but surely, yes.
Duxan. How far can they go? What can they do for us? Is this going to be a historic comeback? Will they be breaking themselves into the top 5 over the course of the day here? That's what they're gunning for. At the minute, they're also gunning to take down Fate. That's where their focus is. And QX blows away Mormon. FaZe are gone. Number 1 squad in the lobby right now, removed. We look at this fight here. Mad Balls being clashed down upon. There's Nigma Galaxy fighting an uphill battle, literally, with the nades, casting those over the top and looking to see if they can engage. Fleek still got the confidence to take fights elsewhere as he puts his attention on DX, playing on the top of the hill. So a lot of potential angles that you're going to be exposed from. A lot of open ground here for the Mad Bulls, but at least they can block off a few of those lines of sight. They've got geometry with the compounds they're playing with. Enigma Galaxy just trying to apply pressure where it's possible, using so much defensive utility as well. Smoke after smoke to give themselves at least a bit of a break in the line of sight.
Yeah, Mad Bulls opt to go for a bit of a northern rotation here. That's DX on that north side. We know that they're Arangle kings here on this map, but it's Mad Bulls to take the fight to them. They move up really quickly, and just as they head up, DX gets in their vehicles. Pretty horrid timing for them. You got Lamborghini on the top side, able to toss in a grenade, but doesn't get a huge amount of damage done there. But DX, they're all over the place. They take an initial knock, and Mad Bulls might have just been able to time this one just right.
Have they? Can they play it off correctly? Nades over the top are doing a good job of instigating the fight. How does it go from here? Slowing down the push now with the smokes up. Quick heal. Keep themselves topped up. Evos in the back line. They want to see if there's a way that they can make a steal on this. They jump in the vehicle.
Levi's.
They group up. They give themselves so much space, Blank. It does not work. DX strike on it. And Levi's with a brute force play. So much damage dealt. He goes in to close it. He goes in to shut it down. Gets peppered into the back. Doesn't fancy his chances. Has to bail out the vehicle. Wants to look for the flank. The Molotov thrown over the top. Guns firing all around, taking damage. He focuses back onto Evos as well. Knows about Luxy. Has to drop down on the deck, Blank. He's low on HP now.
Mate, the fact that he gets a triple spray down over towards Mad Bulls is an unbelievable victory from them. In the meantime, Nigma Galaxy assaults over towards Inko's position. Actually gets a lot done here off the back of it. Just 2 players left alive alongside with BTR's push in the meantime. Mad Bulls will lose all 3 members that got knocked by Levi's in a heroic play on the northern edge. But it's BTR to make their way in, and Inko's defense was absolutely pitiful in this location. Luckily, gets himself a knock with the nade, keeps BTR at bay for now.
And for now might be the key word, because BTR, they don't go down easy. Squash. Is he looking for the finish off? Wants to bounce the nade round the corner and hope that it's directly on target. That one's going to detonate but not take them down to the depths. Enigma Galaxy still alive as well. They've got themselves a compound to play with now as they hustle and bustle. Looking into the distance and having a read, they are basically in the center here and have a fair few squads all around them. One of them starting to push back up now. That'll be Duxan that are just waiting on the hillside. Look how close the grouping is. It's disgusting watching it like this. Inko upstairs just sat on top of the other team, waiting for an opportunity here, really. Well, potentially even a mistake. That's probably the more key way to put it. DX get pounced upon. Nigma hit one, and the first man falls over.
DX get a little bit of luck here. Circle moves their way, gives them the hilltop. Able to play this one out for a little bit longer. Duxan opts to head down towards the fielded area around the shack. They might be able to swing towards that eastern side, but all focus over towards this compound between Enigma Galaxy, BTR, and Inko, all within one position. Mad Bulls also trying to live this one out as long as possible, accrue the placement points. In come BTR, trying to locate the final players. Mad Bulls is out. One player remaining from Inko on the top side will get taken down as BTR claims control. Inko with one of the best positions in the lobby, knocked out just like that. Duxan takes that eastern rotate, gets into the field, realizing that this might move away from the compound, at least definitely in zone 9. They just need to survive. Taking down DX would be the big thing. They've got the main sight lines over their way, and can Duxan reactivate into this game? QX gets an initial decent knock, but not likely to be long for this world now.
Oh, QX gone for good as Satar strikes against him and punishes Parajin as well, adding more pressure onto the star players from Duxan as Juni gets slapped in the face by Parajin's Mini 14 as he inflicts some maximum damage. And they're just holding on this one, knowing that they're in a good position to coast from this final fight. Going to be absolutely delicious. The three squads that are also closely grouped here with Duxan, Inko and Co as well. They're just playing around their building. Enigma Galaxy rather, as they're the ones right underneath the noses of BTR. And Parajin still wants to hard commit to this. He knew he got the knockoff, but isn't content with that. He wants to finish Juni, and we'll find it. Goodbye for good Duxan, as they will not be getting the repeat blank. It's only the one chicken dinner as we're left with a final three.
Enigma Galaxy's game is on the line here for them. If they can get themselves a chicken dinner off this map, a few more elimination points, potentially they're in the running. For PTR and DX, this is all about claiming control over towards those top 5 spots. Lovely bounce on the nade. Goes for the basketball hooper on that side. Circle moves away, all but confirmed for DX. Levi's ridiculous play earlier on with a swipe onto the Mad Bulls that they could just not comprehend. Now the arm in hand. BTR versus Enigma Galaxy.
Superboy, oh, he was waiting for someone to come running out through the window, but the Bison will break his hopes and dreams as they're able to strike onto a key player now, slowing down the fight and making it more awkward for BTR. Satar with the nades, dashes one in through the window. A further follow-up, looks like it should be on target. Peeks in with a confidence now, wants to go for the wide attack, running towards them with the shotgun pulled out. BTR, one after another, will get clacked down and fall out. They're gone, leaving us with 2 squads, a head-to-head. DX versus Enigma Galaxy. Levi's taking shot after shot. He's a sniper with a hell of a scope blank, but can he take down a Enigma Galaxy member or two?
Sending in the massive bullets, booming in the lobby right now. DX with 4 players, Enigma Galaxy attempting to leave a compound that looks like a death sentence to me. DX with 4 players on the outside. Enigma Galaxy, Ralph goes down to the bleed out. You just wonder here, is Enigma Galaxy going to try and deny the point? I mean, I would personally in the situation. Lamborghini will hit the lovely nade, and that will be the finisher. DX finds himself a big win. Honestly, sort of to be expected. DX, once they get that high ground position, they are nigh on unstoppable. But it's Levi's, though, who has put in some unreal work this entire tournament from start to finish, carrying his team through some really difficult situations.
He's been the workhorse. He's been the workhorse of this team massively, Blank. You know, it feels like any situation, he is either the opener, the closer, the man in the middle that's kind of keeping the team glued together. That's what he is. You know, he's the glue of this team. And it's incredible just how well he can play on your screens here. And damn right, he deserves the spotlight. And the thing is, this is one of the games where he didn't even perform as well as we have seen him perform. That's kind of the crazy thing, right? Is even when he's still showing up, his heights have been so damn high throughout the course of the event. And DX, we know they're good on Erangel, so it's good for them. They actually get a chicken dinner out of it, Blank, because it makes their life so much easier now with the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, for them, that's the type of thing that's going to take them towards the top side of like first, second, third, which is really, really nice. Enigma Galaxy still continuing on that approach here. Get themselves a second place. I think it was 7 eliminations at the end of it. So continuing forward, but that gap between 5th place is getting further and further away now. Some of these teams towards the top start to distinguish themselves a little bit.
Man, big plays. Some smooth moves and exciting stuff. That's the crazy part. The storylines today have been delivering, and so are our squad. The unpredictable battles continue, but something that is always predictable is that Jason Kaplan will work in a few relatively good jokes in this next segment. Let's get back over there.
Big moves, smooth plays. That kind of describes the desk here, I would say. That's not a joke. That's just a statement. That wasn't a joke. You know what is a joke? Maxman's hairline. All right, so that last game, Xavier able to get themselves a victory. Obviously still trying to maintain their top 5 position. But obviously the position they were holding was pretty secure to lock this one down. But still, we've had a lot of other teams make some big moves. Again, Duxan. Obviously, Benny, as you said, Max knocking himself to the car, not realizing when to get out properly. It does kind of hinder them potentially getting some more placements, but they still get themselves 10 points on the board.
Yeah, it's always a little bit rough when you just jump half a second too early before your car hits a rock or an obstacle and you just take full damage, the entirety of that full damage, and you just get instantly knocked. So very unfortunate for Duxan, but it's a similar circle. They still get double-digit points on board, so they are looking fantastic. Though, Jason, we have to talk about Enigma Galaxy here. Sure, they don't get themselves the win, but they got themselves a win to start off the day. Now they're getting themselves this second place with 7 eliminations. Coops, sure, is still doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team, but Rauf has had a magnificent standout day today, so it seems like the team is slowly rising around Coops to try and hopefully climb up in top 5.
Yeah, they said they wanted to go big, but I think they're just playing all or nothing PUBG Mobile here. They're having big sends through into the middle, and it really is, you can either do that and then somehow survive and win out some of those fights in the middle, or you get blasted upon entry. Thankfully for them, they're not being blasted straight away, and if you want to play this kind of style in the last day, I mean, it could potentially work out, but you're on a knife's edge as to whether or not it's going to work out. They're going to need to bring some extreme skill in some of those mid fights.
I mean, look at these rankings though, gentlemen. 9th place, 54 points. 5th place, 60. 6 points. And they would actually beat them in the tiebreaker because of no chicken dinners for Team K. So, like, that's all that separates getting into PMGC Grand Finals and unfortunately not being able to participate. But we do have to also mention Rook. We've been praising them being so consistent, so solid. They have fallen to 11th place here, and it seems like that consistency might have just hit an end.
I think that, as Kalaj just mentioned, right, it's do or die for Enigma Galaxy and a lot of the other teams, and Rook are just not able to weather the storm. They're just struggling to take these fights. They were really good at reaching the later game and getting a few eliminations off the back of that. They just can't do that anymore because it is so competitive to reach a spot in the top 5. The Rook are slowly going to be out of the equation, and I think that teams at the bottom already, Jason, looking at Brute Force, looking at Gladiators, I think a comeback is nigh impossible right now for them to do unless we see one of the most insane comebacks. So, as we said, halfway point of today, teams are going to slowly be in the position of no return, I say.
Sure, but I mean, look, Duxan's making sure that the comeback is possible, right, for a particular team. I cannot believe, after losing one early in this game, but they're still being able to make a meal of it. Of course, you move into those fields and it's a bit treacherous. You're always going to have that kind of overlook from Xavier being able to pick away at you from that kind of angle. But I cannot believe what we're seeing from Duxan. All my South Korean memes aside, this recovery that they're making happen here right now, in the previous stage, they kind of scrambled by a little bit, and in yesterday's games, they scrambled by. So this is very impressive to see them have this kind of step up coming into the last day.
I mean, the thing is, they're keeping them in reach. They're keeping the possibility there, and they're keeping it realistic as well, like we mentioned with the 6 points. And the fact is, some of these teams, these top teams, are kind of underperforming due to Alliance, unfortunately. I think for me, Influence Rage has been the biggest story, well, one of the biggest stories, I'd say, around our last chance. I was expecting quite a bit more out of them. The consistency we saw in group stage, obviously in league stage as well, with them coming out in first, or sorry, in the survival stage coming out in first. This team has kind of fallen off a bit, but they're still in the running. They're still in 8th place. It's just not that they're as dominant as we maybe expected.
Yeah, they keep losing players early. I was looking back on some of their rotations. They just always, not really clashing with teams, but they're on the rotation where they're very close to opposing squads. And unfortunately, they lose a player or two. And because you see teams like Deek Xavier, like your Enigma Galaxies, or even your Ducksans are able to survive as 3-4-man teams until the very late game, Jason, you just cannot deal with those full squads when they have such a kind of hold on these final circles. So yeah, we just need to see Influence maybe adapt their early stage a little bit more, but right now they still can compete for top 5 spot, but as these next 2-3 matches go on, it's going to be even tougher for them to make that comeback. So Influence, I think they realized it's going to be like go hard or go home at some point.
I do also think for a team like Influence Rage, they're excellent when it comes to the slow roll holding down a location, but in this last day, things have gotten chaotic. Teams are coming in from crazy angles that they might not be expecting, and that's really throwing a wrench in the works.
We'll see if that wrench can be taken out of the works here, and Influence Rage can get a solid game under their belt to get them back into top 5. Let's head back over to our casters with our final Erangel of the day. Jackie and Blink, take it away.
Depends how good their grip strength is, Jason. It could be a large wrench, Blank. And large tools are normally quite heavy. But do they have the right tools for the job? Can they come back? I'd hope so, because they played a blinder throughout the whole event. So if Influence Rage fall short now, it would be a shame, mate.
Yeah, dude, I think that honestly for Influence Rage, that they've had a great start to their tournament over in their group stage. They looked incredible, right? But I just don't know, man. I just don't know what's happening with this team. Not able to get that performance that they were looking for on our screens right now. Is Influence Rage themselves look to keep things going. I love that BTR just runs with the cool and soothe every single day, you know. This guy, headaches galore, but definitely gives a fair few other teams in the lobbies headaches with some of their rotations and abilities to put down the pain. BTR currently in that 3rd place position, 66 points. At this rate, looks like both our Indonesian squads might be making it through to the grand finals, which is an incredible performance for their region indeed.
Oh, it is indeed, man. Really showing up when it matters most and delivering for themselves, for their legacy, for the fans at home. And that's what's got to be running through all of these teams' minds. Will the pressure get to them? Will they buckle under it? Or will they be able to turn into diamonds and deliver some championship level performances here in the last few games of the day? Because we have reached that halfway mark. Final Erangel, then we have 2 Miramars, and then it is all said and done. Plain path here, Blank, could cause some problems as we get into it.
Yeah, honestly, this is a struggle bus for them. Incos thinking to themselves, don't go to Nova Up Noi. Don't go to Nova Up Noi. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. IHC is going to be there, going to take us down. But some of the other teams trying to get in towards the lobby. DX head out early on over towards Lipovka. Great game from them on that last one. Really representing their region extremely well on that side. I think that it's nice to see a team who is so consistently good at a map that you know that if they get themselves towards an end game, it's likely going to be a chicken dinner for them. And I think that DX in that sense, probably one of the best squads in the lobby that definitely deserves to head in towards that PMGC Grand Finals. I think me and you, we're just definitely so biased towards the Indo squads though, right? You know, I think we'd love to see both BTR as well as Pasija Evos go through the legacy and lines from both those teams.
Absolutely, man. I completely agree with you. You know, I think in terms of the talent, in terms of the way they've been playing, you know, screw the history as well, right? History is one thing, but the way they've been playing right here, right now in the present, Blank, they've been earning it for themselves. They deserve it. Then you add on the caveat being the history, the name value, the brands, what this would do for the fans as well, watching it, you know, having 2 squads that they can root for and really have a viable chance of them having a huge run at the finals as well with the level of competition we've been seeing from them. It looks sick. I think regionally, we've done so well in terms of kind of putting a spotlight on the brightest sparks from all of our regions. Brazil has looked unbelievable throughout the entire competition, right? And Influence Rage, they still have that potential to be another Brazilian squad, another member of the LATAM Massive that makes it to those finals and gives that nation another team to root for, to fly the flag for. Same can be said with what we've been seeing from South Korea as well in Duksan. It's just that their days are now getting a little bit more numbered. If they want to make that magic happen, it needs to be picture perfect. There is a squad though that could still make that journey occur for themselves, and it's kind of funny how mirrored it is with them and Influence Rage, as IHC are 1 point ahead right now. So the Mongolian team that are so bloody good when it comes to fighting, when it comes to scrapping, just need to get themselves some more placements, some tidier games, Blank. We need to see them cleaning things up respectfully and easily. So that battle between Influence Rage and IHC there for 7th and 8th to try and get into the top 5, that's a key one. You do Alliance as well, man. It feels like, honestly, Blank, they're only a stone's throw away from stamping their ticket, and we've seen they're looking like they're living it up today on the player cams. They're having a good time, you know, they're bobbing, they're laughing, the mentality is at an all-time high, and I think that does a lot for them.
Yeah, with a little bit of yawning coming through as well from Udo Alliance. I mean, they just think it's easy. Team Queso, though, they see Brute Force, and Brute Force currently in 16th place, just not having the best time of it whatsoever, just cannot get further into these matches. Neos comes in spraying. Get away from our boy Prepop. We want to get back up on his feet, get him into the game. There's still a chance to us. We promise. And Big Milo gets hit out by the AKM, and Team Queso don't really have a response here. In comes the cleanup crew. The ambulance has arrived.
Oh, the sirens blaring. Oh, call an ambulance, Blank, but not for Brute Force. As Queso take damage and they start to slip quite quickly. The 2-tap turn around and they're done instantly. You've lost 2 players in the blink of an eye. Oh, the rapid response unit wasn't quick enough.
Man, Team Queso, they're at risk of falling out now. 60 points. Udo Alliance, like we said, having a really good day of games. Consistency through the roof. 58 points behind. Just 2 points away here. Udo Alliance, I think with the way that they have just been getting towards a 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st place here on Erangel, there's a definite possibility now that we will be seeing Udo Alliance overlapping on Team Queso, barring some crazy maneuvers over on that eastern side of the map. Udo Alliance currently in Milta Power, over towards Milta. BTR is playing. Reject holding strong. They've got a line going across farm right now. They don't want to give free entrance to BTR. Seems to be what keeps on rocking them. But again, another Western circle here. For a lot of these squads, they've seen it before. They'll see it again on Erangel. It's been West all day today.
Brute Force. You found those early openers for free, but what more can they get? Seems like they might try and set their focus on potentially taking a fight here. They rocked up onto Inco and looked to strike, but realized maybe this isn't worth the risk. Maybe we're a bit too fragmented for this one, boys. Regroup and don't run the risk of just throwing everything carelessly into the wind after at least getting yourself a couple of elims to start this one. For Brute Force as well, it's probably worse for them, as Inco definitely having more of a viable chance of starting to build points. So if you fed them some points, you would really be laughing all the way to the bank. Inco would be happy with that. So they avoid each other and back off for now.
Not worth their time on that side of things. With Inco going down that last match in one of the strongest compounds as well. That could have been their ticket to glory up towards that top side of the lobby. But with the way we've changed things up in terms of the format this year, where it's so much more likely that you see the strongest team from each region, each PMPL, make their way through the championships and then get themselves a direct invite towards the league stage. I think that when you come to the crunch time over in this last chance, it's just no longer filled with 1 to 3 teams that are going to blast their way to the top, and 4th and 5th place just sort of open to someone who gets a little bit of luck. This time around, everyone's gunning for those first 5 positions on the leaderboards. Nobody's letting it up. No one's giving it up freely. So you can't just get good circles and hope to win off the back of getting some decent placements on the luck side of things. In terms of luck, that's not what's the case for Gladiators. This has just been a bad set of games for them. I think that they're going to need to reset, come into next year with a different mindset, because this has not been PMGC play, I would say.
No, you haven't been up to the bar, right? And I think especially just with how big the skill ceiling has been for our average teams here, you've been falling short. You know, even to make it this far, right, you kind of scraped on by with the last day heroics at every turn, at every corner. And that's not something that will win you games like this in Last Chance. It's got to be cleaner. It's got to be more consistent. And that's just what we've been seeing from our squads towards the top. They've been the only ones really pulling themselves far enough away from the pack and delivering, even when the chips are down, even when it feels like things have gone rough for some of these teams. They've kept their heads level. Meku will be murked by Pusher, as Rook are able to grab some points from that. Rook, interestingly as well, Blank, you know, they were one of the sides that were quite quickly building themselves a large chunk of points coming into Last Chance. They were playing really good center games, great defense. Whenever they had a compound to play in and they had center circle, they felt almost untouchable with some of the shots they would land on a defense. If anyone went for a compound crash, good luck. The longer these games have gone on, though, it feels like Rook have slipped more to just being a middle of a pack team. So kind of unlucky for them. I would like to have seen Rook still playing that consistent style a bit more.
Yeah, I think for Rook, it is like you say, it's just pretty unfortunate the way things have just gone downhill for them today. The first day that we saw them, they were looking absolutely phenomenal. Really strong central positions, central plays, but not to be anymore. Team Queso down to one player now, one elimination found on the match. And their spot is looking precarious. 60 points at the start of the day. Felt like such a boon to these teams towards the top side of the lobby. But now only 15 points realistically have been gained in this top side of the lot of them. You know, FaZe up to 75 with their initial 60 points on the day. So many teams underneath have just been battling tooth and nail to get towards that top side of the lobby, just clambering up what seems to be an unscalable cliff. Nice shots from Papi Potro, but it's not enough as Team Queso will be wiped out of the game. 16th place, and we're barely in stage 2.
Early fights and potentially an early end to a storyline there. As you've now given yourself opportunity for teams to lap you a little bit. So they could be falling one game behind, Blank. That's the scary part. I suppose we do wonder then. You do Alliance, IHC, Influence Rage, even Duxan, all of them so close on points. How do they play? How's the infighting go amongst those 4 squads? And who is gunning for that 5th spot? Can anyone overtake in this lobby now off the back of this game? We'll keep you updated with that. We'll measure how things go and see how these squads play. But that is a rough first squad to lose. That's going to deal some damage to the standings and potentially cause a bit of an upset. Rook on the move here as well. Long rotate for them. In through the blue, going the whole way around, crossing a bit of a safety net with the other bridge. So they feel a little bit more calmer about their moves. Get the med kits out, reset yourself, and have HP to play with. And then start going in towards the new zone. Link up with the rest of the squad. It's a 3-man rotate as Default was further ahead. He was playing for info. IHC here. How do they always know where Reject Tokyo are? I swear, Blake, they've got some sort of app that tells them where rejects are. And right now it is blaring. It's going...
Yeah. We got the old Alien Isolation vibe going on for Reject instead. And honestly, the movement sensors, like you said, are off the chart right now for IHC. They know exactly where Reject head off to. And it's sad for Rejects. They feel like they kind of do need to have eyes in the back of their heads to spot out where these players are coming from. Constant backstabs here. Kevlar not in the front, but in the back for this team. Berserkers, you can see, did move up towards that northern edge. FaZe takes a lineup across the top of Everest. Pretty typical rotation for Pasija Evos as well, holding on this eastern side. And Inco, once again, this is very Inco of them. Just send to a central compound. Sit in it.
Classic moves. Vintage stuff as they set themselves up. What will they get done, though? That's the big question. Influence Rage. Ooh, might be bypassing them close on the road, so a bit of an audio cue there for one another. and see if anyone wants to make something out of this. But of course, Zinco would have to reveal their position, so they just let them coast on by. And they've driven up into the territory of Evos. Evos that are inside of the vehicles, basically just following Influence Rage now, seeing if you can kind of pen them in. This is like the sheepdog play. And you get all the sheep rounded up and try and pen them in somewhere so you can convert those sheep into points. Redface looking for the contact here further back. This is the opportunity they've been waiting for, bombarding into the vehicle. Nice tracing there, Blank. Redface, he's been good with a gun skill, and the shotties up close are singing sweet nothings. Beautiful plays from Evos. They're looking really good mechanically.
Yeah, Lynx, what a good couple of shots coming through from the DBS onto Influence Rage. Remember, this is a team that we touted to have some of the best gun skill in the lobby. But Procedure Evos are just having such a good day of it today. And they have really lit up in terms of members. And I think, honestly, I prefer to see Procedure Evos not get that direct invite to the grand finals from their group stage, purely just off the back of the fact that I think Survival Stage and Last Chance has honed this team to a point, right? And I think when they do go to the grand finals itself, which I imagine they will do with the way they're currently playing, they'll look like such a better team if they didn't just get into that top 3 at the start of things. So I think this has been a bit of a curse and a blessing for Procedure Evos, because they've had to play ever so hard to get in towards that grand finals. However, this is just going to make them look so much better when they get there.
No, it's a really good point you bring up there, right? Because it's just more games. It's more games you've been able to play. Less jitters you're going to have when you're on the big stage. So yeah, definitely had more time to kind of iron out any issues back on LAN. Landing some shots, though, it's what's going to be done for Zerich as he comes in like a sledgehammer on the Reject Tokyo. And the sad thing is that probably is the final nail in the coffin being smacked in for him as well, off the back of the play from Madballs. Yeah, going out 12, it really is a bit of a rough spot here in terms of the overall standings of where they're stuck down, because you're just not going to get any points. And although it's only a couple points to move up, to close the gap between the squads above you, you have no chance to gain any now. And you leave yourself with only 2 more games to be played. So it's a sad state of affairs for the Japanese squad that have always been on the tail end of things, always riding on the coattails and looking like they're close, but no cigar on this one, Blank.
Yeah, just cannot quite chase up to them. Next circle shifts here. You can see it where Mad Balls have a fairly decent position to play around with. Gladiators, this is just a last hurrah for them, realistically. Moved up to where Federal is playing. Currently has a nade in hand, tosses it through. Gladiators look to finish him off. Federal finds the first hit and will take down the second. And this is just kind of the way the Gladiators' entire tournament's been going. It's just getting outclassed by some of these other teams. And Federal able to keep his hopes alive for his team just a little bit longer. Those 2 points might seem minimal, but it might be just what Influence Rage needs going forward into those 2 final matches of the day. BTR taking a hit from Udo Alliance. Honestly, the best edge style team in this entire lobby. They are so comfortable playing this with massive splits holding on this eastern side. They finish off Satar in this situation too. DX, another central squad we have here. Thai team looking amazing at the moment on our angle. And honestly, for them, going in towards Miramar, it's a map where they still do fairly well. They still do fairly consistently from some high ground spots, but getting another good game here on our angle would just secure their position, right? Really lock them in.
Yeah, it would give them more safety. Hello. Scoped assassin coming out, though. Ducksam peppering bullets on the distance as we're seeing some knocks being found. Nigma Galaxy holding strong versus Rook that want to rock the boat as they've pulled up to the compound looking to clutch this one out of the hands of Rook. Okay, trades either side. Ooh, really low HP as well, but still standing, Blank. Kind of blessed with divine intervention on that one. You've got a sliver of health, and they find their way through it, weathering the storm to pick that one up. Stereo frags between the 2 compounds. Teams wiped off, so Rook are gone. So again, if that storyline for Rook was on the cusp of a comeback, probably not going to be happening anymore.
Yeah, I think when you look at it for at least Nigma Galaxy, like they've done well to get towards the end games of a lot of these matches, considering where they were at the start of the day with barely 5 points on board. Up to 40 now, that's decent. Pre-pod, quick switch into the vehicle, avoids elimination by the buggy. But the circle will be dastardly for a lot of these teams on the outer edges. Right now, IHC, DX, Duxan, as well as Nigma Galaxy, all holding in these compounds that eventually they're going to have to leave, right? Walk out into open ground, make some slick rotations. But this really could favor any which team, right? Circle, hard shifts down towards any which of these compounds, be it IHC, Duxan, Nigma Galaxy, DX, or Mad Bulls. They're in for a good game.
They certainly are. And they're on to put a spectacle on for us. With the way these games have been going, been hard to call, down to the wire. With some of our squads really building themselves a way back into the upper echelons. Evo's here, always commanding respect. We were singing their praises for the level of confidence they've been able to establish today. Looks like IHC have eaten a nade though. It's basically a mortar strike. It's dashed out from BTR. Grenade after grenade blowing up in their face. And for IHC, they're going to be forced further back. Godless starting to stutter step further away and look to try and support on the flank. Duxan, they could try and third party on this if they want to. It'd be quite a journey for them, but they're hearing all of the noise, the commotion, the dinner bell being rung. You do Alliance also a little bit further away from this. Some large nades being thrown. BTR barely surviving as there is shrapnel all over the shop. Difference is IHC have got such good positions. You've got the high ground here. You've got a nice angle to work with. You can peek from the rocks. You can peek from the top of the roof. Alex has got cover to play with. You push up on him. All BTR have is these smokes. And smokes aren't going to last forever, but they might get smoked literally. You do Alliance. They were debating this, Blank, but it seems like they do want a third party.
Yeah, for U2 Alliance, they've been keeping tabs on pretty much everyone in the lobby. They had a really big split over towards our eastern side, so they could hear the fighting coming in from the north or the south. They smell it out down towards the south side and look to just bombard over towards BTR. A lot of nades been thrown, but not a lot hitting right now. And not getting those tag markers makes it difficult to ascertain exactly where these players are. And with Cluck already falling, that's not the greatest of starts. Luckily, Olio, the main man from the team, does initially find at least something. Only one player now remains from BTR on the other side of things with the DPS. Iftar takes a big hit, but it's not enough as Olio steps up and Demo will finish the job.
Nice work done. BTR blown to bits as they go down. And our squad's being thinned little by little. What remains of brute force in YDO, man, is just sitting in a smoke, trying to stay alive, trying to stay at least in the fight for a bit longer. Belly down to the ground now as Zinko are close by. And it's Mormon that seems to have assessed this one, wondering why there's just a smoke out in the open. Mela gets contact onto him and finds the final knocking blow to take brute force down as they are out of the mix. So another squad gone now, Blank. Dropping numbers quite a lot here as we've already been able to find 6 squads out of this one.
For Inco, you know what? All respect to them. Make a decent rotate inward. Sort of create themselves impromptu compound alongside with the vehicles that they set in this position. But they're not going anywhere else after this. They're stopping off at this point. Duxan finally makes a rotate. What a pump out the vehicle. But Demo with a seriously good spree of shots will take down 2 from Duxan. And Demo will finish them off the back of that one. 2 players alive with just Binny for Duxan themselves. This could have been the game for their tournament run, but it comes in just a little bit too late. Binny low, Alex on the outside. Absolute demon when it comes to the gun skill.
Oh yeah, Alex goes off. Alex the Annihilator is what they should call him, Blank. Whoa, right in the face. Point blank punishment as he will say goodbye to Duxan, denying the dominance from South Korea as he does not want to allow them to get momentum. And that's a big play. It's a nice assault from IHC. And remember, the key fact that we were looking at was those three squads, Udo Alliance, IHC, Influence Rage. They were all toe-to-toe on top of each other. Hell, even Duxan were right in the mix there. So that's 4 squads that could have lapped one another, with IHC taking them down. They've got 5 elims and look to really climb the ranks. Udo Alliance have to give a great test of themselves to deny that being a possibility, as they are neck and neck at the minute.
Yeah, fighting toe-to-toe one another at this point in time, but IHC no strangers to the cage match, because it's felt like they've spent their entire time just doing jiu-jitsu versus a lot of these other teams. Inco currently towards that central arena. Circle moved up towards that northern side. Procedure, Evos on the northern edge alongside with the Mad Bulls. It's FaZe attempting to get through this fielded area, but it's not looking likely.
FaZe. Down they go. Enigma Galaxy, even if they don't make it back into the safety net, they are at least being the reaper of the server, constantly swinging that scythe and just taking down some important teams, stopping them from being able to gain as many points as they would possibly want. So right now it seems almost like it is just aggression for Enigma Galaxy to stop these top squads. That's the mission that they have been going on, and it's been working quite nicely for them. Udo Alliance knocked from coast to coast as they look for an opportunity to try and pry their way back into this. IHC on one side, closely grouped with Enigma Galaxy there. Off to the other, you've got DX. They have an entire smoke wall barring them down the middle. Alex jumps in the vehicle. Same can be said for Demo as they look to focus on this potential fight that they know is bubbling to a boil over here with Udo Alliance, and they're just sneaking up on them, staying close in the smoke, looking for the first fight. Evos are there as well, Blank, so this could be a hefty clash here. A lot of teams on top of one another.
Lots of shots coming through. Inco finds a shot over towards the Mad Bulls as well, and will finish off Zerich in the process. Inco up to 5 eliminations on this map. Enigma Galaxy, they see the smoke train. They send in the nades, and it's all but over for them. Players from Mad Bulls still trying to keep things going though. A nice nade over towards Inco. Will at least find a couple, but it's Nenebeche with this off angle doing so much work for the rest of the team. Vitali is down, but the same could be said very much so for the Mad Bulls. Losing players here and there, but it's Freak from topside. Spots out towards Nenebeche. Good shots can come through. Frozen taking punishment from afar. Has to get away from the vehicle before it explodes, but Squash will find it.
Squash trying to flatten anything that the Mad Bulls can bring to the table here. Redface, always so good at just scanning the horizon and looking for any firefights where he feels like he can steal points. And again here, that's what he's going to be building into. Enigma Galaxy, another one, as they backstab. That's Inco that are being pulled apart from either side, losing a lot of their manpower. Starting to buckle under the pressure. I don't really know if you can reset from this now. At Mad Bulls, they've got you all penned in. They've got you trapped, and you're being blasted from both barrels, from the front and the rear here, with Enigma Galaxy having the hillside control as well. Enigma that might actually have let it slip a little bit. So tunnel-visioned on fighting in towards Inco. Evos, from all the way over here, find a few pot shots to connect onto one player and get a knock-in for free.
Yeah, some great shots coming through from Blinks at the moment. I mean, they're still holding on that side of the map towards the northern edge. Really cheeky peeks coming through from the Mad Bulls, but both players on a lick of HP. No first aid kits to work with. The blue slowly consuming them too. Enigma Galaxy realizes, you know what? It's time to go. We can't sit on this side for too long. In comes Coops behind the tree. Doesn't know that Mad Bulls are also here. Happy to get the free elimination point off the back of this one if they can hit their shots.
Oh, Tulika. He's hitting some big licks as he will strike down another man. Low on HP. But still standing, still waiting. They're lining up, they're doubling up, potentially giving away a free collateral if the damage is there from Rafa. Burns onto the first, easy spray, converts it onto the seconds. Mad Bulls, they've seen red, but they're left down in the dirt now as they're gone. Enigma Galaxy, pressure applied, up close, want to swoop in and strike on Inco. They're burning, the Molotov spreading, the pressure being applied, everyone being sent off to the Burns ward, and Evo's third partying onto it to grab some of the points as well.
Fair play to Inco, honestly. They've really held down this position so amazingly well. It's a really tough spot to hold on to as well, where so many teams are taking shots at you. Luckily for them, they're able to kind of deny the sightlines from that eastern side, which is all starting to pop off now. It's Procedure Evos, DX, Udo Alliance, all unbelievably big behemoths inside of this lobby, looking to go head to head. CG Evos takes a lot of damage on their approach in, but they get the smoke train over towards this spot, and Lynx is moving forward. Will have to hit a first aid kit quite low. Can't quite take down all three players by himself, I'd imagine. But for Procedure Evos, this is a massive test of strength for them.
Oh, it is indeed. You're going to need to have that extra 20%. You got to go bigger. You got to go brighter and really deal some damage in a spot like this. Everyone scrapping for control of the compounds. Evos, they pulled up to the scene. They're ready for it. Meanwhile, Udo Alliance in some interesting angles, scanning the scenes. Look at him up on top of the roof, ready to make a ruckus. The nades could be huge, but he's only got the one. Throws away the smoke to assist his teammates and backs off a bit, potentially thinking about playing round the roster. This nade could have been worth its weight in gold. Instead, he sets his focus on playing with a team.
It's a cheeky play there coming through from Olio as well, getting top of that roof side. This really doesn't benefit anyone. Circle heading down towards the southern edge. You know what? There might be a chance for Inco. They get a big reset on the loot there, collecting all the death crates that they can from this northern edge, from the guys on Enigma Galaxy. And now look to hold towards the south hilltop. And all these other teams thinking that they chose the best position in the lobby, suddenly struggling just a little bit more. Nice shot though. Will take down Rafa. Rafa goes in, will explode the vehicle himself, but takes down Squash in the process. I can't imagine if you're too happy about this. If Inco goes down in 4th place, yes, you get the eliminations, but 4th place doesn't afford you a huge amount of placement points for your troubles.
It doesn't at all. Slow and steady then at the minute. You can see everyone realizes just how risky it is to kick off the fight, to be the first domino to fall. Any mistakes made will cost you dearly. Evos playing around the contact. They thought they had the gap here to go for the crossover. Instead, it's Udo Alliance to bombard down. Clean connection, instantly converted into a full-on elimination. So they get the extra point from that one. Play zone coming in as well. Redface being murked by that. Misery and Luxy, the only two really left standing to do much of anything here. Misery plays on the off angle, close towards the building. Whoa, nice shots here. Big tags, starting to put the pressure on. Quick switch to the DPS as well. He was ready for the contact. Near miss between the both of them. Diving through the smoke and applying the pressure. Looks to swing on in. Emitting through the smoke. Hits the first blank and he's still standing.
Swinging round, S12K comes out. Almost felt like you had it for Misery, but it's Olio. Quick swing up towards the top side. Now versus DX. They're down a man. Zone 9 starting to close in. The final one to hit. Will pick up Cluck in the process. Knows he needs his buddy to get those team shots off over towards DX, but they got the high ground, and Udo Alliance realized this was their best hope. Take down Inco. Take down the rest of DX.
And that's what they've got to do. They've got to find these pickups. They've got to connect these shots. Smoke wall thrown down. They know the location of Levi's. They saw him peeking from behind the tree, but they might be barking up the wrong tree on this one blank. You're outnumbered. You're outgunned. You're stuck on the hill eating nades, but it doesn't matter as the AK slays onto the first trade back. It all falls onto Cluck. So low on health and finished off by who else but Chow as he'll connect that one and DX steal away the chicken dinner.
And for DX, another big chicken dinner like that. That right there is their grand finals ticket. It is so unlikely now that anyone's going to be able to pass them up in terms of performance. They have had such a sick last chance. And you can tell there's relief here for the team, because even if there is 2 more matches to play, it is pretty much donezo for this squad. They're ready to go towards the PMGC grand finals in Turkey and take it on with the best of them.
And they deserve it, man. They deserve it massively. DX were a side that even back in regulation, in what was dubbed the group of death, you know, they showed us so many big plays, so many moments of great teamwork. I think that is the one thing that sets this side apart, Blank. The communication, the way that they're able to rely on each other for trades, the way they use utility off of each other's calls as well. DX have all of the necessary talking points to have a world-winning roster. They've shown that, and they are looking championship ready right now.
And it's nice to see Pasija Evos, DX, Udo Alliance all in a squabble right at the end there for first, third, and second place, because all these three teams are consistently at the top of the lobby right now. They deserve to be there as well with all that they've done, with all they've been able to show us throughout this entirety of the Last Chance stage. And again, it's that differentiation from these squads that we're starting to see at the top side of the lobby.
Man, it's wild. So hard to call right now. All of the biggest brands, all the most exciting teams, all of the craziest plays from all of our nations. I don't know what to be said, but luckily we have a team of people so eloquent that they can talk about it, and their waxing lyrical will get you hyped. So let's get back over to the desk.
What can I say? We are quite the wordsmiths here on the desk, as Xavier quite the winsmiths, getting back-to-back chicken dinners, but not only that, almost solidifying them a place in the grand finals, kicking off in just a few weeks' time. And really right now, Max, the battle isn't for top 5. I think there's only a few places left that the teams are still trying to take.
I think Kalaris said, what, 95% chance that now FaZe Xavier are 100%. Probably. They're 95% 100% qualified.
I was going to say, what, Max? I know you weren't good with math.
Numbers ain't my thing, Jason. Okay, don't even try. But yeah, it's going to be now, I think, competing for 3 slots right now in the top 5 position. But man, Inco, the Western side, because this is really rough terrain to play with. I think all the teams saw this circle like, okay, we're going to maybe try and play a salvage mission. This was way more than a salvage mission for Inco. Ninibitch in particular with that DP, just taking headshot after headshot on your FaZe, on your Mad Bulls, clearing so much space on the Western side to then reach a podium finish. I'm really happy with how Inco played this game, though I could talk about this for ages. I think that Nigma might have just thrown the spot in top 5 this game.
Yeah, maybe. What a way to end Erangel, though, right? Like, what a barn burner of a game. All of these teams vying for as many points as possible here, with DXAV getting that back-to-back. And looking good from that compound. They did have threats constantly hitting towards them. I will have to say as well, we noticed it for Udo Alliance. Really good wherewithal to keep their cars in such a really well-defended location until they absolutely needed them against the rest of these teams. That really gave them an opportunity at this game. Not quite the win, but an opportunity at it.
Inco in 6th place, 4 points out. Well, technically 5 since they lose the chicken dinner head-to-head of qualifying through in top 5. Influence Rage in 9th with 57. We probably thought one Brazilian team was going to get through in top 5, but I didn't expect it to be Inco with the way we're currently seeing. And Team K still falling out. IHC is still not really able to breach that gap just yet. But if you're talking about FaZe as pretty much being through, does it also mean Prestige obviously is going to be one of those teams as well at 78?
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, I don't expect them to get 2 0-pointer games, Jason, in a row. I think that they're still going to be able to climb up. So it's down to maybe just Pasija versus Team Kes. No, sorry, I'm on the wrong leaderboard right now.
He's doing well.
Down to Udo Alliances and BTR spot that might be contested in a top 5 position. But it's way too close for comfort, though. As we're looking at some of our top Miramar performers, look at that. Inco has historically been doing also pretty decent on this map, and they could be able to breach a top 5 spot after these next 2 matches. It's down to the wire, Jason. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
That's a big concern for all those teams trying to catch up, right? The fact that all of these teams that are already doing well on the leaderboard are pretty good at Miramar as well. That being said, again, like what we've seen so far today, we've seen quite the magical run from some of these teams at the very bottom that are trying to compete against adversity, I must say, for them. And likewise, those teams at the top are solidifying themselves very nicely. So, I mean, it is not done just yet. I do think maybe 2 spots to contend for here, though, but that's not certain.
But for me, this is what I love about seeing, PUBG Mobile kind of mature over time, is that if you think back to earlier tournaments, we would have just landslides. Take it back to BTR with over 100-point lead. But now we are seeing it be so close every single stage throughout this entire event. And right now we can't call who's going to be necessarily fully going through, or at least the whole 5 teams. But we still have to wait. We still have 2 matches left to go. Before we get into that, though, we remind you guys once again, that the Infinix GT10 Pro, official smartphone here at PMGC 2023, all the players are participating on it because it was born for them. I was going to say bred for them, but born for them to participate and obviously take home potentially a chance in the grand finals. And of course, while they're on that, they're checking out TikTok, but also beyond that, they're doing many more things, like playing in the Frost Festival. Maybe not quite right now. Obviously, their focus is on trying to qualify, but I'm sure betting they're going to be doing that in between now and PMGC Grand Finals kicking off in December. So you guys can pick it up as well and check it out. But obviously, don't do it just yet. We still have 2 matches to come, so do that later on today. And you can also pick up, well, not to mention up again, you can get that for yourselves. You also play in the, oh my gosh, I forgot the name, the Popularity Annual Gala. How can I forget? Because I lost all 10 of my matches, just like I normally would, Max. Right?
We're used to it.
Yeah, you're used to it.
Yeah.
You guys can play for November 15th to December 19th. We take on your 10 matches, win some exclusive rewards for yourself. The Gandhi collaboration going on as well within PUBG Mobile. You guys can pick up your 2 vehicles is on to R in particular. I know Claris is looking towards that one. And not to mention, on top of that, you can get your victory dance as well. So you can support your favorite teams and tell everyone in the lobby who you are rooting for. We're going to head to a break. We have Miramar coming up on the way with 2 matches left to go, both on Miramar. And it's really anyone's game. We can get through in the top 5. We'll see you in a suit. So we're going to have a little chat with you right now. I'm not sure exactly what it's going to be necessarily, but I do know about how long it's going to be. Max, man, are you, let me just ask you this. Are you pretty satisfied with the teams you currently have in top 5?
No.
Okay. That's not the answer I was expecting. I kind of wish there was more slots considering the quality of teams and caliber of teams we have at the moment.
Yeah, I wanted to see Infinix Rage, Nigma Galaxy doing a little bit better here. I think that some teams at the top have some good showcases in terms of, for example, DX are really good at placement points, maybe not limbs. It's just going to be tough to transition into the grand finals, but I think we can still have big changes here on these last 2 matches.
I get into this every single time, Claris, but as we approach our last 2 matches, we obviously know which teams will not be getting through. Is this where they get to be an extra force in the lobby and potentially change the fate of some of the teams?
No, honestly, if it was me, I would just get more extremely aggressive, right? Like, just try something insane, but I don't know if it's going to materialize.
He said the thing, Max. Let's head over to our commentators to get into our 5th match of the day, our penultimate match. It's over on Miramar. Jackie and Blake, take it away.
Thanks, Jason. That's right, man. 2 games left. That's all that there is to decide the fate of some of these teams, Blank. And with how competitive today's been, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, how's it going to go? Is there any going to be a last-minute shift, a last-minute disbalance for some of these squads to break into the top 5, Blank? Or do we know who is going to the finals? Oh, look how hyped up Duxan are. That's where we need to be. That's the sort of energy that everyone at home should have for these last 2 games.
Yeah, we need that Duxan fighting. We need all these teams fighting to get themselves in towards that top spot. Right now, for the guys over on Duxan, it's not looking impossible. Neither is it for few teams ahead of them, right? Team Kato, IHC, Inco, as well as Influence Rage. Just the barest breath away. Duxan currently the furthest behind at 11 points. I would say most teams underneath this position, though, a little bit difficult to get in, right? Not impossible, with the way that we saw Duxan get themselves a 29-point game earlier on today, but very, very tough indeed. Heading over towards Miramar, though, this is FaZe's match of choice, and with dropping down to 3rd place, this is likely where they want to bump those points up just a little bit more. But I would say 3rd, 2nd, 1st, looking fairly healthy at the moment in terms of point. BTR definitely in that difficult zone at the moment in 5th place with 67 points, where it looks to be a little bit scary. I think UDO Alliance, if you're fans of the Malaysian team, you can feel a little bit safer in the fact that this is a very consistent squad. Profiting over them is going to be difficult unless they completely throw away these last 2 matches of the day.
I'm blank. I've adjusted my stance for this one because I feel like this is going to be a crazy game, man. These Miramars have been delivering so much. For one squad in particular, I feel like FaZe just seem to go Super Saiyan, right? Whenever we get onto Miramar, they look lethal. They look comfortable. They come out absolutely swinging. But there's quite a few squads in this lobby that seem to have their bread buttered on Miramar. It's why it gets so exciting when we make it to these final 2 games of the day, especially with how much they've done for us in terms of weaving the narrative together, with keeping it close. It's not been ridiculous towards the upper echelons, where it seems unachievable in people being able to get lapped here into these last few games. All right, hello, have a look at this. Look at this zone.
Interesting on the zone there, but also interesting on the fact that UDO Alliance, 1 point average on Miramar so far in Last Chance.
Yeah, not great, mate, not great.
That is stressful considering, you know, I said they were a consistent team. They seem to be very consistent when it comes to Erangel and Sandhawk, but Miramar looks to be a real pain point for them. And at 71 points, you know, that's a position that could be easily taken away from you now. If you only get 73, you're looking at IHC, Team Kato, Inco, Ducksand, Influence Rage, all gunning for those kind of points at the end of the day, which I'd assume they'd hit. So, in fact, for UDO Alliance, this is a lot more dangerous than I initially thought, Jackie.
Yeah, this is not going to be a walk in the park by any means. And UDO Alliance, like the one thing that has kind of been a bit of a saving grace for them, at least, is how smart they've been in terms of when it is a high percentage fight blank. They play really smart PUBG Mobile, at least in the sense of playing the numbers, right? Playing the percentages. If it's a low percentage chance to actually get anything beneficial out of it, they don't throw it away. They're not going to go for it. They'll at least play smart. And I think that's one of those things that can be a big backbone, a big boon for teams like that, if you know how to prioritize fights, where to really maximize your point score. Looks like we're having a bit of a rehost on this one, though, as the headsets are coming off. Not too bad. I mean, honestly, we were live for about 60 seconds there, so it's not the end of the world. It's not as if anything's been shown too early. We can kind of have the ability to run this one back and keep things consistent. Just means it might be changing a little bit in terms of the circle and the playing path we'll get next outing.
Yeah, I think for Mad Bull's shown us a little bit of a different change of pace there for themselves down towards the south side and Los Higos. Maybe that's a play they don't pull out again. Usually drop over towards Puerto Paraíso at the end of the day. So again, playing path could be wildly different. So could the circle. I think that's the first time in a while it heads up far towards that northwest side, giving some of those teams on the northwest edge a little bit of an easier time to rotate on it. But again, it's all in the past. Got to put it behind you now. Think about this as a fresh match indeed, whilst you wait for these teams to get themselves back into the game. BTR on your screens at the moment.
Here's a quick one for you, Blank, whilst we get a rehost going. Let's have a quick rehost riddle. What kind of running means walking?
Kind of running means walking.
That's right, Blank. What kind of running means walking?
Ooh, dude, why do you always hit with these rehost riddles? Because I am horrible at the rehost riddles, mate. I'm terrible at it. And I could just Google it, but I'm not that guy.
You've got more respect. You've got more respect than that,
I've got respect for the rehost riddle. I don't know, it's like a competition, like a walking competition. Because you're in the running for a walking competition?
It's not bad. I like where you're going with it. But it's not the answer I've got on the sheet, Blank. It was running out of gas.
Oh.
Yeah, running out of gasoline there. Petrol.
So you have to get out the car.
Yeah, you've got to walk, you see. Yeah.
Oh, of course. I think I went too deep into it there. I tried too hard. Yeah, that's what I always do on these ones, though.
This is great, by the way. This is the sort of thing that I would like take a picture of and then put up in the back of the boot camp facility.
Yeah,
the smiles and thumbs up.
I do like the tossing of the heat pack as well, just
slamming it down. Yeah.
I've got 2 games left. Just let me play the game.
My hands are too warm.
Dear me. But yeah, still waiting for the boys to get back into it, it would seem. Do apologise. Of course.
Well, it is your fault. You know, you did release the technical gremlins into the building, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
And they're in the
I let them out the
computers
cage.
now. Exactly. I've been warning you. I've been saying you shouldn't feed the IT gremlins after midnight. But you said it's fine. They're not going to swell up and turn into loads of computer gremlins. And
But they did.
Happened. Look what happened, Blank.
They look so cute. I just had to give them a little bit of food after midnight. It's my fault. My fault. My bad, guys. But heading back to the match in 40 seconds, very, very shortly. The classic nondescript pillow. We love to see it.
The old land pillow, mate.
The land pillow.
It has
Just
to happen.
The dirty white pillow.
Yeah, people love a land pillow. You can always tell the players that excel the land pillow. I tell you what, there is really one weird one that I've seen. The most bizarre land setup I'd ever seen is there's a player that has his chair back rotated. He wants it the other way when he plays stage games. So they have to unscrew the back of the chair, flip it round the wrong way it's supposed to go, because that's how he likes it to feel pushed up against his back.
That's odd.
It's odd, right?
Not sure I feel about that one.
It's a bit backwards, literally.
It is a bit backwards. Literally just trying to destroy his lumbar. I mean, okay, fair enough. Maybe it gets him into the mood of things like, I'm uncomfortable now. Right. I can't be any more uncomfortable in game.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
I guess so. But luckily, Blank, it's resolved. The problems have been fixed. And we set ourselves up then for the penultimate game. Oh, okay. It's not the same.
It's not ideal.
Yeah.
Horrible playing path, I'd say, down towards the southern edge. Really pens a lot of teams into a different location. Mad Bulls, again, like I said, I don't think they would have been going back down to Minas del Sur, Los Higos way. Instead, drop up towards Puerto Paraíso. Influence Rage, I imagine, going to go far up towards Impala. But directly into our penultimate match here for the last chance. Which teams can make it towards the top now, because this is the final stretch, the final run. And again, I would say more than anything, the penultimate match a lot of times is more important than the final one, because you at least need to get yourself close to that boundary to have your final breakout. If FaZe didn't have at least some decent games on their last two matches, it wouldn't have been possible over in that survival stage to make it into the last chance here.
No, it's true, man. I think Miramar really is one of those points where if you get here and you go above and beyond, if you really do pull out all the stops, you have that potential for what can be a whirlwind swing of 2 games back to back, and that can be enough. You know, 2 games, definitely more potential for points. Double the amount of points, potentially. It's just the way that goes. Only the 1 game gets a lot harder, gets a lot more awkward. So starting off with your best foot forward now, going into these next 2 games, and forgetting about everything else that's happened leading up to this point is what you have to do. Mentality has got to be at an all-time high, and you have to come out swinging. We need to see confidence for a lot of our squads here, namely Influence Rage, man. If they want to change face now, Blank, I need to see 2 back-to-back games where not only are they fragging, but they are gunning for placements as well. They're gunning for chicken dinners. Gladiators right now just getting gunned more literally as they give up the opening elim to Enigma Galaxy there.
Yeah, for Gladiators, I think taking this trash drop down towards the south side, especially on a southern circle like this, you gotta expect teams to be around this area. You know that Enigma Galaxy drops off towards that western side. You know Mad Bulls are going to be having a cheeky peek down towards the south eye as well. So I think you drop close and try and play a buddy system off the back of that in terms of looting. Again, we don't have to talk about them too much here. Right now, 16th place, impossible run for them. Up towards that northwest side, though, Duxan gets himself nice and situated towards San Martin early on in the game. So ready to head central. Reject as well in a fairly decent position down towards that south side. Certainly not out, I would say, is that 13th position, even down towards 14th with Mad Bulls with 41 points. There's still potential here, which is insane to say that 14th can still get in at the end of 2 days. Right? That is ridiculous. Duxan just about regrouping with one another. It's been a long drop on the parachute, almost immediately pulled there, but will find themselves into a decent spot. Rook on the northern edge towards water treatment, a central team that likes to get themselves penned up inside a compound, defend it as good as possible, put out the outside traps, the defenses, the hot oil, but we'll see what Rook can get done here.
And you'd hope there is a little bit more even just for themselves to have a final send-off, if it isn't enough to, make it the whole affair and really mount some sort of heroic, unfathomable comeback for Rook, at least you're giving a good test of yourselves on the way out the door. Because they played some blinding PUBG Mobile. They've had some corkers, some of the shots they've been hitting, some of the actually out of the meta setups they've been using as well, like you were mentioning with the gas cans and a few of the setups. It's been pretty cool to watch. So their defensive gameplay could definitely still have a bit of a leg up into our last 2 games of the day here. Duxan having a bit of a loot as well as they'll clear out the rooms, get everything tucked away nice and neatly early on. And that's kind of one of the big things, is where's our first fight going to come from? Who will throw us a bone and potentially make the first mistake? Lufa, he's lurking. Okay, they don't clear the angle blank, and he peeks off the back of it. Lufa strikes into the first man. Map geometry could work for him, but he's not quick enough in getting behind that AC unit, so he takes a heavy hit there and gets dropped down to the ground from Squash. Inco finding that opening knock, and they're wondering, where's the rest of his team? Where is everyone else?
Yeah, not looking to save him either. Lufa left behind. And I think for Lufa there, yeah, there's big potential, right, where you can actually get yourself a fantastic 1v3 position in that location towards power grid. It's not to be, though. He doesn't cross quick enough, isn't able to find himself into the position behind the AC units, as you were saying. So for the boys on Reject, they'll be down to just those 3 players, and their run becomes much more squeaky in this match. Not quite in stage 2 just yet, but we have a lot of teams down towards our south side. Udo Alliance looking to move upwards. They find Meku on the approach, will take him down. Quick and easy elimination, so already they're on average, right? They found their 1 point of the game, which is better than nothing. And for Udo Alliance, they know they need to do a lot in these last 2 Miramars. Yesterday was not good for them. However, today has to be if they want to maintain their position in that top 5 to go towards the grand finals. Inco, very close towards the top 5. And I do wonder if we're going to have the Inco special from last year. Just finding some good positions. Oh dear. Finding some good positions in the center of the circle and then just squeezing their way into that top 5 at the end of it.
YDO showing you what it looks like to climb a set of Dutch stairs here. It's very steep and very hard. Sometimes you go tumbling back down on your bottom. But he at least will make it the second time around and gets up towards the top. Looking down on Rook now. Okay. Bullet's going to bite him instantly. They've got nades as well. Chucks that one in. Pretty nice, actually, Blank. Good forearm on him. Lands that right on target and wipes about half of his HP off. So YDO probably not fancying really committing to this one as heavily as he had previously. And now Rook are aware of the location as well. So they can try and set up for this, at least keep themselves out of the danger zone. IHC on screens here as well, roaming on in. Okie dokie, Papi Patro, he'd probably be first contact on this one as Zol's looking for the peak over the top of the hillside. Ooh, hang on a minute, Reyes on the swing round the back, actually just burns him instantly, Blank. That's a freebie.
Yeah, I mean, for IHC there, the fact that Zol is just sitting pretty, kind of assumes that the rest of the squads are going to be inside the compounds underneath. Demo at least gets up close, has a smoke in his hands, drops it over towards his teammate. Now looks to take a high ground position to maybe take some shots over towards Reyes and Ko over on this side. Looking to lock them in. Remember, IHC needs some big points this game to actually jump up. And they have been a fantastic team. It'd be great to see the Mongolian squad go through to the grand finals, but they've got to find these placement points. They can't just keep scrapping early on and losing teammates left, right, and center. With FaZe off in the distance too, looks a little bit scary. Big Milo picks up Alex on his peak, and for IHC, the days seem a little bit numbered here for them. They're losing players left, right, and center. Luckily, Ziol's back up on his feet, and right now, IHC desperately getting their teammates back up into action.
Trying to reset as quick as possible, but they're being barreled down on. FaZe saw an opportunity here to try and strike in the back line, and a few of those connections will rain through, fastly closing the gap as well as they hop behind the steering wheels and drive down onto IHC. So many squads on top of each other there as well. So this fight is basically just a big old dinner bell that is being rung back and forth. Everyone's looking to get stuck into the mix FaZe being able to pick up a good majority of the elims from it as IHC are melting. They are evaporating the longer this goes on. Demo tries to go for the getaway and at least be the sole survivor of the Mongolian squad as he'll be breezing off in the back of the vehicle and just focusing on going as far away as possible. Hopefully, he doesn't run straight into the awaiting arms of BTR or get backstabbed by Enigma Galaxy. That's quite close by. For FaZe, where's the next fight come from? Now you've won out on that one versus IHC, you're going to be moving into the zone where you'll have Reject Tokyo just a few steps ahead of you.
I mean, for IHC, right, Demo, you're right. He's just sending away as fast as possible. Gets in the vehicle, will not be walking anytime soon, wants to keep the gas running because he needs to get towards a very, very safe position in the circle and just maintain presence. Needs to get 3 or 4 points on this match in terms of placements. Maybe steal away some eliminations through this game as well to keep them with that springboard going forward. Team Queso getting barraged upon by BTR as they don't allow them to scale up this cliff. Already a vehicle's gone. The monster truck a little bit more sturdy though, able to get over towards the top side.
Mate, Satar has ruined them, Blank. He's been really good today. Like, some of the shots we've seen him hit, especially when he has a DMR in his hands, he's feeling super crisp. Really, really nice to watch. Or even here. It's the tracing, Blank. It's the mechanical skill that you can see he's got down to a T, right? The way that there's a target so far off in the distance, so he's accounting for everything in his mind, but keeping up the tracing, it just looks really nice to watch. So gun skill there for BTR, always being a bit of a blessing for them. Satar again, he proves it, Blank. That's a headshot as well onto Tixi. How does he do it so easily?
Yeah, I mean, you called it perfectly there. Satar from BTR has been a really big standout from that team. Certainly hitting some disgusting shots. Kitsune's rocking up towards Rook Esports. Pretty sure they spot over towards him. Satar once again knocks out Team Queso. Reyes tries to peek out for just a barest second, but he's on it like a swivel at the moment. Pusher goes down to Prepod from up on high. Will fall too. This is the position on the map that both these teams been scrapping over because this is quite a difficult position on the map to play. You know, you've got crater fields up towards this northern side, hellish spot to play around with. You've got the ridge sides down towards the south and the deadly fields on the southwest, which I imagine not a lot of teams would like to see in play. But we're about to see stage 3, where it shrinks up, where these teams will have to go. Some of these teams have heavy committed towards the high ground early on. They want to hold on to it. And we do head further south. So there's fields still in play. A lot of area becomes really, really difficult to hold on to going forward, Jackie.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier to remain in control of your territory here, with most of the landmass already disappearing and squads duking it out against one another. They're shoulder to shoulder right now in a few of these locations as well, just looking to see who will be left standing in charge of a compound once the dust has settled. Distance on that must have been sickening as well. Brute force being able to get the shots down into the gulch there and find a connection off on Duxan from absolutely miles away. Probably not going to be able to convert it into the full-on elimination, but even then, he still slowed them down a bit and they're forced to use some of that utility early. Fight here on the hillside as well, with Evos looking over the ledge and seeing what's on the other side. Anything that tantalizes them, makes them think maybe there's some free points on offer here. But they won't over-egg it. They play their cards close to their chest, staying safe for now. And Brute Force just continuing as well to inflict damage down on Duxan.
Duxan definitely crumbling just a little bit, trying to find anywhere they can play from. Brute Force somewhat lucky that this high ground was still in, but again, this is just a full commit from the squad, from the team to the high ground early in the game. They grab it at that point, in which case now they can start to hold it. They have 2 players underneath as well, with Mind and YDO holding onto the concrete, allowing the rest of Brute Force to eventually move into position later on. Binny does find himself a nice shot, but it's quickly answered there by Nanabeche. Over towards Binny himself, and Rafa will immediately hit the next connection. Flush out that player from Duxan. Remember, these are the guys that are chasing 56 points. Losing a player now this early in the game, not really even that far into the circle either, without a strong spot to play off. That is pretty bad news for them. So many teams just holding on the high ground now, with the ice picks firmly cemented into the walls.
It's going to take all of their strength, all of their energy to stay standing in fights like this. Dangling on a knife's edge. Fleeke wants to go for the getaway, but he's been slain. Mela in the back line will assault the man and shut him down. So this two-pronged attack from either side now gives them a good overall understanding of how to approach the fight versus Mad Balls, as you've completely fragmented them. And Frozen doesn't really have any quick backup either. So if he exposes himself, peeks out for any info, you'll be absolutely barraged from so many different positions that he should fall quite quickly. But look at the grouping. Look how many teams that are just on top of one another here. The difference of these squads fighting should come in the next few seconds because of this. Zone moving on further up. Brute Force centered up dead center on it with one player trapped down in the bottom behind Big Milo and the boys. And the rest of the teams now have to fight on their warpath to get into the new zones. This means that FaZe and Mad Balls, that level of pressure that was on them previously, starts to rise once again. And you're going to be looking to survive and weather the storm on this.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this circle, it's like one of the craziest circles you can get on Miramar as well, with the amount of high ground that's still in play now. Onzen's opts to drop down. I don't know if that was an accident or not. He looks around like he's a bit annoyed with himself there. And I don't think he meant to drop off so early. But FaZe, Mela will come down to collect him. Maybe take him back up top side. The Galaxy, though, suffering to a massive approach coming through from Procedure Evos. Finally, they assault on towards the building. Freak sends on the backside. Redface, though, you can see him on the rooftops, causing pandemonium to occur within the ranks of Nigma Galaxy as he has great sight lines over towards them as they try and rotate through these buildings.
Swooped on in, looking to strike some fear into their hearts here. Oh, the bout continues. Damage done onto Freak. He recoils and tries to stay alive. Lynx pushes up. Close peek over the wall. Spotted him out. Has the info. Knows he's trying to bait him for the wide swing. Has the shotgun in hand. The SMG up close. Trying to slap the man down. But they've got numbers. That's the edge that they have here, Blank. They could overwhelm them with the sheer amount of them. But they're being picked off from a distance. And Freak is still standing. Bobs and weaves. Left and right. Looking to line up a good night hit. Wants to clamber down onto them if he can. Tries to bait round the corner. Hits one onto Lynx. Resets for the second as well. Tried for first to take down the down players, but Luxy comes back into trade. Problem is, they've taken down two in the get-go. Coops is burning as well, so Redface burns him off, and Enigma Galaxy are gone.
Dear me, this could have been a bigger game for Procedure Evos, though, on this northwest side. Well unfortunate. But again, great plays from Freak. To be able to make that happen with the DBS just shows how deadly that weapon can be in close range. Procedure Evos, they had a chance though, like I said, to move through. Udo Alliance up on the high ground, looking for more of these eliminations. Olio's already down though for the squad. We know this guy is a big contender, but some of the other boys on the squad here have been stepping up in a big way. Cluck and Iftar, definitely the two lads that I have my eyes upon. Nades, mollies, all been sent down to cause carnage in this position. Another nade explodes just as the heal goes off.
Oh, I'll commit onto it. Easy pickings for Cluck as he will swing that one straight into the face of Reject Tokyo and farm up some extra elims. Grabbing those and funneling them into the back pocket. Okay, look at the setup here as well for Brute Force. He is the king of the hill right now. FaZe starting to climb up. Oh, they had the climbing gear, Blank. But Ventores didn't put the handbrake on, goes tumbling back down to reality.
Yeah, struggling to get his way up there, but has certainly given away his position now, I would say. Neos likely not to get back to the rest of his team up towards the northern side. They held down the compound, but for him, it's all about just gathering information, giving it back across towards the three players in that compound towards the central arena, which looks to be the best position in the lobby now. Duxan's still in this one. DX just looking to confirm more points, be that points vacuum towards that top side. Influence Rage, they need a sprint and they need it now towards the end of the day.
It's got to be huge. You've come this far. You can't afford to start letting it slip now. Battle Force, Brute Force rather, up top on the hill, still waiting for the peak. See if they can lick on over the ledge and hit some nice shots. Demo, he got away very, very early on into this one. His entire squad was wiped out, but he's still standing. For now, just lurking and skulking his way around the back line, just trying to read what the positions are here from the close squads. Oh, door comes open, wide swing from Satar, easy shots onto him, but this allowed the other squads to realize his location, so they fire off and take him down. IHC now gone for good as Demo, the last man, falls. Udo Alliance pushing up on Duxan. It's the utility that's getting the job done. The Molotov burns out the first. Nade over the backside of the hut as well. QX losing about 15% of his health from that one. And they want to just swing on this, looking to finish it off right here, right now, and not let the man from Duxan survive for much longer. Does win one fight out with the UMP on the swing. A nice shot to pick up, but he's traded and finished off.
It's a good game for Udo Alliance. 5 eliminations so far is really well done for them in what is quite a circle, honestly, with a lot of awful ground to rotate through. Which is sort of impossible without vehicles, but with the amount of vehicles that are getting ripped to shreds on the rotates inwards, it is just difficult pickings. BTR attempts to move further in. For Duxan going out with just 1 player left remaining, 2 eliminations, doesn't set themselves in the best of steads to get further into this match. Inco over towards our eastern side on the low ground. They'll have to move in eventually, and likely it's going to be teams like FaZe as well as Udo Alliance to take shots towards them. Gladiators go out, 0 elims, 0 points. Their run's over. Definitely now we will not see them over towards the grand finals. But Neos has an eye over towards Frozen from the Mad Bulls. Yeah, he's just waiting it out, hoping that other teams go down before him.
Just seeing if maybe there's an opportunity for himself later on into this one. Of course, as soon as you reveal yourself, you can't put that away. Can't put it back into Pandora's box. The other squads are going to fully be aware of what your location is and how you're opting to play it. So just taking a bit of a slower burn on this one. Influence Rage. It's been a shame to see them falling off, letting their foot off the gas pedal and not really achieving enough points into these past few games. Still surviving here though, right underneath the noses as they play close towards the hillside. BTR sending a few shots their way, taking the fight towards Evos above them. So Influence Rage still standing pretty for now at least, waiting to see what they can do with this one. Brute Force set themselves up inside the zone, have a good angle to play around. Redface peeks back on up, looking for the assault on the BTR. The smoke's blocking off all the angles, Blank, just making it so hard for him to hit. But a couple of those shots are on target, and about half HP wiped off Lepar.
Eventually they'll have to make a tumble though, right? They have to jump on down from this position, likely into the waiting arms of Influence Rage. We're very happy to receive him. Hospitality galore for them. Redface looks to make his approach now. Federal underneath, but BTR have eyes on. Smoke's the only things between Pajija, Evos, and Death at the moment. Nice nade from Kaiovsky will take down Luxy and Redface at the same time. What a nade from him. Now they move forward over towards BTR, take them on as well. Zipian versus the 4 players here from Inco. Drops down, has a nade of his own, looks to throw it over the top, but won't get it there in time. Could have been a massive nade there from Zipian, just can't hit it. Now BTR in a full-on engagement with Influence Rage.
They're going in. No longer is it chip damage from a distance, it's all about the aggression up close. But in a matter of seconds, Blank, they've already lost so much power, so much stock on this one, as Lepar's basically all that's left. Fragmented from the rest of the team, the other 2 members so far back because of the HP damage they took. Lepar's isolated, and it should be a freebie. Influence Rage want to try and clean up on this one. They don't overcommit to the push over the hill. Lepar peeks back in, had time to heal up,
hits a shot, turn and burn. Chow, meanwhile, starts a fight versus FaZe, so that's going on over at the barn. Sitar as well, with the pickup there on the Mad Bulls now. Both of them drop down into the deck as they're just lurking on this one. They've gone from having all four alive to just a duo that's basically broken in sheer seconds. Inco also fighting on this one. Everyone bombarding bullets down at them. Not looking good. Squash about to be run over.
On Zenz as well, still find the shots if they took a couple their way. Lil Boy is holding it down for Influence Rage, and BTR are out after that one. Some great movements there from Influence Rage. Looks really bad towards the start of it, but a lot of other teams start to chime in just a little bit. FaZe down to just one remaining member. Inco somehow made it off from the compound on that southeast side to get up towards the northwest to sit inside that little bunker where we did see the ramp in play. Law does go down to a nade. Brute Force constantly harassing this team of Influence Rage. It's DX once again towards the center. The big point sponge towards that top side, looking for another chicken dinner. Already had the back-to-back. Greedy though on this final day, looking for one more. Team Queso to break back into that top 5. They felt like they'd been so hard done to earlier on today. Getting pushed out of it, not able to maintain that momentum from yesterday.
Can they make it the three-peat? The back-to-back-to-back? Or what is the outcome we're going to be seeing here on Miramar? As of now, Rook aggressing over the hillside onto Udo Alliance, peppering bullets their way, but not quite cleaving his way through him just yet. They've given enough time for the reface on the shotty. Still missing these, really has to hit those. And finally he will. Udo Alliance go down off the back of that one. And this isn't looking good either. The assault onto DX now as they take a bit of damage, but do find themselves another point in the pocket for the eliminations, bringing them up to 5 on their game. In a great position overall. Papi Potro on the elevated angle. He's the one up top. If he can draw the attention off his teammates, maybe find a critical pickup, they might still be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Issue is that right now they're just being put down in the ground. They're taking so much damage. And even Prepod's found an opportunity to strike versus Rook as well. Grabs another one there.
Okay, so somehow living this through, and Reyes drops a big nade on him. We'll take down at least one, but it's YDO taking down Papi Potro now as Inco starts to spread out towards this side on the south to look to take down Mela. Inco, pretty incredible run, honestly, but finally taking knocks and flushes from the teams that are playing alongside this little ditch. Mela, last alive, drops a nade through, finds the pick off with the help of YDO. More shots. How is Mela doing this? Once again, the Mischief Maker full in play. One player left remaining. Hardly any HP left on board. Might go down before him.
Mela, the big merc, the man that's been ruining the dreams of all these other squads, continues to surprise again today. And he's staying alive at least until the zone ushers him out. FaZe finally gone as they go down. The Miramar Madmen that had been serving us success on this map will not have a chance to get the chicken dinner today. Instead, that's up to Rook, DX, Team Queso, and Brute Force. Rook's chances instantly expire as DX get the line up on that one. Lamborghini has been Ferrari peeking into a lot of these fights and delivering some sick shots. Another one blank as he rips the head off of Prepod.
DX up to 10 eliminations now. Really playing some unreal PUBG Mobile today. Looking for that back-to-back here to finish things off and makes things so unbelievably hard in that final game as they take away all the points from these teams at that top side. This Thai team has more than made up for it for the fact that Vampire Esports won't be joining us in the grand finals. Their brothers, though, their bigger brothers with their bigger muscles, their bigger biceps, will be at the end of this one as DX has more than done enough now. They've gone above and beyond in this last chance to make it through to the grand finals. I'd even go as far to say they're playing in a different league of their own now.
Yeah, looking unreal. Looking absolutely unbelievable with some of the plays they've been pulling out today. You got to give them credit. You got to give them props for what they've done. The individuals showing up when it matters most. Any one of these 4 players
feel like they can go absolutely nuclear back to back in these games. Right now, though, they strike once again, looking to put the final nail in the coffin here on Miramar and guarantee a third chicken dinner in a row. Lamborghini with the charge in, closes down. Brute force, all that remains. Just 2 players trapped back, being swung upon by the full squad of DX.
2v4, is it possible? Probably not with the way that DX has been playing. They're on fire right now. There's a pip in their step as they move through this one. YDO, last to fall. The back to back to back, pulled off in the last chance by DX. A big cheer from this team and a big cheer from their hometown crowd, because this is an insane performance from these lads, and they've just made it even harder going into that final game on Miramar.
The free Pete from DX. Free chicken dinners on the trot, not dropping, not stopping, only adding more points between them and anyone else that is under them. They're not thinking about top 5 blank, they're thinking about being number 1 hard stuck as the top team here at the end of the last chance. That's what they want, and with 1 game left, that's a very plausible feat with just how much they've done for themselves, how big of a buffer they've built off of these back-to-back games. It's not only winning as well, it's the fact that they're doing it in style, with eliminations, with the team looking red hot.
Yeah, I mean, the Vietnamese squad has just been disgustingly good today. And it's hard not to talk about them when we want to talk about some of these positions towards the bottom side of things, right? Towards 5th place, towards 4th. Who can make it in off the back of it? And I mean, I sort of have to talk about FaZe a little bit. They lived quite a while in that game. It was a bit iffy here and there, as well as Udo Alliance actually being able to get some points back on the board for them. But we're heading over towards a board of our own with the director, Mr. Jason Kaplan.
The director, the chairman, I go by many names, but one name I can't go by is the back-to-back-to-back champions, like DX Xavier getting 3 wins in a row, getting themselves 100% secured into the grand finals, and more importantly, keeping the dream alive for other teams out there by soaking up these points towards the top, Max.
Yeah, I gotta say, DX Xavier made me eat my words. They were a team that were just about getting into the late game and getting podium finishes without getting a ton of eliminations. What a massive change of mindset. It's in a similar sense to FaZe, that now they just reached the late game.
I knew it.
Just stop getting eliminations. So I'm loving it from DX Xavier overall. They just solidified their spot here in the grand finals. But oh, I didn't even see that Lynx AMR from Rez. Really cool. I always like me and Kalar. Love it.
Yeah. Run Lynx AMR watch. It's fantastic. It's like bird spotting, you know, but there's always the chicken dinners rolling in for DX Xavier. I cannot believe it. A back-to-back-to-back. They join, of course, the 3-time on-a-day winners from prior situations here in PMGC. It's just insane. Insane to see in a high-octane situation like this, where it does feel like their mid-game is usually very quiet, but then they're able to hold down certain spots towards that late game against all of these encroaching threats that are coming their way. So if you can play a quiet mid-game and get yourself towards the late as 3 or 4, yeah, albeit, that's great.
And the most important play here for DX Xavier when they were on that little dip on the road is just clear your Team Kessos, your Brute Force, and some players off FaZe on the southern edge. The moment you can do that, you can transition on the ridge of the road and pretty much take the fight versus the remaining 2 teams of, I think at the time it was a player of Brute Force mainly taken care of. But look at the ratings they updated, and it's tied, man. What? Oh, come on. It's too close. I don't know, Jason.
South America all over there.
Ridiculous. Yeah, Team Queso tied with Bigetron. Inko, of all teams, able to make their way to 7th place, and Influence Rage in reach as well. Even IHC currently in 9th. I mean, it's really anyone's game right now. Bigetron, you better hope to not go out early, because if you do, that could be your demise. Even Udo Alliance, I want to say, isn't necessarily safe, as they do have a 6-point lead over Team Queso. So a couple of teams we really have to keep our focus on here, because if they drop out, they're not only dropping out of the match, they're potentially dropping out of the grand finals.
Yeah, we could have 2 Brazilian teams qualify in the last game here, Jason. We could have Inca and Influence drew one of the biggest comebacks here at the end of the tournament. I'm adoring every single minute of it. I'm looking at the point spread right now, actually. Even Duxan, technically, if they have a massive pop-off here, could also catch up. We're going to need to see something similar to game 1 of Erangel, pretty much, if they want to make it happen. But the fact that we got so many teams competing for such a small amount of spots remaining to go into Turkey in December, it's pretty nuts right now. And From how things are going right now, the sponge effect is also happening at the top, which means that threshold entry point into top 5 is going to be even smaller than what we expected. So a point or two is going to make the difference, Jason. You got to flush every single one of those eliminations while you still can.
I mean, Clark, we already know who's going to win this last match anyways, right?
Apparently. If it's to continue. If they did, we bow down to you. That would be unbelievable. I would love to see that here if the Xavier could continue on the warpath that they're currently on. But I will say as well, looking at where Alliance has ended up, I think it's a great glow up from their previous survival stage. I think they kind of squeaked by a little bit in that survival stage, but they're constantly being able to find podium finishes, not necessarily wins. It would be cool to see maybe them finish it off and kind of solidify themselves in that top 5. But yeah, it's down to the wire as we kind of expected. I'm very excited for it.
I mean, we're getting to our final Miramar, our final match of Last Chance. I don't even want to do predictions. I don't even know what we can analyze right now, because for me, I just want to get straight into the game, but we do have to wait a little bit of time before we get there. I do kind of worry, though, with the pressure kind of mounting for these teams. We've seen teams crumble in the past. We've seen Team Queso struggle. We've seen Bigetron struggle. I'm kind of wondering with IHC, they've had a really pretty rough day today, minus, like, I think in my head, the one match they have with 10 points overall with the 8 eliminations and 2 placement points. I mean, the IHC do have the chance, but they have also shown to us that they cannot get the placements when it counts. So for me, I'm really worried about them as a team to see if they could potentially make it through, because if they do, I think for me, they have to come with a chicken dinner on their shoulders.
Yeah, you can't afford to lose your composure at this point, Jason. You just need to keep your head on your shoulders. And IHC, I think perfectly said, Jason, they need to just get those placement points. They need to just linger in the matches, learn a little bit from Xavier, which is play silent in the early stage. Don't take the fight. And if you can do so, you'll be able to get placement points. And as we know, if you get in a late game scenario, you get placement points. Eliminations tend to come relatively naturally in those situations. So IHC, they can still make it, but they need more than those eliminations we've seen so far. They need to go the entire way in this final game.
Well, we're going to find out right here, right now. It's our final match of the Last Chance qualifier. 5 teams will be going through the grand finals. Let's see who it's going to be with Jackie and Blake.
What we've been building up to for weeks, Blank, finally culminating in this next game of Miramar. We'll know what teams are making it to the live finals. We'll know who's fought hard enough and who's given up the goose in the last few moments. Because like we've set up on the desk, a few points make the difference between a large collection of some really exciting squads.
Yeah, I mean, right now we've got a tiebreaker going on in 5th and 6th place. It is crazy. Team Queso, 71 points, tied with BTR. BTR winning that one out with the chicken dinners that they accrued during the Last Chance. They currently have 2. So even if we were tied up again with Team Queso and BTR at the end of this, and Team Queso got themselves a chicken dinner, BTR would still be the team to make it in. However, there's still more teams underneath that. We've got Inco, Influence Rage, IHC, all trying to make their way in here. I think we'd be sort of remiss not to see the Mongolian team make it in from IHC. They've done so well and shown us that they can beat out versus some of the best squads in the game. However, today just hasn't really shown us that much potential from IHC, that same kind of firepower that they were displaying yesterday. So many storylines to keep up with. Right now, we can at least be sure of a couple of things. FaZe, as well as Xavier, Prestige Evos, potentially, have all made it in. But right now, it's FaZe and DX that are the most safe.
Those are the teams that are safe. But for some of these teams, it's the difference of having a blinder of a game here, of pulling out all the stops and walking away with their future, their chance here in PMGC, still on the line to make it to those live finals. It has to be decided here. It's our last Miramar. It's our last game of the Last Chance. After this, it's all said and done. No second chances, Blank. You've got to come away with some big points here, and we need some of these teams in the mid portion, hustling and bustling between a few different points to make it into the top 5 to give it their all. Like we said on the desk, we're looking at big games with elims and a chicken dinner. You can't let the pressure get to you, but how is it going to go?
How is it going to unfold here in our final match of the day? Playing path, south to north here. Fairly generous with the positions that you can take around this one. Teams are sort of relieved here, Jackie, after that last match. He went up towards the northwest side, went to a pretty horrific position in the zone, which caused some absolute carnage in that area. But DX still come out on top. They play it any which way the circle throws it. Teams now leaving. Brute force again, pestering the guys on Influence Rage, not allowing them to take much precedent over towards Impala. Instead, they do a split drop round Minas Generalis here and La Bandita. Circle, Generous 2, fairly central over towards Power Grid. Can't really head anywhere on this one. For some of these teams, this is still possible and just within reach for some of them. For Team Queso, barely a point away, but look at this. Did they lose a player? No, he's just barely on HP. Reyes down to 10% on the drop. Woo! If they lost him on the approach, I wonder if that was a couple of shots coming out from a different team. Love to see a replay on that one.
That's the thing, that could be the difference right then and there, Blank, between their chances going up in a puff of smoke. You know, their opportunity of besting the tiebreaker dissipating before it even started. Look towards the right-hand side of your screens. Look how much that resonates. 71 points for them and BTR. Oh, if they would have gone down a player in the opening moments, it would have been a big blemish on their reputation. A blunder that they could not afford to suffer this early into the game. So thankfully, they do stay alive. They have the opportunity to get away and think about the bigger picture that is actually having opportunity to play here on Miramar.
DX on your screen. Don't really need to talk too much about them because you know all about them if you've been watching in this last chance. 3 chicken dinners back to back here. That #1 rank, well deserved. Here on Miramar, an average damage at 1,000 every single game. A crazy result from this squad, honestly. They got to be very, very proud of themselves to make it this far. 107 points, just leagues away from anyone else of ever dropping out from that top 5. Duxan towards the central arena of the map here. Around Hacienda del Patron. They started things off with an absolute banger of a match. 29 points, unheard of from where they were down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, but certainly heard now as they cry and shout and rage towards that top side of the lobby.
Sarah, playing on the edge here towards the rock, trying to just peek over the top and see if anyone's coming his way, if Inco are going to bypass him and he can barrage a few bullets in their direction, basically setting up for a bit of a trap here. And this is one that Inco really will need to win out on. If they go head-to-head, Inco has a lot less to gain than they do to lose. You need these points so you can move on up and actually make it into the top 5. They don't overcommit. They just stay where they are for now. And Sara's not going to make much of a play here either. He'll just be holding and looking out for someone else to greet him first. So Inco not throwing away the potential early opener on this one. 4 points could make the world of difference, Blank. From 68, it would take them quite far up.
But losing the reject here would be the worst news possible. They might just find them on the approach. Inco needs to have a good fight here. Otherwise, their tournament lives are over. And one of our first teams to face off against another squad. We saw this drop happen last game. Inco versus Reject. Sara the first to fall. I'll just crawl in and Inco knows. They smell danger in the area. Keeping a watchful eye out. Sara just edges ever closer here.
Sara slithering his way forward. Seeing if he can peek up over the ridge side here, look for a potential fight. Remember, this is Inco's dreams. This is Inco's tournament lives on the line in any of the fights we see them getting into. So it has to be picture perfect. No room to reset, no room for error. Make one small mistake and it could cost you gravely. The peek up from Sarah hits first. Inco realise that things are already getting out of hand. Pressure mounting. They need to reply quickly. Rafa stutter steps his way down the hill. Lufa, low on HP, gonna have a nade dash directly at his noggin. We'll see if that one works out. Meanwhile, Squash is struck upon. So they've lost one member. Inco already down to a triple threat blank. It's not looking good.
Back and forth here, one apiece, one elimination closer, but one player down, like you say. And with it being on the outside edge, Inco's got to think about leaving and soon. Drop a smoke out. Attempt to create a getaway path from Reject. Sarah might have just caused Inco to lose out on their chance to get into the grand finals here. Sarah just still watching. Slid his way up behind that rock and struck like a viper onto the guys from Inco. Vitali sends in close towards the tree line.
And you've got to be stuck in between two minds right now. They're debating this one. They're thinking, well, it is a raw 3-on-3. If we get the points, maybe it's enough. Maybe it balances out the fact we've lost Squash. Maybe this will put us into a position we can actually break through into the top 5 off of. So many thoughts that are going to be racing through their head. You can see the paranoia. Look at the body language. Look at the way they're peeking this. They're worried about so many fights. They're worried about so many things right now, all off the back of this one play. This is crazy of how much influence this could have as well, because this is Inco's chance of actually going to those finals. All because Reject strike with that opening pick. All because Reject find a free frag where there was no room to reply. And they're looking more timid. The way they're posturing looks like they've given up the chase on this one. They're going to play for the longevity blank.
Play on that long game here, Jackie. Get the vehicles back into position and then just move on out. There's a couple of sight lines on the side, but I think the speed at which Inco will be able to get out of here, they're likely to be able to be safe. Refilling the gas canisters, realizing this might be a long journey ahead of them. Quick swing on the top side, check for the peaks, check for the angles. You can tell, like you say, Jackie, the paranoia is here, just back and forth all the time, unsure where to go. It just ends up being that San Martin and Power Grid are some of the best spots in the circle right now with this shift. Off he goes into the distance, a wheel is spun out. Not quite enough to find the knock or the elimination. However, it might just be FaZe to do the final bidding.
FaZe Clan, they want to snatch this. They want to rip away the potential from Inco. Don't even give them a chance. They could deny it here, and it would be 3 points for FaZe. It would be a nice way to keep them locked into that second spot. Whereas for Inco, it's their chance at the finals, going up in a puff of smoke. Trade between either side. Nade clashes back onto Mela. Low HP for Inco across the board. They're scared blank, trying to use the utility to keep FaZe back. Rafa has the DBS in hand, needs to get aggressive on this. His team's dying. His team's falling over bit by bit. The longer this one goes on, the worse it's looking, as FaZe is just throwing out nade after nade and blowing away any chance of an Inco upset happening here. They want to deny them the opportunity to get points on this, and it's looking rough. At least there's a bite back onto Vintores. They go for the rev as well. Rafa's going to jump straight onto his teammate. All the attention from FaZe drawn on the one man as well. They're at least going to have 3 players up here, but how do they play it?
This would be an unbelievable comeback coming through from Inco. Rafa looks to take down Vintores to start things off. Nenebeche on the high ground. Only 2 clips in the mag, though, to keep this fight alive for them. Quick knock on the nade to try and bounce it back up towards Nenebeche, but a full 3v3 on the reset as well, with the entirety of FaZe all locked into one position. Nenebeche on this high ground also causes serious troubles for the guys on FaZe. And FaZe, not technically safe. Honestly, there still could be change-ups here. If they win this fight, they're looking way, way better. But for Inco, this fight means tournament lives. If they find the 3 players from FaZe, they will ladder up. They'll have to hope that Team Queso goes out early, or they can live long enough into the game to see this one forward.
crazy the way this has swung back and forth like a metronome as well, from what looked like FaZe arriving like the raiding squad, just ready to claim those points and leave Inco down in the depths. Instead, now they're the ones that look timid, Blank. They're the ones playing defense, and it better be a tenacious defense, or you're going to leave yourself in such a risky position. Look at Rafa. He's got the pin pulled on the nade, wants to line that one up. Would have been right on target. Luckily, heads up maneuver from Mormon, backs up into the corner, out of the fight now for a few seconds whilst he uses his meds to reset. And this is just such an elongated bout as well. You're just guarding. You're just edge keeping them inside of this compound, knowing that if they want to push out and take the fight onto you, you're the one that's going to be holding the angle. You're the one that's going to have the advantage here. So Inco actually in a great position to defend against this.
Absolutely. They've got all the angles to play around with. Like you say, just trapping the entirety of FaZe into one building. Finally, Mormon has the energy, has the courage to send themselves upstairs here. Difficulty for FaZe as they've got no more utility left. Letting dry for both these squads. Mad Bull suffering their own plight to brute force down to one player. They'll be out now. No chance in hell they'll be making it in. Brute force similarly suffering. But for Inco, they want this fight just to be over. They don't want to be here anymore. Locked in combat. They want to get looted.
And that's one of the key points, right? The longer they spend time here, Blank, the less time they have playing the game, the less time they have getting that ground loot, getting themselves supplies that are starting to run out. And it's also just the constant heart in your mouth action. You know, you got to think about the fact their adrenaline must be pumping right now, Blank. You're basically in a tournament lives fight between FaZe, and it's been elongated to about 3 or 4 minutes here, where you've just been sitting, waiting, not sure when you're going to have to strike, not sure when they're going to leap at you. And it's not looking good. I mean, either side have used so many of their actual benefits that they had coming into it. The meds, the utility, ammunition's going to start to run dry as well. A lot of pressure on that. And I don't really know how you release it. It's just going to come down to which one of them survives on the fight. Meanwhile, Gladiators eating nades to Rook. So they steal away a few.
Nice.
Okay, here we go. There's the first peak. BTR. They pulled over with one, but it's Inco that gets struck upon. FaZe with the first peak through the window, hitting a nice headshot. Vitali, he's got to back off, needs to play defensive. Blank. FaZe, they're giving them 1v1s. They're going in individually. They're isolating these peaks. They're not playing together, but luckily Mela, the madman with a shotty, cleaves round the corner to grab a big pickup and puts them on their last legs. He's bailing out. Rafa's giving up the goose. He wants to get some distance on this.
1v1 here for Rafa on towards Mela. Mela, an absolute DBS menace himself, will at least flush out one of their players, giving the chance for FaZe to get 2 players back up on their feet. So threaten the res on either side. Mela can hold down the fort in the front side, maybe drops a smoke. In comes Rafa on the side, full HP, DBS primed here and ready for Mela versus Nenebeche, and Rafa himself quickly goes for the push on the DBS, but they don't want to let them get these players back on their feet immediately. Onzens goes back down. That's 4 eliminations. That'll take Inco higher here over the top of Team Queso, puts them in 5th place, knocks both BTR and Team Queso out. All down to Mela now to save not only his life in the tournament, but also potentially Team Queso's and BTR's.
Mela, he's been the clutch master of Miramar. He's been that talking point, Mr. Consistent for FaZe. And this is where that consistency's got to shine through. They're bruised, they're buckled, they're breaking down. And look who's arriving on the scene, the dinner bell. It's been so loud for so long. Team Queso, they realize they can come in. They want a piece of this. They want to get stuck into the fight. Mela, all he's got to do now is wait. The game has changed. The mindset here is that if he can just survive long enough, maybe there's an opportunity to get some points, strike back, whilst the rest of the squad's being torn apart by Queso as they're on the scene. Reyes with the initial nade, throws it in. Inco, going to be realizing now, we've got to do something about this. We need to clear out Mela. We need to get into a better position, maximize as many points as physically possible. Sure, 4 elims and getting into the top 5's great, but making sure that you're still going to be there by the end of this one is a whole different story.
Dear me, this is intense indeed. Team Queso taking it into their own hands here to remove the offending party that's attempting to challenge their position. DX goes out in first, allowing the rest of the lobby to just battle it out. Inko gets upstairs. Mela immediately taken out the way. Now 2 players alive. Rafa on an absolute streak here.
Rafa's playing some blinding PUBG Mobile right now, but for how long does it last? That is the huge question mark over the top of this team. Will this be a defense, or will it be a fast for Inko? Will they let it slip through their fingertips? First man drops down, gets absolutely slaughtered. Rafa trying to stay alive, playing towards the doorway, has the DBS, but he's going to get knocked off his feet. Team Queso, a much needed pickup, and it's onto the team that knocked them out of the top 5, but look what's happened to the standings.
Immediately, Team Queso back up into 5th place after that one. Procedure Evos taking down BTR as well. They're losing members left, right, and center, and this could be BTR's run over. Our 2 Indonesian squads not likely to make it back in. Luxy, Lynx, Redface, Misery want to be the only Indo squad to make it through here. Looking to knock down the final member of BTR, drop them down to 7th place. No chance in hell to get back in. Just Superboy now remaining, and Misery has a nade with his name on it.
Misery throws in the first. He's still got more in those pockets, more nades, more utility to use to strike against BTR, grinding them down to a pulp now. Zevos, they want to guarantee a big point scorer. They want to make sure that their 3rd place remains their 3rd place here in the last chance. Early nades to slow down the place from Superboy. At least still alive. Heart pounding in his chest as the adrenaline's going through his veins. But he just stays out of trouble. Keeps his nose clean. Meanwhile, it has not ended for Reyes as the reign of terror for Queso continues. They find another strike, this time onto Nigma Galaxy, and get themselves another Elim. A trade back and forth though, and look at the grouping. Everyone's on top of one another. You've got Nigma Galaxy there with Brute Force and what remains of Reject Tokyo in such a small petri dish.
Tiny little petri dish. But a few samples available, and that's Reject, Brute Force, Nigma Galaxy, and Team Queso themselves. Team Queso want to go a little bit further. They have taken a knock. They're trying to keep things back in contention. We're over to this horrendous position on the map. It could go any which way here, up towards the Western Plateau, in which case you want to take yourself one of these compounds, or further down towards that southeast side. We will see what happens, because this is indefinite right now. Teams looking to spread themselves across the high ground on this ridge. A ridiculous amount of action already occurring on your screens today. Couldn't have asked for a better ending myself.
This has been huge, man. Some of the fights that we've been given here, Blank. It's like a movie, the way they've been scripted. Didn't expect it to be so decisive. So many moves. So many squads that were closely grouped just out of the top 5, and they've been proving that they are fighting for their spot, fighting for their chance to make it to those live finals, to be on a big stage, to contend for the championship, knowing how much is on the line here. Huge event so far. Where does it go? What more are we going to see? Duxan on the move. Still a squad that could put up some big numbers here. We were saying how they were floating just out of reach, but they've got to pull it out now, Blank.
IHC, they need themselves a big game. They need placements. It's the big thing for them. Misery is down for Procedure Evos as Duxan looking to pump those points further up and get into that top 5. It would take a miracle for them to hit it and make it happen. But again, for Duxan, we've seen the type of games they can come out with here, Jackie.
Slow and steady wins the race. Superboy's just been playing the longevity on this one. Obviously taking so much damage early, he's opted to just kind of squirrel away and look to see if maybe there's any chance that BTR could get some well-needed points just through popping up a little bit later into this one, being able to steal away the placement or some snaky points the longer it goes on. For Duxan, Where's their conquest going to end? Tags seem to be occurring here as well. Looks like Evos have been thrown into a bit of a scrap. Few bullets lighting each other up. And Duxan, seeing them now, Blank. They've got the peek into the back. It's Jipan that can actually peek from the back of the rock here. And he's seen Luxy. Knows where him and Lynx are. How does he approach this? Has he got the trigger discipline, or does he want to just take on the raw engagement? Knows that these are two prime opportunities for points.
Prime opportunities indeed. Required, needed this point in time, but the amount of players alive are dwindling right now, down to 30. Not that many left remaining for these teams to make happen. IHC over towards this northwest side. Another team that's desperately trying to make their way towards that top side. Next circle shifts. Any team that can fast approach towards that compound in the center is looking good. And there's a lot of teams able to do it. IHC is closest, but they're locked in combat with brute force, Jackie.
Oh man, Blank. It's a big game. It's a big game for them, and they need to find so many points. They need to find a chicken dinner, really, for IHC. It's one of those where you've got to clean up brute force with ease. You can't afford to take a single casualty. You can't afford to waste any real utility either. It just has to be picture perfect. And this is the one that's mind-boggling me as well. I'm just wondering if we're going to see some sort of heroics later on from Superboy. It feels like there's always a potential for this man. Individually so talented. But he's lurking right now. IHC seem to have realized what's going on. The fact that brute force, they're lurking up on him. They're coming in one by one. Peek from the first as Demo, the demolition squad leader, blows them to bits. Perfect play with a nade. The utility master detonates them. And that's going to give him a lot to work on. A leg to stand on. Nice connection as well. Ziol with the tracing, Blank. That's beautiful work with the gun skill there. Nice tag, but it's stolen away. Influence Rage. Clean up on the headshot.
Yeah, necessary. Absolutely necessary there. So many teams to keep track of. No more rankings for you guys, though, so we'll just have to guess as we go on. See where these teams end up. Influence Rage on that northwest side. Still holding it pretty for the time being. A team that needs a whole load of points, but we just won't know how many more is required to the end game. We'll just have to wait and find out on that final desk. In the meantime, they need to live it out first.
They're keeping us guessing. They're keeping you guessing. Much like the teams are right now as everyone's giving it the big one. Left in suspense, not knowing who's got enough points, who's taken top spot right now, who's going to be breaking into that top 5. But still, each fight could be the difference maker. Each fight could be that one extra point for a couple of these squads, a couple of these big names that we saw so closely grouped coming into this one. Papi Potro thought he had an opportunity to keep the good times rolling between Queso, but again, Blank, he goes down early. Sara with the opening here. Sara does not stop. The bicep man from Reject Tokyo giving it large right now as he's finding freebies all over the shop. Reyes more like sprayers as he'll be sprayed from Sara and taken down. Reject Tokyo running amok against them and potentially finishing the point where they can actually get any more points on this Blank. Big Milo's down in the deck. It could be over for Queso right now.
Yeah, Team Queso don't know how many points they needed. They don't know how many points they required to get themselves in. In an 8th place scenario, they don't get a huge boatload of points for that in terms of placements either. I think we did just about see Team Queso ladder up over the top of the guys from Inco at the end of that one. So I think they are currently in that top 5 position. But they go out now and teams underneath them like Duxan, Influence Rage, BTR, even Udo Alliance continue this onwards. There's a lot to be scared about here. Even IHC, we didn't talk about them too much, but in they come, barreling towards this compound, looking to change the fate of Influence Rage here.
Oh, Demo with the backup of Joel as they come in and cleave their way through him like a hot knife through butter right now. They bombard their way into the compound with no respect for Influence Rage. They've wiped him up like a spilt drink and claimed control of the compound Blank. IHC, we were talking about them coming into this game. I believe they started it in 9th place in the standings. 62 points is what they had. They needed big elims and high placements, most notably a chicken dinner at the end of this one. They're putting their best best foot forward in the engagements they've been given so far, and at least writing the narrative that there is still a chance, Blank, that there is still a slim opportunity for the Mongolian Massive to break into the top 5 by the end.
I mean, this is probably the most well-deserved game right now for IHC to get into that top 5, battling off against the guys from Brute Force. A beautiful crash over towards Influence Rage, realizing where the end result is going to require them to be over in this compound. 7 eliminations, but further than that, they need to go. Once again, BTR, just like in their survival stage, edging their way towards the end game to try and get enough points to secure themselves inwards. Udo Alliance, though, not likely to allow this one player to make it through. The rest of them know exactly where he is. He'd have to go for a mad 1v3 with the blue at his back, which just doesn't seem possible to me. And I think this might be BTR's run over.
Oh, BTR. Getting battered right now. Superboy is gone, Blank, as he goes down to the play zone. That is where their reign of terror ends. They had put up so many huge games and had flown the flag high for Indonesia, but not happening now. Seems like there might be another side that wants to deal some damage, though, and that's Luxy that comes in, turn and burn onto Duksan as the South Korean squad are obliterated one by one. Evos are going Super Saiyan, Blank.
And they do not get themselves that big win that Duksan were looking for. Reject up to 6 eliminations now, looking to take this as far as they absolutely can. 8 eliminations, possibly 9 now for IHC. This is looking more and more likely like a top 5 team to me on IHC. They've been waiting for a game like this all day long, and it's only fitting that they give it to us at the end of the day here, Jackie.
Made you wait for this one, but this is where they're showing up. How much damage have they done, though? Is it enough? When will it be enough? All the questions that will be reverberating through their minds right now. They're just thinking about the bigger picture. Guarantee the chicken dinner, lock it down, and see where you stand when the dust settles. Reject Tokyo and Pasija Evos, the only 2 sides that dare to stand before them, and it's just a duo and a solo. In Red Face, the man at the back of the rocks, they're looking for him. Zol, he's spotted him now, knows his location. They want to dive straight in onto him, but they have to keep it clean. Don't make this one messy. Take down Evos and then win out on the 4 versus 3 up against Rejects. That's how they've got to play it. Red Face uses the smoke, tries to tuck in close to the geometry so they'd have to dive down, giving them the advantage. He's trying to play over the lip, Blank. Demo firing off warning shots, exposing himself, but with the backup will find the frag. Reject, though, steal away the first.
Looking down towards this way, IHC just got themselves into a world of hurt versus Reject. Only 1 player left remaining now on the other side of this in Godless. There's one other player from IHC over the top side of the ridge, but Reject up to 11 eliminations off the back of that one. It might just be once again the Reject right on the edge of victory at the end of this game. Maybe a 6th place. I doubt they'll be getting in towards the top 5. We'll have to wait and see after this one. They were so low on points. It's just unfortunate once again that they step up way too late. IHC, though, been ripping into the lobby like a toddler with a cheese string, now looking to finish off the last 3 members.
That's what it feels like, Blank. It's like they're kids playing with Lego. They're just smashing it to bits. And that's the lobby thrown from limb to limb. Nades on top of Rejects here as the first one will land. Ocio brought down to 50% health. Not in a great spot. That nade barely missing. Divine intervention for Godless as he'll stay alive. Goes back in for a bit more. Using the elements now as he ignites Rejects. You can see he wants it. He wants to just peek with a big old gun and see if he can bombard into them. Plays it safe for now at least. Doesn't over-egg the pudding. Backs off with the hill. Molotov starts to tag him as well. Alex moving up. Has an angle to peek. Hiding inside the smoke will be OCO.
Regiocio dropping down there. And Sarah getting around the side with the DBS. Some great mollies, some great nades from the team of Reject. But just not enough players to take down. Sarah dips back inside. Eventually, Godless is going to be forced off this high ground. Regiocio keeps dropping smokes, keeps his position covered. Eventually, wants to get the backstab over towards Alex and Godless once they have to drop down. Regiocio gets up towards the top side now. UMP close range. Godless with the MG3, Jackie.
The MG3 armed and ready. That bullet belt about to let it rip. But will it be a blinder? Here's the peek from Godless. Peppers into the opening man. Shuts him down as Sarah Biceps has fallen. And Reject Tokyo are being backhanded. IHC, the Mongolian side, have done so much here on Miramar. And they want to finish it in the 1v1. All down to this then. Godless waiting on top of the rock. Quick med-mac maneuver as well coming out. He's going for the hill. Godless is going to peek into him blank. Doesn't have the confidence to wide swing on it. Exposes his head. Takes the bullet back. Reject still holding on here. They both give up the fight to heal.
Just the bandies though for Godless. Duello hits the first aid kit. Back into the fight here now. Jackie looking to finish this one off. Hoping that the circle's going to favour him.
Godless constantly healing. Little bandages going up. The rest of his teammates going down for good. Godless wants to go for the drop down. Bides his time. Knows that there's no easy angle for Julo to peek up onto this. Tries to go for it. He jumps off.
No way!
Man maneuver as he swings on in. Godless grabs it. And they take the chicken dinner. IHC, the Mongolian team with a dream, from all the way down in 9th place. Grind it out on Miramar blank. And they've done the unthinkable with a chicken dinner at the end.
Godless may be, but like angel wings sprouting out behind him, the guardian angel himself, Godless, will take them to the big heights that these boys needed to get into the top 5. Alex was so certain of it at the start of the day in the interview, and it looks like an easy win for IHC to finish things off and confirm their position into PMGC.
Wow. What a crazy game. IHC, over the course of all of the games we had seen from them, we'd been singing their praises, watching them go from strength to strength, watching this man cause carnage, watching Alex get aggressive. Every one of these players had moments where they delivered, had moments where they were the backbone of IHC. But the Mongolian team flies the flag high with a great game there, blank. Huge momentum for them at the end of the day. Really did give it everything they had on the last Miramar. And we had some cracking Miramar teams in this lobby. This was no easy feat.
I mean, we lost DX and FaZe right off the bat, so our two biggest teams in the lobby just weren't there to have it out. Procedure Evos make it far into the game, probably have secured their spot. Reject, I think, once again, they came so close, yet it is still so far away for them to get towards that top 5, but nothing certain at the end of this.
No. Nothing is, but thankfully we can find out. Everyone that sat home on the edge of their seats, we will now know who has made it through. Let's get back to the desk and waste no time for the big reveal.
Max, I'm just going to give this over to you and what you said at the end of that game.
It's one of my favorite PUBG Mobile games ever, Jason. There's so many storylines from the start to finish. You have FaZe fighting up against the side of Inco, Team Kesogun for the third party, trying to compete for top 5 position. Then IHC, that we said, Jason, they need to get placement points, they need to get the wins. There was so much happening. My grade is about to explode right now, but man, IHC, this is the biggest game of their career by far, making it possibly into the grand finals. What did we just witness?
It had everything, didn't it? It had everything. I mean, especially even towards the end as well, where I'm going to say, yes, it's IHC's biggest game of their entire careers. It wasn't clean at the end. There was a lot of...
It was shaking.
Because, yeah, that's exactly the right thing, right? There was clearly extreme pressure on them in order to be able to make the right decisions at every single moment in time. Falling down and taking out the procedure last player or whatever, I do feel like might be a little bit of a slip up there. It almost ran away from them, this game did for IHC, but just in the last moment, the double MG3 magic, able to clutch it out for them here in one of the closest games of PUBG Mobile I've seen in a long time.
Oh man, I'm looking over and I can see the overall rankings, but I'm not going to look at them just yet. I mean, even Inco, they had themselves through into top 5 until they got wiped out by Team Queso, who overtook them in 5th place. A lot of damage coming through. 2 players over 1K here. I think it deserves a double sound from Kalaris.
Yo, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, Sarah coming in with the 1,300 damage. The thing is, we knew how strong Reject could be in the past, and here we go, overalls, and IHC have been able to do it. They've taken 4th place, actually.
Whoa, IHC were able to make the jump up so significantly. They went from 9th position here, Jason, to top 4 in the rankings, completely overshadowing the sides of Team Kesso and BTR in the rankings. And man, Team Kesso, I have to say, it was a really, really good attempt, Jason. That was a good game plan to third-party FaZe versus Inco, but unfortunately, when IHC has a game like this, all you can do is bow, and IHC made it through.
Yeah, and you know what? As much as I'm saying, okay, there were some moments in those final stages where I'm thinking, maybe that's not the right choice and stuff like that. There were so many moments where they could have said, we have these buildings as IHC, we're going to stay in them. We are just going to stay here and allow everything to play out on the eastern side. But they didn't know exactly how many eliminations they needed. They didn't know exactly how many points exactly everything was adding up. So they pushed out onto those rocks. And in that moment, all hell breaks loose. And it just became this perfect moment here for IHC to be able to make... I've got goosebumps a little bit, actually. I got goosebumps.
It's so funny, too, because we saw them pushing, and Clark's like, why are they doing that? They can just sit there and wait. And then it clicked in your head of like, wait, they don't know how many lives they need. They don't know how many placement points they need. They went for the big play that we talked about at the start of the day, right? Sometimes you just have to turn that aggression up to an 11. But I think Clark, they turned it up to a 15 there, ended up coming home and taking the victory.
Yeah, maybe a 15 and maybe a little over aggressive on some moments, but you know what? It all worked out.
It's not even that, like, before even they start taking that fight for the win, IHC took the control of this lobby so early on. They took control of their destiny, taking the fight versus Brute Force on the northwestern side, clearing the entire northern edge of the circle, and then the most important fight, breaching onto Influence Rage in that compound that gives them free range to do pretty much whatever they want in that finishing moment, because at that point, they were tied with Influence Rage. So every step of the game was so stressful, man, and good for IHG to be able to weather the storm, because I would have been crying that match if I were them. I would not be able to deal with that pressure, and they just made it happen.
Well, it seems like, pressure for you doesn't turn you to a Diamond Max, it just turns you into a sad boy. But another team that should be sad, it's Rage. I mean, a team who just has dominated all year long, I feel like. To see them knock it to the grand finals, it hurts not only for us watching, for obviously them, and obviously the teams in Brazil watching this as well. So that means we only have 2 teams coming into the finals with what? Loops and Alpha 7. I mean, we thought there was going to be 3.
That's why the landscape for survival and last chance is so brutal, right? Like, you can be who we perceive as one of the best teams, maybe even in the world, but if you don't perform on, I'm going to say especially this second day as Influence Rage, sorry. And then you get these magical moments happening from teams where they really pressure is really up against them. Yeah, you're not going to make it. That's PMGC.
Even the league stage was tough for all of these teams, right? Vampire didn't even make it out the league stage, so it was tough from the get-go, and it just keeps getting rougher and rougher every single day, every single match for these teams, and unfortunately some teams are just not able to deal with it, and they crumble before the finish line. But now we have our 16 teams, Jason, for the grand finals, and I'm telling you, it is looking stacked. I have no idea how it's going to go. There's a few favorites, but even underdog teams like IHC are able to just change the entire landscape of these matches at the end, so it's going to be a tough one to predict.
I mean, the funny thing is, right, we talked about in group stage, obviously there's some teams that will outperform others and others who just won't really perform as well. And then we went into survival stage, and it was like the caliber of the lobby just rose. Like the difficulty lobby got way more difficult than it was previously. And now having our teams through to this, into the grand finals, the difficulty spikes up another notch that obviously some teams have some time here to prepare for it, but really, grand finals is going to be a true test of the grit you have as a team and your preparation coming to the event.
It's the best lobby of all time in PUBG Mobile. How daunting is that as a task? It is the best lobby of all time, and you somehow have to scramble to the top amongst all of that in order to be able to claim the championship. It's gonna be crazy over there in Turkey.
Yeah. It's going to be one of the most insane storylines, because you're going to have S2G Esports defending their title on home ground over in Turkey. Man, they're going to have a tough time, because the lobby, as you said here, is looking like the best lobby we've had forever in PUBG Mobile Esports. So it's going to be the best finals, I think, by far here this year.
I'm just going to say it. I don't think S2G are going to take the title again. Like, seeing the training that these teams just got in these last, 2 weeks of their own play, and obviously the experience they've been able to get, S2 just been having to watch, but they have to somehow get some practice in. And as you said, Kalaris, the most difficult lobby in PUBG Mobile Esports to this day. I'm excited, man. I can't wait for the Grand Finals to kick off. I feel like every year we'll be getting more and more competition. I mean, the fact is we're seeing so many other regions rise up as well. I mean, we knew how strong Mongolia is, seeing IHC come through to join the likes of Stalwart Esports, seeing Brazil have 2 teams in the Grand Finals as well and what they could potentially pull off. It's really anyone's game, and I'm not a betting man, and I'm not even going to try to bet whatsoever of who's going to win.
I mean, you're talking about Mongolia, right? Sure, you have Stalwart, you have IHC. You have also 4MV that has got a big fan base. I know Kalaris is very fond of this team, and they hopefully going to do fantastic over there. But yeah, and Brazil, I think that Brazil and Mongolia might be 2 regions that have a shot for the trophy, but as we said, it's anyone's game. Even Major Pride can make it up there. They've had a magnificent play during some of these matches in the league stage. So yeah, prediction-wise, nigh impossible, Jason. I have no clue.
I think for me, maybe the biggest standout, biggest surprise is Nongshim Red Force coming through as well. Like a team that we didn't really see too much in the past, the team who hasn't had that much experience on this international scale. And for them to qualify through first, well, there's still a lot of work out ahead of them. But obviously, as we do close out the day here, I mean, Xavier coming out first, a team that we really would never have guessed coming to this as well, considering what we saw in play from before. But it's crazy to see that Vietnam still has some teams to shine through. And we're actually going to head on the stage with an interview with Xavier.
We're finally concluded for our last chance qualifiers. Yeah, we get our top 5 teams, and we have to interview the kings of Erangel of the last chance, and also almost got himself the 4th chicken. But they stopped at 3 for now. We have the entire crew here of these Xaviers hailing from Vietnam. Congratulations, guys. And I think they're just waving for now. Okay, now since we're gonna ask Lamborghini for the questions, and now can you describe how you're feeling and what is going through your mind right now?
Chúc mừng các bạn. Thì không biết là hiện tại các bạn đang cảm thấy như thế nào và có suy nghĩ gì không?
Bọn em đang rất là vui, bọn em rất là tự hào vì bọn em đã làm được. Còn tối nay bọn em sẽ đi nhậu say.
We're very happy and we're very proud that we made it. And tonight we have planned to have to drink together and beverage together.
Oh, they already have plans. Drink together with who?
Các bạn sẽ đi uống với ai, với nhậu với ai?
Thường thì bọn em sẽ uống với sếp và Onin là sai hết ạ.
Usually we drink with our boss.
Oh, the boss is here, I guess. I mean, like, the boss is here, guys. Okay, now I need to ask this question. You almost break a record here with a back-to-back hat-trick chickens. Almost scored the 4th in the last Miramar. Why did you score the last one?
Rồi thì các bạn gần như đã có tạo được kỷ lục rồi, nhưng mà tại sao các bạn lại dừng lại 3 bữa cơm gà mà không có phải là 4 bữa cơm gà?
Tại vì bọn em muốn để dành vào final.
Because we want to spare it for the grand finals.
You guys hear that? 4th chicken in grand finals, guys. Okay, now, what do you plan to do next after your drinks? Any other celebration plans, or tomorrow? What are you gonna do for the next couple of days here?
Vậy thì sau tối nay thì các bạn có kế hoạch gì không? Có dự định là sẽ ăn mừng như thế nào không trong những ngày tới?
Sau ngày hôm nay bọn em sẽ cố gắng tập luyện thật chăm chỉ để vào final làm 4 trận top 1 ạ.
After tonight, we will try to practice hard so that we can make it to the top 4 in the grand finals.
Calm down, man. You deserve to be happy. No, I mean rest for today. No practice for one day, okay? Just celebrate.
Hôm nay thì các bạn cứ nghỉ ngơi đi nha, không cần phải luyện tập quá hăng say đâu.
Hôm nay bọn em sẽ uống thật say, ngày mai sẽ vào cái cuộc ạ.
Tonight we will drink and tomorrow we will practice.
Okay, I think it's just a one-day celebratory for them, one night to be specific. Now, you play against all the teams and grind for a month together here in Malaysia for such a long time. Now, do you have any favorites of players or any teams you bonded with that become your close friends there?
Thì trong 1 tháng qua tại Malaysia, các bạn đã đấu với tất cả các đội và đã có cơ hội cọ sát với nhau. Thì không biết là có đội nào hay là có người chơi nào mà các bạn yêu thích và có cái mối gắn kết thân cận nhất hay không?
Trong tháng qua ở Malaysia thì bọn em cũng tiếp xúc rất là nhiều đội và bản thân em thì tiếp xúc với vợ sắp cưới của em ạ.
in the past month in Malaysia, we had the chance to get in touch and get to know with other teams. But for me particularly, I get the chance to get in touch with my future wife.
Who is that future? Was the one next to you?
No. Vậy vợ sắp cưới của em là ai?
Không biết được.
I don't know.
You don't know yet? Okay, a future wife it is. It's a mystery for now. I don't know how many future wife he has. Maybe each one of them for one of each, you know? Maybe. Okay, what do you want to say to the team that's waiting for you in the grand finals and all the supporters have been cheering for you guys until today?
Vậy thì bây giờ các bạn có điều gì muốn nói với những đội đang chờ các bạn tại giải Grand Finals và với những fan hâm mộ mà đang cổ vũ cho các bạn hay không?
Bọn tôi rất là mạnh mẽ lên, mọi người hãy cẩn thận đấy. Chúng tôi chỉ nhả mấy ngày đầu để tập luyện lâu hơn thôi. Các bạn ủng hộ chúng tôi thật nhiều nhé. Cảm ơn.
We are very strong, so watch out. We will be easy on the first few days only, but after that, we will fight hard. So thank you for supporting us.
Oh, that's so nice. But yeah, I agree with that for now. I mean, it just shows they're coming back as strong as number one. Now, before we conclude the interview here today, can I have one cheer from all you guys, Chua, Parry, Jin, Lambo, all of you guys to cheer for DX one time before we end the interview?
Rồi trước khi kết thúc thì các bạn có...
You count for them 1, 2, 3, okay?
Okay. Trước khi kết thúc thì các bạn có thể có động tác nào ăn mừng hay không? Mình sẽ thực hiện sau 3 tiếng đếm nha. 1, 2, 3. Mạnh mẽ hơn nào, mạnh mẽ hơn. Vui mừng thêm.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. They're posing. I think that's their chair for now. I think they're done. They're just still. They have no clue what's happening, but I think that's it for today. And as we conclude our top 5 for our last chance. See you guys in the grand finals. See you guys in the big event. Bye. Woo!
Well, at least they're going to take some time to celebrate today, but they still realize the matter at hand. Their job is not done whatsoever. Getting through the grand finals was the first step, but to take home the trophy for them and, of course, for Vietnam is the main goal here. But they're still going to have a lot of work to do until then. But seeing Demo, I mean, he was their MVP yesterday. He's our limb leader here in the last chance qualifier. I wonder if it's going to be someone from IHC to be the leader overall when it came to the MVP. But honestly, there were so many great individual players, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I don't think that little role he has next to his name is accurate. Because definitely not. But actually, Redface from Pasija Evos becomes the MVP of the last chance. Okay, I mean, I thought Demo was going to be up there being damaged and elimination leader today. But man, Redface, really, we saw from the league stage, right, Kalias, being set up on the angles for his team, entry points, especially a lot of these fights. He has been really a standout player for the roster. So glad to see a play from Pasija making it as the MVP.
Yeah, definitely. He's a name comes up all the time when it comes to excellence here, but Jason, here it is.
I cannot wait to see it. We can see the teams already through into, well, not the teams already through, the teams who Alpha 7. I am really curious to see how they're going to perform and put Brazil on a map for themselves and really show the world what they have to do. But of course, the grand finals will be kicking off on December 8th, and we're going with the same map order as well, which I still will say to my dying breath, I love that fact that we're doing back-to-back maps instead of swapping them around in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it gives a chance for all of these teams to really adjust slightly, especially for that big block of Erangel. It is the bread and butter to try and make sure that you can take your learnings into the next game. Again, like when it comes to the games that we've witnessed so far, what pressure has actually built here for these teams. Xavier, I did not expect the back-to-back-to-back from them here for the final, but we cannot forget what we just saw from IHC. That was, again, just a splendid display of being able to somehow control the nerves, control the adrenaline pumping through you when it all mattered.
I'm really looking forward at some teams like IHC, FaZe, and Xavier that have had a significant glow up in the last few days in the survival stage and last chance. I really hope that is going to continue, hopefully, through this kind of vein into the grand finals. If they do so, that kind of caliber of play, I would say, is good enough to be able to compete with the teams we already saw make it into the grand finals. So I think there's a chance that any team can make it, but Jason, I'm really excited to see especially Sook for Weibo back into a PMGC grand finals. He's going to pop off, man. I'm really hyped for that.
What's your favorite thing?
I mean, he's got a lot of work ahead of him. And all the teams who are participating here, for them to replicate that performance against a caliber of a lobby that we've yet to have ever seen this kind of level before in PUBG Mobile history, I think is going to be tough. And I don't know if any team is going to just dominate the lobby like we've seen in the past, but it's going to be exciting nonetheless. For you guys at home, remember our official smartphone provider here at PMGC 2023 is the Infinix GT10 Pro. You guys can pick one up because it's born for professional sports business. You guys can dominate the lobby, and obviously while you're done dominating the lobby, you can post all your content or even check out PMGC content over on TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023. But gentlemen, I want to give you a chance to say some final words though before we do end out the show, because it's been a slog. We've had 3 different groups, a survival stage, a last chance stage. Maxman, go ahead.
There's so many storylines that have reached their conclusion now, Jason. Some dreams have been shattered and some dreams have become reality for these guys. So, yeah, I'm just looking forward to the grand finals. There's going to be a bit of partying tonight, but starting tomorrow is back to the training grounds and getting ready for the next event.
I'm of the opinion, the same as Max, that it's going to be either Brazil or Mongolia taking the title. However, as I said before, it's the greatest lobby of all time in our profession, in PUBG Mobile, in the esport, that we hold true and dear to ourselves. So it's going to be an exciting watch.
Well, mark your calendars. December 8th is when the grand finals are going to be kicking off live from Turkey A. You guys are not going to want to miss this, and I cannot wait until we can continue our journey in PUBG Mobile Esports.